Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Fortune Favors the Brave, hosted by Relentless Focus Gaming. I am Rain101. I am joined for the first 2 games today by Sonata, and this is Sonata's very first TFT cast. So say hello, introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, Sonata here, and yeah, very excited for this to be my first cast. PvE, new set, new meta, new units, and a very exciting day one. Very exciting day one, and very keen to see what happens today as well.
Yeah, and we are going to be jumping straight in with our leaders today. Lobby A has, even though the people who are sort of like lower in the seating are still incredibly talented players to have made it to this day. But we will have Rain, Super Flames, Joe Bookmark is in this lobby, Wigwug, Grape, Broseph, Haneko, and Double Monk in Lobby A. So should be some very exciting games. Should be a great way to get a read on how the meta is developing, because we know on the PvE, day by day, the meta changes as people discover new tech, discover new things. Sonata, in the games that you've been able to play so far on the PvE, what, if any, comps have really kind of like stood out to you as being maybe a little strong, the sorts of things that people are maybe going to chase after?
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting that we've seen a little bit of a divide between a lot of reroll comps. Teemo reroll I found really interesting and really powerful to play. Experiment a little bit with the new tech out of China, the Senna Na reroll that we've seen. But it's not all about that. There's some really interesting forecasts. I've enjoyed playing Syndra, some of that fated synergy that you can have throughout the whole game. Really allows you to play a bit of tempo but cap out quite strong at the end of the game as well.
Yeah, I agree. Before we jump into our lobbies, I'd like to take a moment to shout out our sponsor, Gemlet, for supporting this tournament and contributing to the prize pool. Gemlet is a jewelry store based out of Toronto, Canada, and Canada has such an amazing and diverse culture that has allowed Gemlet to really grow into something much more than it ever has been before. It was founded in 2016 by Michelle Hung from her dorm room in the University of Waterloo. You can check out Gemlet and all they have to offer at gemlet.com. And no matter where you live in the world, they have worldwide shipping, so they can get what you want to you quickly. And you can use discount code Relentless Focus Gaming for 20% off your order, which is quite a steal. So go check them out.
Yeah, they have. I was looking at it. They've got some really nice pieces on there. And we also want to shout out that we're raising money for charity today. Relentless Focus Gaming is for the Asian Mental Health Collective. Mental health is incredibly important, and what their key mission is building access to therapy and resources. That's very core to their mission. And if you want to find out more, !charity, find out how to donate. Relentless Focus Gaming is matching up to 500 USD in donations, and we'll be tracking this as we go along. But I really encourage you to, if you can, find some money to donate to what is a very, very important cause.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday as a mental health worker myself how understaffed, under-resourced a lot of mental health organizations and charities and everything else are. So it's really important to support mental health organizations, mental health charities, and get people who are in need what they need, because so often people in crisis are missing out on the support systems and the resources that they need to get the help and get better. But okay, we're now starting in game 1, loading into our portals, and it looks like it's split between Wandering Trainers and Gold Subscription, and it is going to be Gold Subscription in this game 1. Everybody's going to get a little bit of gold at the beginning of each stage.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see how people play around with this one. You know, do you go for a tempo start and try and use that goal to push your advantage, or do you maybe look to hit some of those rerolls a bit early with the extra gold that you're getting? Going to be very interesting to see how the players play around one of our new portals for Inkborn Fables.
Yeah, and I think these drops that you get on these PvE rounds really give you a lot of direction in terms of how you're going to use that gold, right? If you have a very strong reroll opener, then maybe you're playing into that loss streak, using that gold to hit those thresholds a little sooner and build up your econs so you can roll it down. And, if you're in a spot where you're like, oh, okay, I can use this extra gold to push levels and maybe win streak and punish those rerollers, that can give you a real advantage as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting to see about how you might play this. You're looking at Double Monk here, really interestingly, hitting the early Alloon, one of the kind of terrors of the early days of PBE, but you can kind of see with the Cogmore there, maybe an early Invoker start, use some of that gold to push level 8 for something like a Lilia.
Mm-hmm. And having this Amumu early as well, two very strong early game units here. Double Monk has to be feeling like, okay, if I've got the two Invokers, maybe if I can find, another Warden to slot in, but, has the Jax in the shop, is holding on to this Yasuo pair, just really kind of playing the odds as best as they can, as we are going to come up on our first augment of the game and see how much gold comes out of this subscription. Re-rolling, maybe considering Magic Wand here with this AP start that they have.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice here early on because, you're looking at something else like Call to Adventure that kind of commits you very early on. You see the tier, you see the other rod. That AP line does seem like it's promising when you have the Alloon early, but certainly looks like Double Monk is waiting on everyone else to make their choices before committing too heavily, but it looks like it is, in fact, that Magic Wand they're going to go for.
Yeah, and that's the safe option from this point, right? It doesn't really have pairs or upgrades of those Story Weaver units that you're typically going to want before you commit to that. Slams the decap here, has Shiv on bench if they want it, has the Yasuo upgraded sitting on bench, just kind of holding on to that for now, but is probably looking to make 10 from this spot, just to lost streak without the kind of key upgrades that they want.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping it level 3 as well. So really going for that econ focus. Expect something to be sold here to make that 10. And one of those orbs dropping a lot of gold early kind of steers the direction there. So not too much to shout about right now, but again, looking to econ up just to stabilize. And there we go, selling to make that 10 heading into 2-2.
And we're being told that Rainsplosion took Lucky Ricochet, which gives additional bounces to trick shots, which is a potentially really powerful later game sort of augment to pick, but also does definitely hard commit you, as we're getting this Janna encounter where you get the choice between attack, sort of defense and utility champs, as Double Monk now is able to get this Darius and a slot in Umbral. We're going to move over to Mario Kart Blair, aka Joe Bookmark, who looks like they took best friends and is maybe playing this Kog'Maw Mythic reroll line that we've seen from time to time on PBE Ladder and here in the tournament.
Yeah, you got them the Mythic free in nice and early. You've got a Caitlyn with the Guard Breaker and a bonnet of the fairly chunky Cho'Gath. It's a decent start. So I'm kind of interested to see where we go from here. Mythic, it's one of those verticals. We've seen that, the return of crests into the augment pool as well. Maybe looking at when we get our next augment to pick up something there and push something like 7 Mythic. We'd love to see 10 Mythic. But we have seen it's a vertical that carries a lot of power through the early phases of the PBE pack.
Yeah, and it's interesting. There's already kind of multiple ways to run this line that have been developed. There is the vertical mythic, but there's also a like Warden sniper variation. Looking at Joe Bookmark here pre-leveling going into this round before the carousel kind of tells me, okay, we're not re-rolling. We're just, I'm playing the strongest board I can right now, and maybe looking to hit a later game board that carries something other than this Kog'Maw, this Caitlyn.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting if we go back to that encounter with Janna. Is like, how will some of those choices have kind of dictated the pace? We saw some people have the option to pick up a free cost. That's going to encourage them to try and push levels. Some of those options are more re-roll oriented. It's one of those interesting things about this new mechanic, is it really does have to make you think on the fly. And we see the win kind of picked up here. So that leveling up, that pre-level, looks like it's going to set up Mr. Bookmark well going into the carousel.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting. We don't have an encounter here, but oftentimes encounters do show up on the carousels and can throw a lot of wrenches into people's plans with, upgraded units or full items on the units that are on carousel. All sorts of different options for those carousel encounters. But for now, just kind of plain old boring one. And yeah, I think a lot of people are settling into maybe, what direction they're trying to take in terms of winning and losing, but not necessarily committing to a particular angle, a particular comp. Here we see Joe B pick up the Bard, which has also been a very popular re-roll candidate. I think this meta, as we've seen it right now, has leaned very heavy into rerolls, so wouldn't be surprising to see that from him.
Yeah, and as we take a jump onto another board here, we've got Hanako, one of our win streakers, 100 HP. We talked about it a couple stages ago. Sniper Wardens, backed up here, the Amumu with the Anima Visage. That's going to create a big old wall to get through in these early phases of the game. And this is actually something we've seen a lot of so far. This Warden frontline, that damage reduction has proven very, very tricky to get through in the early game, but it scales well into the late game. And Hanako looks to have been leveraging that to great advantage so far, and looking to continue the win streak here.
Yeah, that Amumu with the basically double healing is going to be such a challenge to kill, but the Alun able to kind of hit backlines and evade this Amumu, but not going to be quite enough, as Hanako is going to pick up the win here. And yeah, I think the most popular thing that I've seen lately in terms of the last day of tournaments has been, this Ashe carry with the sort of porcelain support for that utility with the Wardens is a very, very strong late game comp. So I would not be surprised to see this multi-way contested.
Yeah, and this is going to be the advantage Hanako has is, with Ashe, you also want to pick up that porcelain bonus, and already having a Mumu in place, already a little bit itemized, fits you in good stead. And one of the reasons we think players have been liking this sniper comp is that you've kind of got units that can carry you through all phases of the game. Like Aphelios is no slouch, and can do some of that work until you find that Ashe, or if you find plenty of them, you can always backdoor into that as a reroll comp.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hanako here going to take the loss. So it looks like nobody will be going into this neutral round on a streak, which blunts the speed of the lobby a bit, right? If Hanako had won there, they're making 40 gold here without having to sell. But unfortunately for them, did take a 4-0 there. And so things are going to slow down a little bit. Nobody building up those, 5 or even potentially 6 win streaks to get that extra interest, get that extra econ.
Yeah, it's a really interesting lobby at the moment. We've got 10 HP separating 7 of our players, but sticking out a little bit there, where we started with Double Monk, already dipping down below 70 HP, but that means the lose streak is going very well. We saw they stuck on level 3 at the start, so I'm going to be interested to see what their board is shaping up like. And where they're taking some of that loss streaking, as we kind of see Hanako pick up Krugs here. We'll see if there's possibly a steadfast heart to make that Amumu a bit buffer during the mid game.
Yeah, and everybody getting a pretty big influx of gold as we saw there, and Double Monk, as you said, on this loss streak. So I think probably one of the few people in the lobby at or near 50 gold, and being able to pick up this Alawi here as well. Alawi, one of the premier Wardens, has an incredible trait web and has a great ability as well. Very, very strong unit just to splash in, right? It isn't really giving anything, but it's an Alawi. You see, you can put it on your board.
Exactly. Like it's one of those units that we see that the pros are trying to fit in wherever they can. And it's interesting here. Is this going to be the pivot point for Double Monk? You have that 5 loss streak picking up the win here over Joe Bookmark. You've got a Loon. You're looking towards that itemization. The Umbral provides a nice little power spike. You know, this is one of those new traits in the set. One of the things it provides is the execution level, and that can actually be really critical on a unit like a Loon who's hitting frontline and backline. So they're wondering if this is the pivot point where Double Monk might now use some of the gold from our portal here to begin pushing levels and start looking towards either re-rolling that Loon or dropping in some of the other units. We know Yone has been very popular so far on PvE.
Yeah, he was a bit weak early on, but they have buffed him and turned him into a monster at that 3-star level. And both of them, Alun and Yone, being 3 costs, means you can reroll for both at the same time and get a lot of value from it. We do have a prismatic augment coming out, which is always, things slow down, and then the game says, no, I don't think so. We're going to speed it back up again. And it does take that Radiant Thieves Gloves, the Rascal's Gloves here, rolls a little bit, maybe looking for just some pairs or upgrades to their board, and has the option of going into 4 Umbral, which increases the execute threshold, makes it a lot easier for these units to kill, but does not decide to do that. He is going to hold that Alawi on the bench, is going to just wait and see what happens and keep that Dragon Lord in.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting shop that we saw here, is that Double Monk also picked up the Silas, and this is like your premier tank for Umbral, and Silas can put in some serious work. The Radiant Gloves from the Augment dropped on as well. You see Double Monk's continuing to try and pivot very quickly here. Didn't want to lose too much HP, now looking to preserve as much as possible. As we jump over to Joe Bookmark.
Yeah, and it looks like he is angling for Lilia as a carry here. Has that Radiant Blue buff on the Bard as an item holder for now. Will want to switch that out. Bard does not really get a ton of benefit from Mana Gen in that way. Really just prefers attack speed. So giving us a little bit of direction. And he did take Radiant Refractor to get that using the Masterwork upgrade to make that blue buff into a Radiant version, really giving a lot more power to an already very, very strong item.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something, we are seeing people figure out some of these new augments and the impact they can have. We know that Radiant Blue buff, maybe not the best on Bard, as Joe Bookmark takes a loss here. This is looking, as you say, to gear towards maybe the Lilia, so that kind of mythic invoker board as a top end, and that's where that Radiant Blue buff will really begin to do some serious work heading into the latter stages of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's been, I mentioned this on the cast yesterday, very interesting to see how deftly and quickly these players have navigated the team planner. I know when I'm like, okay, I want to run Umbral, I'm just sitting there like bumbling through it, like closing it and looking at the tooltip and hovering, okay, with this unit, and they're like, click, 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 click. This is my comp, this is my build, this is what I want. It's always very cool to see.
Yeah, we all need a little bit of hand-holding in the early phase of the set, and the team plan is great for that. And interestingly as well, speaking of great, we saw Joe Bookmark there win a little bit of a foot race on Carousel to grab that Lilia. So this is actually a little bit of spike. To immediately get that on board. This maybe allows you to hit 5 mythic, and we're seeing that level up there. There is the 5 mythic. So again, we're seeing the tempo of this lobby is a little bit topsy-turvy, and this is another player now who's kind of finding a nice upgrade and is going to be looking to push now as we head into stage 4.
Yeah, being able to go 7 here on 3-5 and still have 40 gold is a very, very strong position to be in, especially when you have a copy of this Lilia already online. She's going to be building up to that epic tier of Mythic very, very quickly. And, it hurts a little bit if you level and lose here, but it looks like this Kog'Maw is going to be able to hold on for just long enough for this Lilia to get that cast off, maybe get that Mega Orb out there. But at the same time, it is Alawi, and she has 2 items, and it is a very thin margin. Broseph taking a very, very tight loss there.
Yeah, and we saw some of the power there of Lilia and why that she's been called out one of the premier forecasts of the set so far. Some of those orbs were just eliminating the backline, and it came down very close, but that backline access, same as any set, critical. And that's a really interesting way for Joe Bookmark to be going, and we're jumping over back to Hanako. Still Warder sniping, but we see that the numbers have increased. We have more snipers, including a sniper crest on an Aatrox. I suspect that won't be there for very long.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta slam it on whoever doesn't have enough items on them right now as you're waiting for what you're looking for. But a very strong position for Hanako here, having that sniper crest come online with the Radiant version. I'm not entirely sure what it gives, but for sniper from this spot, very strong. However, this Alune with, as I mentioned before, that backline access can say, oh, okay, you've got how many wardens? It doesn't really matter. I can still get back there. If you have 4 or 5 units on the back line and you think they're safe, she's actually going to target them with her spell and has that execute, able to just knock off those squishies in a cast or 2.
Yeah, and that's the real vulnerability there. And as we kind of see Hanako adjusting the board here a little bit, really that you want the damage output from the Ashe to be there a little bit earlier, and the Wardens are supposed to provide this long wall. You see there's 2 Ginsus on board. You really want those to ramp up, and that's why Warden's so useful. But as you say, if Alune can just get to your backline, there isn't enough time for those Rage Blades to peak. They don't stack enough, and you're like kind of lacking for damage by the time they're in your snipers' faces.
Yeah, and here we see Rain rolling down for this Story Weaver board, looking for this Aatrox 3, does take this Kaisa upgrade and slam it, does hit the Riven just in time. And looking like they're not quite going to catch what they're looking for, sitting at 58 HP. But hopefully with the Kaisa online, we'll have enough damage to keep them competitive going through stage 4.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the most impactful roll down just yet, but again, this might be a bit of a stabilization play. It's still 50 gold, level 6. Rain's got plenty of room to maneuver, and looks like this fight's going to be a close one. She may well actually want to continue the lose streak, and that seems increasingly likely. We've got this Gargantuan's Resolve, Yone getting into the back line and finishing off there. So a little bit of stabilization, not a massive hit, but you'd have to think that Rain's going to hope for that board gets upgraded soon, and maybe this augments can take us there.
Yeah, and this is going to be our final augment of the game, a gold augment here, and not great choices, I would say, at this point. Probably eyeballing that I thought Martyr, but potentially the Unified, but no, does decide to go for the grab bag here and is going to continue to roll, looking for this Sivir, looking for this Aatrox, looking for this Teemo as well, and has a lot of copies of each, but you're kind of really hoping to hit at least one of these upgrades really quickly if you're going to keep up with the pace of this lobby.
Yeah, this is a difficult spot to be in. As we see, some maneuvering around there, the Tattoo of Protection jumped onto the Aatrox. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky one. I don't think this is ideally where she'd want her board to be right now. But it puts you in a difficult position. This is the challenge is, if you fall too far behind, even if you hit, you can already see here we've got some trenchcoat warfare of another lab member that, they're already on level 8. So, the time to pick up the board is coming pretty quickly, and it looks like another loss coming in here for Rain.
Yeah, and I'm surprised at how honestly little damage it feels like this Kaisa is putting out. I mean, Kaisa 2 with that red buff on still being out damaged by this Teemo, and granted it's Teemo 3, but not really putting out the numbers that you might be hoping for, especially with that lucky ricochet offering even more bounces to her ult.
Yeah, and we see some units being sold here. We have the Aetherox 3 on board now, so that may be enough to provide a little bit more stabilization. But yeah, Kaiser isn't necessarily pumping out as much damage as you hope for a forecast. And this is kind of the challenge here, is you've kind of got these items as well split between the Teemo and the Kaiser. And the also challenge here as well, you've got this stationary support. Locket is good on frontline, but that's maybe not where you'd want a Chalice. But that's the risk when you take that augment, is you might just get a bit of an odd pairing of those support items.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Lilia here is upgraded to Lilia 2 and is narrowly going to deliver another loss to Rain. That was a bit closer than I would have expected from that spot, but Rain has to be feeling frustrated. We know that they came into this tournament with the most points. They started off top of the leaderboard, which is why we're seeing them here in Lobby A, but now in a pretty precarious situation on, probably 3 lives, maybe even 2 lives going into stage 5.
Yeah, and this carousel provides an extra component, grabbing what is not quite built yet stone plate. You wonder here if the fort is maybe a bit more defense on the Aetherox to try and provide a bit more time for that Kaiser and Teemo to get to work. But yeah, she's going to be hoping for something to change pretty soon, as we're kind of heading towards, we might see another tempo shift. There's an encounter coming next stage, so we are seeing the bigger roll down coming in now.
Yeah, and now with the Teemo off the carousel and one from shop, they are rolling down and do finally hit that Teemo 3 with 20 some odd gold left and can slot in this Kale again. Does have that third trick shot Sivir online to give that a little bit of extra boost as well. And this may be a turning point for Rain.
Yes, just in the nick of time. Reforger there, maybe didn't want another bow. It's a Titan's Resolve going up front here as well. And we're going to see, is this Teemo 2 now going to be enough? The Story Weaver's providing some additional value, and this is looking a little bit better so far. This Alloon is getting into the backline, but the Gunblade on the Teemo, a very favoured item so far in this set, looks to be doing enough, but it's going to be close. Oh, just squeezes out the win there, and this may well be the turning point for Rainplosion.
Yeah, and going level 7 so late, you have to feel like, the tables have turned, but for how long? And I think this encounter might throw another wrinkle into things depending on how impactful it is. And it is going to be something that, empowers that Kaisa for the next few rounds and gives her a little bit of extra damage as we move back to Double Monk, who has had this Alloon online for quite some time. And now has that 4 Umbral, has the Alloon upgraded, and has pushed to level 8 from this spot, deciding against the reroll.
Yeah, and I think Dollmonk's going to be feeling pretty happy with this Kane encounter. An additional death cap on the Alloon, not the worst thing. Also, see we've got the Umbral augment here, Wrath of the Moon. So they do 4% more damage every time they attack the same enemy. And this also adds some units there. So very much leaning into the Umbral, and a chance to see how this very specific augment to the trait can perform and give a little bit of a boost here. I do wonder if Double Monk's going to look for that 6 Umbral. So for those of you who haven't seen this yet, that means the whole board's going to go purple and every unit is getting the buff there. You don't have to be restricted to the positioning that you see from the Crescent.
Yeah, and the 6 Umbral gives you so much more flexibility, right? It's like KDA last set, you could find yourself in a spot where you were forced to position a certain way, and that's a huge upgrade with the Silas there. And having the whole board illuminated means you have a lot more flexibility in positioning and become a lot less predictable to your opponents when it comes to those late game encounters.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very useful as well, because one of the things you'll notice about Umbral, and we kind of see it on Double Monk's board once the team planner goes away, is that you have the ability to have multiple units playing the carry role here. You can see you've got the fully itemized Yone, fully itemized for now because of the Kane encounter. You've got the Alloon. Silas puts in a real shift as well. And we do see these boards sometimes utilizing, and we target here as well, a Kayn. So you actually have this ability to have multiple damage sources, and once you can position freely, that does put your opponents in a really kind of pick your poison moment, like what carry do you want to die by? So Double Monk's probably feeling pretty happy about the spot as it stands.
Yeah, I feel like, it's very situational, right? You can't just play this Umbral line from whatever, but when it does come online, when you do have the opportunity to play it, it offers you so many options in terms of flexibility, right? You can carry Kayn, who is a absolute beast in this set so far. You can carry this Yone if you go for that reroll angle. You can, as it looks like Double Monk is doing, carry this Alune primarily and slot those invokers in, giving her repeated casts. So there are a lot of threats on this board, depending on which direction you want to play it and what items you get, things like that. It offers a lot of flexibility, as we see they're picking up this Lilia potentially as well for that invoker line. And Hanako here, goodness gracious, great balls of fire, hitting the Aphelios 3.
Yeah, so we've got the Aphelios 3. We also, on the right here, have Ashe 2. So again, we've got a bit of a dual carry situation going on. So we've now got, we've maybe pulled back on the Warden a little bit, but we've got the Force Sniper and we've got the Fated. So this is actually a really interesting spot for Hanako. You kind of got your 2 AD carries with your Aphelios and your Ashe. But then you also maybe got this Syndra option on the table as well.
Yeah, Sniper Syndra, I think, is an interesting choice. They got one in their shop early on, and she sort of acts like an AD-based auto attacker with the way that her ability works. So having that sniper emblem on her, allowing her to get that, sort of like machine gun cast off from range is extremely powerful, and it just a very interesting sort of tech read from Hanako here, saying, okay, I want to have the flexibility of AD and AP regardless of what my opponents are running.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw at the end there as well. We've got Grape just hanging on. Hanako's only on 11 HP. Really hitting that Aphelios 3 right at the moment. And we are seeing, this lobby has remained incredibly tight throughout. We don't really have one massive runaway leader. We've got a lot of people here looking at a couple of losses, and they'll be taking less points away from this lobby than they were hoping for. So this really is now crunch time for Hanako and several of the players in this lobby.
Yeah, and we saw Wigwug, who is in Hanako's pool, hitting that Kindred 3, which has been another premier sort of reroll candidate, but they are going to be coming up here against Broseph, who has this Syndra online as well with that Gambler's Blade, allowing her to cast so quickly, but it just looks like it's kind of tickling this Alawi, not really doing the work you might hope for from an upgraded unit like that. Without the AP really to ramp her up, it looks like this Ashe is just going to be able to build up those stacks and eliminate Broseph from this game. Dies of Cutscene and dies of Alawi, really, and Grape also going out. So Broseph taking the 7th and Grape taking the 8th to start off our first game.
Yeah, incredibly tight lobby, and I don't think anyone wants to go up against that Alawi. She just sat there and just was like, oh, you're throwing a bunch of butterflies at me. Don't care. That was, that's the combination of just not this ward and damage reduction, but the anima visage as well. That was just a wall. There was no getting through Alawi in that fight.
Yeah, one of the reasons that Syndra is maybe not sort of the ideal for this set at the moment is, damage reduction is per damage instance. So when you have that sort of machine gun fire from Ashe, from Syndra, you tend to get less value out of each cast compared to a big burst like Lilia, who's going to hit you one time and, okay, you reduce 468 damage by 12. Big whoop, right? So it'll be interesting to see how that develops and whether something like, Joe Bookmark here with this Lilia is going to be able to punch through that Alawi. We can see on the other side that Story Weaver board has gone full vertical. We do have the Kale 3 online with 3 attack speed items with the Aurelia, and it is pumping out so much damage. And even though that Kale was at 1 HP for most of that fight, able to pull the victory off of Joe B, who drops down into 4 HP.
Yeah, Joby needs to hope that Lilia starts throwing boo shells at this rate. You know, we're looking at a very low HP score. And the challenge there was it felt like the front line just slowly fell apart for Joe Bookmark. It just wasn't holding up to enough damage. And then, you know, Kale is very good at winning those one-on-one fights, especially with all those scrolls attached to her. You know, once it gets down to backline versus backline, it's going to be very hard to beat a Kale that's souped up by the 7-story Weaver.
Yeah, and big ups to Joe B for scouting the lobby, allowing us to see that 6 Umbral did come online, giving us a lot of read on what the rest of the lobby is doing here. And I think especially into this matchup, they are going to have a really hard time if this Lilia can't really target the backline with these orbs. One of the reasons that Lilia is maybe not one of the most favored forecasts is her ult can whiff, and we saw that happen a couple of times. And Joe B, unfortunately, is going to go out here on the basis of that Aphelios 3 on the back of that Ashe 2.
Yeah, and I do wonder if part of the challenge there, you know, we didn't see it when it happened, but Joe Bookmark took reinforcement. It's one of the new augments. It means that your next forecast champion you buy becomes 2-star. Very good for spiking tempo, not very good in combat when you begin to hit stage 5. You know, you're losing a lot of onboard power compared to players that, you know, we see here with Double Monk has that Umbral Wrath of the Moon that provides a lot of output, especially late on in the game.
Yeah, those combat augments become so important once people start hitting the caps on their board. And you might take econ augments to get you to your cap faster, but from there, you're going to get outscaled by a lot of units that have some sort of combat boost to them. Double Monk here with the Azir 2 online, worth noting, that is going to allow this Alune to really ramp up. The Azir is going to be putting out those Guardians, especially with Invoker ramping up that spell, putting a lot of extra bodies on the field, kind of like Alawi from last set.
Yeah, really interesting to pivot into this Azir. You know, not itemized yet, but providing a lot of output. The other thing here as well is the set. So we saw these items on the Yone earlier, but this set, you know, doing the bench pressing, now got 3 items, you know, and had a big impact there getting into the back line. This one's coming up pretty close, but it looks like it's going to just be the Kindred winning out.
Yeah, and Double Monk is going to take the loss here and go out potentially in 4th or even 5th place. We had 3 people go out, and you can see his reaction. Yeah. He's just as surprised as I am. Hanako going out, Super Flames going out, and the thinnest margins 0 for Super Flames, -2 for Hanako, and -3 for Double Monk. And that is a real heartbreaker. We're down to Rainsplosion, who is on this 8-win streak, coming up against that Wigwug Kindred 3. We just saw Rain hitting the Udyr upgrade as well, has the 4 trick shot in, which means she's going to be pumping out so much damage, has 3 items now on this Kaisa, and I think her first burst, yes, is going to just absolutely burn through so many of these frontliners, getting that extra bounce on that trick shot, and I don't think there's anything Wigwug can do about this. That is going to be the end of the game for Wigwug, and Rain pulling victory from the jaws of defeat, turns it around and secures another top 1, continuing to have a stranglehold on this tournament. Came in rank 1 and is going to look to continue that going into game 2 of day 2.
Yeah, and it's so impressive, and this is why she's one of the best players in the region. You know, we were looking at her spot going like, this doesn't look good. But, you know, the patience to not panic, to find the right moment to reroll, you know, really allowed to kind of build to that capped board. You know, really impressive performance, you know. But also, really interesting, came down to the battle of the rerolls. You know, we had Kindred versus Teemo, and we talked about this at the top of the show. Those 2-cost reroll comps, they're packing a lot of punch early on in Inkborn Fables.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see before we go to the live servers how much that changes. But for now, it does seem like 2 and even 3-cost rerolls are going to be king. We'll have to see if that trend continues in game 2 right after this short break.
Before they all just close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Back again.
Every time I touch mic.
Welcome back to game 2, day 2 of the Fortune Favors the Brave tournament here, hosted by Relentless Focus Gaming. I am Rain101. I'm joined by Sonata, and we are really looking forward to the second game. We are going to be looking at Lobby C, which is they're all stacked, but this one's going to be a real barn burner. There's people who are definitely looking to pick up some more points and stay off of that cut, and a couple of contenders for the top 8, the high end of our positions on the leaderboard.
Yeah, looking forward to getting into it. And before we do, just want to again shout out event Gemlet, a jewelry store based out of Toronto, Canada, that reflects the amazing and diverse culture that Canada has. That's allowed Gemlet to grow into what it is today. It was founded in 2016 by Michelle Hung, amazingly from her dorm rooms at the University of Blue. And we encourage you to check out what they have to offer at gemlet.com. They are shipping available worldwide, which is brilliant because wherever you are in the world, you can get 20% off with the code Relentless Focus Gaming, all one word. And you can also use !Gemlet in the chat to find that code as well.
Yeah, and we'd also like to shout out the Asian Mental Health Collective. We are raising money for them through this stream. I'm going to be the first, last, and always here to tell you that mental health is extremely important, and building access to therapy and resources for people in need is a core part of the Asian Mental Health Collective's mission. So you can use !Charity in the chat to get a link to donate, and Relentless Focus is going to be matching up to $500 in donations. There is a tracker that pops up from time to time, alerts, so you can see your donation come through, and you will be able to commemorate the moment, clip it, of how you supported this amazing charity and the amazing work that they do. I think, we're having a little bit of issues on the technical side with our audio here, but we're working it out. But while I have a moment, I do want to just talk about Rainsplosion and the incredible sort of like run that they've made, not just in this tournament, but really lately, right? Big showing for them, in last set, a really sort of like breakthrough moment for them. And we've already seen early on in this set, real dominance in terms of not ladder performance, but tournament performance. Do you think, Sonata, that this might be the set that Rain really jumps into the elite tier of players in NA?
I think she already may be there. You look at the results, 5th in NA regionals at the end of the last set. She's been to Worlds before and had a deep run in Worlds, and at the time people were like, this is a player we don't really know. What's this lab thing I've heard so much about? But she's been consistent, and what's a little bit terrifying, she was casting on Frodan's stream earlier and was saying like, oh, this is the set I'm taking super seriously. So if she wasn't taking it seriously before, then I think the rest of the region if not the whole world should be on watch if that's the case.
Yeah, and I think the potency of the lab study group cannot be overstated. The group continues to build, and from what I've seen and heard, the members that I know take the game very seriously. They take their study very seriously, and it has really shown, as so many of these lab members have elevated themselves into the highest ranks on ladder and in tournament. You cannot see a major tournament in NA or internationally without seeing, lab numbers pop up from time to time. And I think the members of this group, led or spearheaded, I should say, by Rain, are really becoming a force to be reckoned with in NA.
Exactly, and you see that even today, right? Number 1, Rain. Number 2 is another lab member. It's in Kenju in that case. And you're right, they are taking it seriously. They've been running their own internal PBE tournaments for Inkborn Fables, and they've got a lot of players to draw on within that. You've got DK, you've got Brosif, who's also in this tournament, Biri, who had a very good run last set. It really is a very, very strong study group, and you do wonder if there are other people in NA taking notice and saying, like, hey, should we be building our own study group, especially now that there's maybe a few less slots to go around, as we've been hearing a lot about in the last week or so.
Yeah, I think the last couple of sets really have amped up how seriously, obviously, NA is taking TFT, having won, Worlds with Replay, having won Worlds with Malala now, and there are these people starting to see, like, I need to work with other people. I need to really go into this and VOD review and find my mistakes if I'm going to compete at this level, because if I don't, other people are. And I think one of the biggest reasons I even got involved with Aegis, who is helping host this tournament, is I was playing the game alone all the time. I didn't know anyone, and you hit a plateau and you don't know what you don't know, and something like a study group really helps you find the mistakes you didn't know you were making. And I think we've seen how valuable that's been, even at the very, very highest level, even with people who have such an advanced understanding of the game, still benefiting from having another set of eyes.
Yeah, exactly. And as we load into the lobby, we're going to see players who are part of other study groups. You've got Monka by None, part of the Toronto study group. You've got someone like Sylveon, part of the Hex study group. So you are seeing a lot more of this as we load in. We've got our portal, it's 3 champions, and that's really interesting because where is this going to steer people? Early directions certainly benefited some of our players last lobby. Will we see the same again?
Yeah, and we see Philip here sort of looking at the Exalted list while they had the chance, saying, okay, is this, can I slot this in early? What am I looking for? We know that Exalted is maybe not like the strongest build line, depending on which units are in it, but can give you that little bit of early XP that pushes you forward a little faster than other people. So if Philip is able to find a couple more of these Exalted units, maybe going to be able to slot that in.
Yeah, we didn't see too much around Exalted last lobby, so again, we're seeing that it has this massive benefit, but those of you maybe not familiar with Inkborn Fables, it changes every single game. You've got 5 different Exalted champions, and I do think a real difference maker today and throughout the whole set will be the players who are able to pivot around what those Exalted units are to sneak in those extra stats and that kind of trait where you can.
Yeah, and an interesting little bit of tech here where Philip waits to upgrade the Garen to make sure that if they do get a gold drop or something like that, they can make econ if they want to, and keep those 2 Garens, not Karens. Although you kind of imagine that Garen probably acts like a Karen from time to time if you have any familiarity with the lore. But yeah, Philip, I think in an interesting spot, not really being given a whole lot of direction as they're choosing this augment from this spot. Dryad Crest, maybe not great for them, so they do take the stationary support and get a Chalice, which is ick, really, from this spot.
Yeah, nobody loves to see a Chalice, unfortunately, and I do wonder You see already stacking on the back line here just in the early phases. This isn't something that might not help you streak early on. It's always in a tricky spot when you have those kind of generic augments onto that, it doesn't give you much direction, and even taking something like Magic Wand, already steers you down AP when you might not be sure if you're going AP yet. We did see potentially Dryad Crest came up, but I think it's possible. We saw scouting there that there's already someone going that Dryad route, and you don't want to be contesting somebody this early on.
Yeah, and one of the unfortunate realities of choosing between that commitment or something more generic. So you say, okay, I don't want to take Magic Wand because I don't want to commit to AP. And then you take Stationary Support and it commits you to AP. And you're like, well, crap. If I had known then what I know now, as we move over to Menno here, who has this Heavenly opener and Drop Blossom, which is a very, very strong augment for early game, mid game, late game, especially when you hit that Nico 3.
Yeah, and you're talking about being committed. This is committed. We didn't see these last set, but these kind of mini packages of hero augments are back, and Drop Blossom is the one for Nico. What will happen here is that Nico is going to be healing more and doing more damage when you see her jump up into the air and slam down just like that. So this is an interesting one because, for Menno, you've picked your path. This is what you're doing now. You already have an Ionic Spar. That's pretty good as a starting point here, but you are now committed to this line with the Heavenly route. Want to slip in Mythic there if you can. It's going to be interesting. We haven't seen too many of these in the tournament. Is the power there to get a first?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that each time she casts, the radius of the spell gets bigger. So the longer she stays alive, the more impactful she is. And once you hit this 3-star, she has that epic upgrade through Mythic. She has all of these heavenly buffs. She becomes a monster, and it becomes very, very difficult to kill her. We see here that Ionic Spark has been slammed, which is only going to empower her ability further. So, once we see Menno sort of build up to this Nico 2 and potentially Nico 3, this is going to be a very difficult board for all of the players in this lobby to face.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that Nico is no slouch early on either. Sometimes with these hero augments, you're using a lot of power early. There's a sign that maybe Mino thinks that the win streak is on here. Slamming that chain vest onto Nico completely completed with something else. Doesn't look like it's going to get the win here, but it goes to show that, it feels like the power could be there to even win streak a little bit with this as we go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, from this spot, you don't necessarily mind losing, right? You're not going to be leveling early necessarily. You're going to be trying to save up to get to 6 with as much gold as possible so that you can roll on 6 for it. And you want that carousel priority, right? You want to be able to get the best items you can onto this unit because she is going to be the centerpiece, literally and figuratively, of your board for the entire game. So making sure you have exactly what you want on her is hugely important.
It really is. And it's going to be interesting to drop in on that as we go through. But we're going to jump back to Philip, and this is a very early Aphelios too. And we're beginning to see some of the board that we did see people picking up in the last lobby, Warden Sniper. And having this Aphelios too really early is really going to empower Philip, already wing streaking. Looks like considering slamming the Ginsus. But this is a very strong spot to be in already.
I agree. And I think, looking around the lobby, looking at the matchups and saying, okay, do I need to slam this second item? Comes up against this pretty upgraded and strong board and decides, yes, okay, I do want to slam the Rage Blade to build up this Aphelios as quickly as possible. And I don't know if it was the most impactful slam or completely necessary, but does make sure that they get the win here and wisely sells the bench to make 10 gold. gold. One of the flip sides of having such a strong upgraded unit as a Philios this early is that it costs 9 gold, and you are investing a lot of material into that unit and falling behind on econ as a result.
Exactly, and it does prevent you from maybe even, you look at your spot here, you maybe would even want to consider hitting 6 a little bit earlier to continue that win streak. This board's already shaping up very nicely. One off an Alawi 2, and we talked about this last lobby. Alawi puts in a lot of work. So Philip is in an interesting spot, but running into the second strongest player in the lobby. So interesting to see how this one develops.
Yeah, this is always sort of like what you fear when you're on that 4 streak, but it does look to me like this Aphelios is going to be more than enough with that sort of multi-target cast. Yeah, we've got this front line with the 2 items, but Aphelios can hit those tertiary units, right, that you're hoping are going to be safe by that I believe it's Rek'Sai up at the front, or Gnar, excuse me. And as we can see there, they're maybe potentially slotting in a Senna too as well. So Philip in a great spot as we move to Arian, who has slotted in Fortune here. Fortune, a little seen economic sort of like trait, the Heartsteel or Underground or Fortune of this trait of this set that has not been very popular so far.
No, it hasn't been, but this is an interesting one. But if we were to talk about the winner of our previous lobby, Rainplosion was on stream earlier saying that Fortune might be very strong, and those who think the trait is bad might just be bad themselves. Maybe a bit controversial, but there are some crucial changes here. If you're familiar with Heartsteel, one of the key things about Fortune, you don't have to win to get the cash out. You're just looking for losses, but you are, again, playing that tightrope. Don't want to lose too much HP, but you also really, really don't want to win. You will get punished for that and lose out on a lofty opportunity here. And you're kind of already seeing this for Arayun. 66 HP at the start of stage 3. They are already walking the tightrope a little bit.
Worth noting, an interesting sort of change in econ trait dynamic for this set is that when or if you are able to get that 5 fortune online, it actually heals your tactician after each fight. For, I believe they buffed it up to 3 HP. So the counterweight to having non-synergistic and kind of bad units on is you're going to heal 3 player health at the start of each player combat if you can get that online. And Aryan here maybe angling for that, maybe not, but I think with the buffs that this trait has been given over the last couple of patches, it is a lot more viable than it's been in the past. And Aryan is sort of unlucky to run into Philip here coming into our 3-2 augment.
Yeah, and 3-2 augments when you're playing these econ traits is always interesting because you need to think about where your board is really going to go, and it might not help you immediately, but it may help you secure the board when you cap out a little bit later. Magic Wand picked up here, so it looks like whenever that cash out comes, where Arayun is looking towards is some sort of AP board, perhaps. It's an interesting mix of items at the moment. You've got an IE and a Shojin, a few defensive components on bench. I'm very curious what the long-term direction for this board is going to be.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well that they have this, they have units marked in their team planner, one of them being Yorick, and they have the Silas in their shop and are not considering the Umbral line, maybe going into a Morgana angle, which has been very, very interesting, has the Janna pair on the bench as well. So, maybe with that Shojin, with that Morello looking to play the Sage line that was pretty popular yesterday and is a relatively new development in the meta, only sort of popping up in the last couple of days.
Yeah, this is the thing when you think about these econ traits and thinking about the cap boards, that there's a lot of room to play with early in the set. There aren't necessarily a solved trait. Heartsteel, we all knew by the end of it what the best boards were. This is interesting to play in PvE because there's still a certain amount of figuring it out. And as we see the Orn here, I love this one. This one's Chaos. 6 artifact items for 1 round. Again, if you're Ariun, I don't think you love seeing this. It doesn't help you develop your board in any way, and it's probably setting you up for another big loss. And you're hoping for that big cash out. I'm already looking at 45 HP. I'd be getting a little bit sweaty under the collar at this.
Yeah, and they do push the level here to 6. They're still rolling, looking for upgrades. They were able to pull that fortune out, having cashed out and getting some gold and an extra tier. So saying, okay, this is like the worst possible spot for me to continue playing fortune. I need to be able to use these items and not take 15 damage here. So starting to slam those items on, getting this behemoth trick shot online, sniper's focus on the Sivir. But that is a very, very, very big volley bear with that gargantuan resolve. It's ramping their stacks up to 40, but it does look like Arian is going to be able to turn these fights around a little bit now, farming a little bit of gold from that Mogul's Mail, from that Diamond Hands, and building up their board bit by bit into something that is ready to contest the lobby.
Yeah, a very interesting spot heading into Carousel. We'll see how it develops for Ariun. Sometimes you just need to make that pivot, and that's what can set apart the good players from the great, is knowing that that cash out, not worth chasing anymore. I'm going to take what I can get, and the Mogul's Mail is certainly not a bad reward, and I actually need to pivot into something now, otherwise you're just going to bleed too much HP, and that cash out will just never come.
Yeah, I think that Mogul's Mail may have come from the encounter, so I don't know that they have it online permanently. I think the value of the fortune cash out was only like 12 gold or maybe 15, something like that. So they got a tier, they got some gold, but yeah, still being able to say, all right, now it's time to stop. Now is the time to stop. As we can see, Mocha here is also holding on to these Nikos, has 6 on, between the bench and the board, contesting this drop blossom that we saw taken earlier.
Yeah, and that might be a bit of a challenge with that augment, is Nico's been fairly in demand, especially during the mid game, and we can see that we've got the Nico in here, and this is an interesting board. We've got a Story Weaver board, you've got Talisman of Might on the Kale, so that's the one that provides AP to the adjacent allies. But otherwise, this looks like it's a little bit of a board in transition, perhaps, trying to find the path forwards. And again, this is one where, we're heading towards that crucial pivot point. You drop below 50 HP, and you need to start pivoting here to where you want that final board to go. And apparently, that Drop Blossom Mino Haxor is apparently only on 3 Nico so far, despite, they've just lost their win streak.
Yeah, and worth noting, Philip also was our full streaker going into Krugs, but has taken a loss, is no longer on that streak, but still has a very strong board. Mocha here in that transitional spot, running into Philip is pretty much the worst case scenario that you could hope for there. Taking 11 there by a very thin margin, and not a great spot to be in. We know Arian is also very, very low at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see if anybody can spike their board and turn things around. And now coming up against this Teemo 3, so back-to-back top 1 and top 2 in the lobby fights for Mocha here, and this is a disaster for them if they do not get some sort of value from this loss, if they can't kill enough units. And it looks like they're going to take a 4-0 here from this spot with this Teemo. And of course the Nico mythicked up, holds on, and Mocha dropping down to 33, and Arian here dropping down to 27. So not a lot of HP for these players on stage 3. This is usually something you'd expect to see late stage 4.
Yeah, and this is where the nature of this being a PvE tournament takes a little bit more focus, because you don't necessarily have that really ingrained set knowledge to know how to bail out of something that isn't working. You don't know what your backups are. You don't know what your safe level 8 board might be. These players, they would have been playing a lot, but they're still figuring this out on the fly a little bit. And unfortunately, the tempo of this lobby seems fairly high, and they're getting punished for maybe not having the answers for this set just quite yet.
Yeah, hitting this Soraka 2 here is going to be very, very valuable for them. We know that because of their balanced budget, they're getting this gold influx. They do hit a Riven 3 here, which is massive. Continuing to roll it down, looking for these key upgrades. The Zyra 2 is fine, but not the wowzer you really were kind of hoping for. More Sorakas, more Jannas. It'll be really interesting to see if they can actually hit this Soraka 3 in time, this Janna 3 in time to really make a difference with 33 HP.
Yeah, and certainly you've kind of got, like, again, a little bit of an interesting mix of items here. And, you know, you're kind of having to maybe kind of use up some of these tiers on defensive items because you've kind of sent your AD build going already. So it is an interesting way to try and pivot and stabilize, but again, it's trying to think what that long-term plan is going to be to not just like avoid an 8th, but to try and maximize as many points as possible.
Yeah, and known high roller T-Lights here with the set, it is not going to quite be enough, and I do think it is the redemption difference here on this Nico, slamming that stone plate, slamming that redemption, getting that value as we're coming up on a prismatic, and you want to talk about things moving fast. Prismatics are going to ramp up the speed of this lobby even more.
Yes, and prismatic tickets. So we are committing hard to the reroll. You know, certainly wasn't going to be a golden egg given the position. And it's looking like, yes, that's what we're looking for. It's the Janna. We have seen this. It's a very popular comp in Maya at the moment, is this Dragon Lord Janna. So good to have hit that. But you can see we're still rolling down, still trying to hit some of the key units. And again, you're kind of contesting that Nico of a drop bottom player. And again, we saw this a little bit last lobby, is like, you may hit, but are you going to have enough econ to then level afterwards to really make the most of your 3-star units?
Yeah, one of the things about re-rolling is you really have to check the around the lobby and see how many other people are re-rolling, right? And what they're re-rolling, because yeah, you know, you hit your Janna 3, but pretty soon here, people are going to be going level 8. A lot of players are already going to be going level 7. You know, sort of fortunate timing here to run into Sylveon, who is also sitting on 6, who's also re-rolling, so that Mocha is able to pick up a win here and preserve some HP. But at some point, they're going to come up against these higher level boards with higher level units on them. And is this Janna on her own with, you know, Naked Riven 3 going to be enough? We're really going to be hoping to hit this Nico here on the next tier of roll down.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is that you need to start thinking about getting the levels here, because at the moment, you know, you don't have Dragon Lord in, and that feels pretty critical. Maybe you're hoping, you know, we have seen few players still on level 6, still re-rolling, but we're going to pivot here and go to some of more of a less of a re-roll board, perhaps. We've got T-Lights here on the Umbral, and we see again, we saw some last lobby, we've got the Alloon at the back here, JG, Shojin, as well as a very early set with a Thieves' Gloves going on.
Yeah, and now being able to see the board across with this Shen 3, with this Sivir 3, running a different trick shot reroll sort of angle with that Kale online. We saw T-Lights zoom in on this Shen 3, excuse me. T-Lights taking a nasty hit here. Also worth mentioning that Arion took Infernal Contract and got a lot of gold. We saw from the sidebar that they were able to hit Zyra 3, so some of our low HP players contesting each other and holding hands looking for these units.
Yeah, a really, like, a very re-roll heavy group of players we've been looking at here. As T-Lights is kind of, yeah, he was looking at that. I think he was maybe hoping, can I bink this set 2 out of nowhere to massively spike? But I think thought better of it with the shop odds. You know, that is something that would obviously be a massive power spike. Maybe that's what you're thinking, you know, you're in 23 HP, got to change something, but eventually just going for the sword and just using that to further itemize the existing comp.
And really big hits here to get from 3 to 6 on this Alloon. looking now at being 2 off of the Yone, being 3 off the Elune, having Kane just kind of chilling on the bench, having the Silas kind of chilling on the bench, does slam the Edge of Night on this Yone. And yeah, the question is always, what is going to spike my board harder right now? A completed item or this 1-star 5 cost? And I think wisely goes with the completed item, coming up against this board from Sylveon here that we've seen with this Gnar 3 online, but not a whole lot else going on. Has the Senna, has the Caitlyn, but does not look like it has quite enough damage for this Umbral board. The Elune sitting pretty in the back line, untouched, is going to knock Sylveon down into 8th place. Mocha still here fighting, might drop below 10 if they're not able to secure a win.
Yeah, and you saw the power there again with Umbral, is that you have a lot of backline access, and that was able to deal with the Senna that Sylveon has, and also like that Gnar, no items. That's a little bit troubling. Oh, that's a nice 2-star there, but we're going to jump over to Sylveon, and yeah, this is where you see the challenges. You know, this has been a very popular board coming out of China. But you've got this 3-star Gnar, but there's no items on it, and that's ultimately going to limit its effectiveness.
Yeah, one of the most frustrating things that can happen is looking around and saying, okay, half the lobby is re-rolling 2 costs. I'm going to re-roll a 2 cost as well. They're going to be pulling my unit or pulling their units out of the pool, makes it more likely to hit mine. And then it's stage 4. You're still level 6. You're on a 4 loss streak and you only have 7 Sennas. Like, how did this happen? Mortdog is pulling a lever somewhere just to grief me. This must be a very frustrating position for Sylveon. And having watched his streams a few times and knowing him, I am sure he is mauling in his stream right now, dropping to 5 HP here right before our final PvE round of stage 4.
Yeah, a difficult spot to be in. And, you know, I also wonder, you know, they've played 2 tournaments today, so I wonder if, you know, a little bit of fatigue creeps in. But, you know, sometimes you go re-roll and the units just aren't there for you. You know, there's all you can really hope for here is to hopefully find those last couple centers. The items here that we get off neutrals may be able to go onto the Gnar and maybe give that a little bit more power, but this is not an ideal situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, and does have that tattoo of Fury on the Senna, which gives her bonuses to units that are low in health and gives additional bonuses when she kills something, but she has to kill something. So she has to get things down to below half health for it to give any kind of value. I think we might see the TG slam here on the Gnar because you really don't want Hodge and Jewel Gauntlet on that Gnar. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as he does finally hit this Senna 3, levels to 7, getting a little bit more on their board, but just still very dire straits for Sylveon going forward.
Yeah, I think they've done what they can here, you know, try and fit in the Dryad, and get the TG on. But again, Dryad, that's a trait that stacks. You really want to have that in early, and you know, stage 5 to drop it in maybe a little too late, and especially you're running into a level 9 board across here. This is not the matchup that Sylveon would have wanted, although putting up a good fight so far in this one.
Yeah, I think it's basically action economy, right? How many units do you actually have out there on the board? And with this Teemo being able to get those bounces off with that spell cast, that is going to be curtains for Sylveon, who is going to drop out in 8th place and immediately consider leaving the lobby in frustration. Understandable, buddy. Sorry that happened. Also, Mocha going out in 7th. So we do have our top 6 and another encounter. Guess the outcome of your next fight. And Aryan here saying, I'm going to win because if I lose, I'm out. So if I'm wrong, I'm dead. And if I'm right, I'm not. So give me that bonus, Teemo.
Yeah, it's kind of a choice made for you there. And Aryan is like looking at a very, again, a little bit of a tricky spot here. You know, got an Infernal Contract, so you're capped at level 7, you get the gold. The challenge is there's not much you can hit in this board. You can see that you're waiting on some of it here, but ultimately we've only hit the Shen free the Syra free and the Siva free. And we've almost got, this is where you'd love to have binary airdrop. We don't have any of them fully itemized yet.
Yeah, and coming up against this board with the Lee Sin 2 online, is this Shen going to be holding out long enough? I mean, it has the Stone Plate and does have the Steadfast, but good golly, Miss Molly, the punches keep coming and they don't stop coming. Arian here taking a pretty nasty loss and a perfect lethal going out here in 6th place.
Yeah, that was more exit the dragon there. That Lee Sin, double gargantuan resolve, no one wants to be on the receiving end of that. So we are seeing, we've had a few players drop out now. And that's because some other players, they just have gone reroll and they've hit really well. You see this here. We've got the Umbral 4 board. We've got the Elune free. We've got the Yone free. And this is looking in pretty healthy shape. As we kind of head into trying to secure a top 4 for the likes of Telades.
Helites. And interestingly, they did guess correctly the outcome and got an influx of gold, which is going to help them push to this level 8 a little bit sooner than they might have otherwise. And this is an ideal matchup for this Elune, having almost every unit in a straight line on the board. So she is going to be pumping out massive damage. One of the dangers of having too many backliners is she might kill them. One of the dangers of having too many frontliners is she might kill them. And taking a very easy 5-0 here. T-Lide's looking to be in a great spot. And the lobby is really starting to get tight here. We've got 46 at the top and 21 at the bottom, only 20 HP really separating the top 1 from the top 6.
Yeah, and that was an interesting one as well, because Wigwag was also on Umbral. It looked like Umbral 6. But actually having the power of having freestarred the units and have the right items on there, and I think I saw a Kane 2 in there as well, actually able to have the Umbral 4 do a little bit more than that Umbral 6.
Yeah, and the power, right, of this Elune with that 3-star upgrade, I think is a really big difference maker. It's great to have, that Umbral 6 and have that positioning flexibility and do all those things. But I think it's better just to have one big nasty carry who can murder your enemy's board. As we're moving over to Philip here, who is hitting this Hue, and now is going to be able to potentially duplicate this set and get that free upgrade if they want, or maybe the slightly faster Ash as well. Does hit that key upgrade to the Nautilus and has 6 Warden online.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of damage reduction here coming from the 6 Wardens. That front line very strong. We do see in the back line that we've got the double Ginsu's Ash, so Warden should give Ash plenty of time to ramp up. But it is only an Ash 1 at this point, and it looks like it's struggling to keep up with the damage coming from this Teemo reroll. Drop Blossom providing plenty of value there for Mino Hacksaw too, and Philip is looking close to the precipice here.
Yeah, the trick shot bounces doing a whole lot of work there. Plus, that is a Mythic Teemo. So getting that boon from Mythic, getting that additional boost to their stats from having that online, we see here that they are starting to sell off some things and make some adjustments. Okay, let's move all this stuff over to Hue. You're my carry now. Look at me. I am the carry now. And just trying to make any changes that they can that might make their board a little bit stronger for what might be their final fight of this tournament. Final fight of this game, at least. Not tournament. It's game 2.
Yeah, I'm running into Wigwag here, so our aforementioned 6 Umbral player. This is going to be an interesting one because, again, what this feels like it comes down to is the Ash. Only 1 star, and it's not putting out enough damage to take advantage of the 6 Warden. Also, you've got this Silas that's marauding around for Wigwag. It's the tank that can carry, but maybe losing a bit of health here. And actually, this Ash 1, there has been enough time to stack up those Rage Blades and take the win here.
Yeah, I was really interested in that Kane with the Umbral spat because that's really kind of the trait you want on that unit, right? Like it's Ghostly, it's Reaper, it really kind of fits into Umbral, but kind of doesn't. And I was like, okay, wow, this is a beast of a unit. And then, as we saw last game, stuck on Alawi. Spent the entire fight trying desperately to whittle the Alawi down and doing exactly nothing to it. I think it got it to half health before the Ashe was finally able to polish it off. And, I think that was the big difference maker in that fight, is that Kayn just never got a chance to use any of the talents that it has in the coming up against the board that it was fighting.
Yeah, very decisive there. And, it's the second lobby in a row. We're talking about the power of this Alawi, for what is not a 4 or 5 cost tank, putting in a lot of work. Wigwag here, effectively working with 1 life, kind of going on to the precipice here. This 6 Umbral hasn't quite worked out yet, and Wigwag wants to push their advantage. They're currently 3rd in the overall standings. So another top 4 here would set them up very well to progress on throughout the day.
Yeah, and they took the Morello here for this Galio, hoping to get a little bit of anti-heal online, something that for the last several sets has just been completely essential if you're going to make it into the late game, especially with Gunblade being so prevalent. Wigwag scouting around, looking at the other fights, knowing that he had lost that one. We can see Yone 3 online as well for not Philip, for T-Lights. And so it is going to be Wigwag going out in 5th, Philip going out in 4th, and Flock, Neko, and T-Lights here rounding out our top 3 as we hit this set 2, coming into what might be the last fight for T-Lights here.
Yeah, and T-Lights has a really interesting combo going on with the augments here. You have the combination of the sleight of hand, so your Thieves' Gloves units get more health, more attack speed, but also spawning ideal items. And with a set 2 that's been buffing up, we saw T-Lights had this as early as level 7, that's providing a lot of power from your Thieves' Gloves. It kind of takes the variance away from them.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to, at the very least, that I think they only actually have 1 Thieves' Gloves online on this Yorick, because the set has 3 full items, the Elune has 3 full items, the Yone has 3 full items, and T-Lights has -1 HP, going out in 3rd. Menno taking a loss there as well, dropping down to 4 HP, but securing a top 2 finish.
Yeah, and it's impressive as well. We're saying this is Mino Haxor. It's more like Mino Nikos. Took that Drop Blossom, hasn't found the 3-star yet, and you can see Huade's desperately trying to paint that last copy. It doesn't look like it's going to come in time. Flock was right, win streaking. We haven't looked at them, this 6 duelist. But yeah, this is one of those. It may be a second, but this is going to feel so frustrating for Mino Haxor.
Yeah, and just goes to show how potent this augment is, that you don't actually need to 3-star your Nico to be able to secure a finish like this. Now, these are, like really high-level players, and so the positioning games that come with this and all of that are going to play a role. But I think, going second from here, not ever hitting your main carry, main augment 3-star, not the worst possible outcome. I would be pretty happy with that, even if I was a little frustrated that it never came online for me. So another interesting conclusion, a lot of meta diversity that we're already seeing. A lot of times on PBE, you find like 2 or maybe 3 comps that are completely broken, that are a little bit beyond the pale. But we've seen in the last couple of sets the meta developing and having a lot of options for our players.
Yeah, and even there, Flock was right, taking that down with 6 duelist. We didn't see that at all in the first lobby, but also really leveraging an old classic, Gargantuan Resolve, make those Titans Resolves a little bit beefier. Had 3 of them there and 2 lockets. That is, nobody is going to get through that much stats. So a big win for them. And we're already seeing the standings begin to take shape as we begin to think about Game 3 after the break.
Yeah, and speaking of Game 3, I will not be here for it. You will not be here for it. We are going to be bringing in a couple of new casters for you guys. But before we go, Sonata, congratulations on your first TFT cast, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew this, but this guy who seems like a veteran has actually never cast TFT before. So where can people find you if they want to see and hear more of your thoughts.
I'm on Twitter at SonataCasts. I'm on Twitch at Sonata. That's spelled Sohnata. But yeah, first cast done. Really enjoyed it. And man, Inkborn Fables is really shaping up to be a great set. Where can people find you, Rain?
I'm Rain101. You can find me at Rain101 here on Twitch, or Rain101 TV on Twitter, Instagram, and all sorts of other places. So if you want to catch me never streaming, you can go check me out. Soon TM. I'll be streaming again soon TM. But that's going to be it for us today. And thank you guys so much. And we will be back for Game 3 after this short break.
Every time I touch Mac.
Explode the sunlight here, gentlemen. You explode the universe.
Every time I touch Mac. Every time I touch Mac.
Hello, and welcome back to the Fortune Favors.
Yeah, welcome
Oh,
back.
I'm sorry. I have my. I can hear myself. Sorry. Okay, that's fixed. So I'm Molly.
And I am Fiendfire.
Okay, and we will be casting these next set of games. It's really exciting games we got going on. Of our top 32 players, really talented. And just before we get into it, I'm going to shout out our sponsor for this event, Gemlet. So Gemlet is a jewelry store based out of Toronto, Canada. Canada has an amazing and diverse culture that has allowed Gemlet to grow into what it is today. It was founded in 2016 by Michelle Hung from her dorm room at the University of Waterloo. As a former resident of Toronto and Waterloo, I can confirm that diversity and innovation are what we are known for. You can check out all they have to offer at gemlet.com, gemlet.com, with worldwide shipping available, and you can get 20% off with the code Relentless Focus Gaming.
Yeah, you know that I will be for certain checking out Gemlet to find something to acquire for the upcoming tourneys that we'll participate in. Get yourself a lucky charm, you know? All gamers need some sort of charm to give themselves hype.
With
Clearly.
TFT, I think luck is pretty important, so
Yes,
maximize that.
yes. We also would like to bring attention to our charity that we are raising money for today, which is the Asian Mental Health Collective. Mental health is important, and building access to therapy and resources is the core, the mission for the Asian Mental Health Collection. So if you type !charity in the chat, it will explain how to donate, and we are prepared, Relentless Focus, to match up to $500 in US dollars in donations. So we'll be watching the donations, and you'll be able to see on the tracker below the screen how much money we have raised. That was proper grammar.
Well, thank you to everyone who has donated so far, and it is going to an amazing cause. And before we get started, as we're loading in, perhaps we could take a look at the standings.
Yes, it is very close on day 2 today. We did, of course, reset all of the points from day 1. No points carried over. So today is a new day, especially for someone like J.D. Zelensky, who actually was losing, I believe, a tiebreak to advance to day 2 yesterday, but because of a drop, was able to make it into the competition. And look how well they have taken the new day. They're in the top, second place overall.
Yeah, the myth, the legend himself. I've never met him before, but I know there's a Discord group full of J.D. Zelensky fans, so I'm sure they're all cheering him on. Personally, I'm going to be cheering for Kendrew. I hope he maintains that lead. I think the only thing that could potentially grieve him is if he has 3 Nikos on bench still, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. And we're just going to get into it.
Yeah, Kendrew, a member of the lab, multiple lab members currently competing in the tournament today. So definitely something to follow as we come into the portal. But it looks like there will not be a portal this game because it is a 1-1 encounter. Molly, how many 1-1 encounters have you played so far this set?
I actually cannot remember not having a portal. I've been waiting a long time to see the Kane 1-1 encounter, which I haven't. But this one is interesting. Instantly being level 3.
Yeah, it definitely changes your odds, and it definitely pushes tempo, because I believe I just played this today, and you're going to basically be level 4 from natural leveling on 2-1, I believe, is how it works.
Yeah, it's a little bit similar to, I think this is the portal, but you start a game with a tactician's crown. But instead of just like having that extra unit, it also does change up like your leveling intervals, making it slightly like less favorable to, for example, reroll 1 costs.
Yes, but it probably, in fact, makes it much easier to reroll 2 costs as you get to those level 4, 5, and 6 shops a little bit quicker. And that seems to be the focus of PBE Inkborn Fables right now, Molly, isn't it? It seems to be all these reroll comps, whether it is Teemo or I believe the newly discovered Gnar reroll has been terrorizing lobbies today and yesterday, both here in this tournament and in others.
Yes, although I'm very interested in seeing Spicy Appies here. Did not pick up a Teemo or the Nika, which are like generally some 2 costs that you want to go into if you're doing that. So we'll see what his plan is.
Yeah, and for sure, we'll see Spicy Appies known for perhaps loving to experiment and play some things that maybe other players would hesitate to do. Lots of different lines, especially last set, when perhaps the beginning of the set, no one else was playing the 8-bit line, the Caitlyn, the Riven, but Appies was forging the way ahead. So perhaps another player, if you're looking for some comps that might pop up in from PBE going into set 11 here, it might be Appies that you want to follow, because he always seems to find the tech before anyone else.
Yeah, I am very curious what the plan is with this Jeweled Lotus. I mean, it's a great augment, but picking a combat augment like Jeweled Lotus this early when you don't have any upgrades, you don't have any slammed items, it's kind of like a multiplicative force and you're kind of multiplying nothing. So it's a little bit like suboptimal in the sense that currently you're not going to get much power out of it. But who knows? Maybe he has some like crazy cooking that requires this JL.
Yeah, and of course, one thing with Jeweled Lotus is, although it does spell some sort of it looks like an AP, it looks like a Jeweled Gauntlet, so it looks like you might want to play an AP comp, but because it actually gives crit to spell, you can play it in these AD comps if you have some sort of AD caster unit, which, Molly, I have not played enough PBE to tell off the top of my head how many AD casters there are in this new set. Have you found any specific AD caster units going into this set that spark your liking?
I would imagine that the Reaper comps with Yone and what's his face? Kane would be my go-to for like if you're looking for AD casters. But the problem is I don't think those would scale very well with Jeweled Lotus because you're wasting part of the augment buff because their spells already can crit. But it's still not bad. Just get some extra crit chance. So with the support items, the Aegis, we actually see a mirror matchup. Both of these players took Aegis, and I believe our Appies was looking at a shop with Aegis as well. It's just generally a good item, and given that these players are starting level 3 and just have more units, it buffs a lot more units, so you are getting a ton of value out of that.
Yeah, the one thing about Aegis is you do have to be a little cognizant of how you're going to position. It probably takes a little bit more planning in terms of if you're relying on that Aegis buff for your carry, where are you going to place your unit, and perhaps someone scouting you is going to have a little bit more of a clue as to where you're going to be putting something like this Senna for Hanako, for example.
Okay, I will concede that I have not memorized all the Ink Shadow items, but according to my reference sheet, the first Ink Shadow item is Tattoo of Vitality. Attacks heal the holder for 2.5% of the max health and deal the same amount as bonus magic damage. So definitely a really good frontline item for like a melee carry like Volibear. And since we're going the +1 Ink Shadow from Hanako, I'm really curious to see what their carry is going to be and what the other Ink Shadow items will be.
Yeah, and of course, that also makes a decision of, do you choose to go for something like a Sana reroll, which is the 2 cost, or do you choose to push levels and maybe lean more towards something like a Volibear? Because this set, they did change some of those odds into PBE, buffing the odds of finding a 3 cost on level 7, and that also changed it so that it's a little bit harder to find the 2 costs. And so you do want to try and make more of a decision. If you're going to reroll for a 2 cost, you do it on 6. If you reroll for the 3 cost, you do it on 7. So it's going to be interesting. Have you found, Molly, that there's a huge difference when you try to reroll 2 and 3 cost units this set?
I'm not sure. Like, there's just so much individual variance within games. But I know that, like, in previous sets, there often is a decision you make about, okay, I'm not close, but if I know that I can level right now and just get in another unit, my board is a lot stronger than if I go broke trying to get that 3-star. And that's often a decision you have to make, regardless of level odds, because generally how the game is designed is that, like, you haven't built like your optimal synergy board at the optimal level that you're rerolling for. It would just be too strong if that was the case. And so you're sort of incentivized to like make that trade-off of, I can fit in like 3 different synergies if I level, versus like I really, really want that 3-star. And I think that's where the game is most balanced, and when like you don't necessarily know the right answer every time.
Yeah, and of course that trade-off and knowing when to make it is what makes these players in this lobby and others that we've seen today so damn impressive. Coming over to JuQ here, who has, of course, represented NA at Worlds. Very good player, already level 4, still choosing to perhaps hold those Kog'Maws. We did mention earlier, Molly, that perhaps in this little encounter where you instantly level to 3 and then 4, that perhaps a 1-star reroll is not quite the favorable, but it looks perhaps like they're just holding for, I think, this Gnar reroll that has been popping up this past few days.
I'm very excited to see this comp because we have the Dryad +1, so we know they're going, like, we're pretty sure they're going Gnar reroll. And the support item they chose was Randuin's, which actually synergizes really well with Dryad because Dryad gives stacking HP. And if you have stacking HP, being able to buff all of those like high HP tanks with some extra armor and MR, it's just going to make them like unkillable. So as this game progresses, I expect that to get a lot stronger.
Yeah, and we do see JuQ playing the little 1-star, 1-cost units to guarantee that 5 loss moving into the Krog round, which is very important nowadays because they did change last set how your streak gold works. So any little bit of extra streak gold, extra interest is very important and very powerful if you are able to ensure that streak.
Oof. I was just informed, so JuQ and Appies both were on a 4 streak, and they managed to not fight each other and maintain it. But Upset Max was also on a 4 streak and lost that 4 streak. So, it's a question of rock, paper, scissors. Unlucky, Upset Max.
Yeah, that is very rough. And that's got to spell doom for the lobby because I feel like if you have multiple streakers, you're always wanting for them to lose and break that streak. So for both of them to end up completely missing each other and winning or winning by losing, it's going to be a very strong tempo in terms of having that econ to upgrade your board and move into whichever of these comps that they end up picking. As we are back on Appies, who we were saying earlier, we were very interested to see what he ends up picking. He does have that Lilia in the shop, does buy it, so we'll see what they choose to end up playing. Have slammed a Last Whisper. So
I think at this point we can stop pretending that these items can be AP. I think we just have to like concede that there's no way Appies can turn this JL board into an AP board. We're going for the Tristana as item holder. I don't remember if they've changed anything about her to make her a better carry. I know that she was pretty weak in these last couple patches.
Yeah, and we do see that they have slammed the Last Whisper, which is interesting. This set, perhaps there are more carries that would like to have a Last Whisper. Last set, we saw a lot of foregoing the Last Whisper for something like an Even Shroud, but it's very interesting whenever a PBE sort of pops up and there's all these new units, how you have to reorganize some of your itemization thoughts and thinkings and inclinations as we come into these gold augments. The new Slammin' Plus. How you feel about some of those new augments?
Slammin' Plus is definitely, or Slammin' was definitely like an amazing augment to have on 2-1. I'm not sure about like how the balance works for getting it on 3-2. I was surprised that I think he got offered some really good reroll options like Gargantuan and Heavy Hitters. Those are definitely pretty good, but it does lock you into like sort of a melee carry board, and it looks like he really wanted Duelist, and at the very last reroll, he like gambled on that last reroll because I'm pretty sure all those other augments sucked. He got a Duelist. He got a Duelist augment, so it's very clear that we're going to stick with this just on a plan.
Now, one thing we haven't mentioned so far, Molly, and it looks very much like Spicy Appy's is cooking just like he is prone to doing. This is an Exalted board with the 3 Exalted, which is the new trait. Sort of its effect, which gives some bonus damage as well as XP, is not too dissimilar. It's closest to probably Jazz in the last set in the fact that, you know, you want to splash units and get that little bit of bonus damage. It's not stacking, but it changes every game. And here we have this sort of Exalted Duelist board that Spicy Appies wants to cook with. What do you think of the trade-off? You think that's something you want to fit in?
Exalted might be my favorite trait of the set, just because I see what the idea was, that it's incentivizing you to not just play a cookie cutter like same board every single game. And a lot of times you do just kind of ignore it and play it anyways because you know what synergies work. But if you can just like sacrifice like 1 or 2 slots and like get a slightly different board and manage to fit in Exalted, it's both like an econ trait, helps you tempo. It helps, you can like bank that XP as you're rerolling and then just like send it after if you wanted to reroll on a lower level. And also just it's really efficient for damage, like especially with the leveling changes now, it's easier to go 9 and 10. And so I really like the trait. And I actually really like the decision to go Duelist. If you can fit in Exalted, we know it's uncontested because so many other people have just taken +1s for other traits, Ink Shadow, Dryad. And so it's definitely like he found his niche and he's like sitting in it and he's claimed his territory. And I really like that decision.
Yeah, and we know from past sets that Duelists, especially just the vertical straight Duelists when you go 4, 6, 8, it's very strong once you 2-star those units and just get it online. We do see the Aegis of the Legion, similar to past sets where you played something like a Locket Duelist, hitting 2-star Tristana.
I was actually a little bit like sus last round because I would have like to extend that streak a little bit by rolling for that pair, but it's okay. He just knew he'd hit it anyways.
Yeah,
pivoting over to upset Max.
Lots of hesitation to roll to perhaps a carryover from set 10 where it was never roll in stage 2, stage 3. And so I think moving back into this set, we'll see how much that carries over, that hesitation to go for that push and that stabilization.
Okay, I believe that's a patient study augment. It looks like the XP.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. And so Max is not going reroll, it seems. One of the few people in this lobby that we've spectated that it's not. I'm very confident that Max is a great player. As someone who has seen him prep for tourney, he's very good at cooking up his own strategies and also just being like a solid player. He's very good at teaching as well. He does this. The TG stands for Training Grounds. He's does these series called masterclasses, so definitely recommend checking those out.
Always love a masterclass. And rolling for a Yone.
That's also
and
an
finds a
Azir.
Azir. Well, there we go. I was going to say that it seems, I think, from at least in this tourney, a lot of the non-reroll boards that seem to be winning are focused around this Azir unit going level 9, level 10, and playing Azir with some form of Dryad and then legendaries. So you got to be happy if you're TG upset Max. This seems like the perfect sort of outcome here.
He is refusing to sell that Gnar to move items. A little bit of a grief for the Gnar reroller, but it's okay. Did move the Tattoo of Toxin, so that's a DOT. It applies a toxin that deals 25% of the ability damage and 33% wounds the target. Actually loses still. The board is a little bit dizzy from what I can see. I don't think he wants to be running Gnar carry this long, but just doesn't have much better to swap in with.
Yeah, and we do sell the Gnar finally at last. Put that Yone in. However, you have to think about, is a 2-star Yone. We are swapping into an Umbral board, but how strong is a 2-star Yone this set in terms of how the 2-star 3 costs, how their power curve has sort of changed? Because of course, obviously, last set with the headliners, it was very quick. You had maybe 1 or 2 sort of rounds where these 3 costs would actually be able to match the power of some of these other boards. But this set, it seems more likely that that is not the case.
It definitely looks like he's trying to go Kayn, which I mean is good because he did just level and hit a 2-star Kayn. It is a little bit awkward if you were forced there to like play Yone as your main carry. It doesn't work that well if it's your only carry and you're stuck on the 2-star. You either want a 3-star or you want to run like it as a dual carry with Kayn. But yeah, that was a great roll down. No complaints there.
Very bits. And we'll see, they're not choosing to slam that last item there. Has the vest, has the rod, perhaps could make a crown guard if they wanted. But you got to be happy with that roll down, as you said. And you imagine perhaps looking for something like a spark or a something better with that vest to make a more tanky units, especially since we don't really have anything outside of that Aegis to protect.
Insta jams that harm assist, definitely very consistent. If he didn't already have 3 items, the not today would have been fine as well. Edge of Night works really well on Kayn. Oh, back to the duelists. Oh, found an Irelia on 7. What is with these legendaries on 7?
Yeah, I think everyone just forgot how common it is to actually be able to hit, even at 1%, some of these 5 costs when you roll at 7, because we were all so busy rolling at level 8 that we didn't remember that, yes, you can in fact hit those 5 costs at level 7. Perhaps.
Well, for me, I never get the one that I want.
That's true. That's true.
This is the 1 5 cost I cannot use. But I think as TFT has gone on, like with every set, the 5 costs just become more and more flexible, which I like. I like having some diversity of having a very specific carry, but also just the unique traits that some of them bring. Like, for example, Hui. Can't always fit him, but, you know, even without synergies, it's always nice to just have that if you're missing another unit that you need to make some copies of, to just play them for a few rounds.
Exactly. Did take a loss here, Spicy Appies to Upset, who had that upgraded Kayn. And we do see that they are only 2 off of the Tristana. And this is where...
1, because...
Yeah, okay. That's right.
True. Mini Nico, yeah.
Yes, that's right. Missed that on the bench and does hit. So here we go. Time to see the power of the 3-star Tristana. Spicy Appies, are you going to show me whether this is a comp I should be playing on Wednesday? Time to find out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little... I popped off with it, but then I think it got nerfed a bit. I think in order to take this into late game, you're gonna have to itemize that Irelia, and then get like a solid front line. So if your Tristana does end up in a terrible spot, jumps weirdly, you can have a more consistent backline carry.
was able to take care of fears no problem. So off to a good start. We are at that 20 gold because we did push for the Shastana, but should be able to carry this over at least to really hit a power spike, because for 3, that's actually pretty early, I think, to hit that 3-star 3 costs, would you say, this set at least, because we don't have that headliner that gives you the instant 2-star unit.
For sure. Getting the Nico drop was actually huge. I mean, even if he didn't, there was a Tristana on this carousel, so like worst case, he could have gotten it there. But I definitely agree with like dipping below 50 gold if you're under 40 HP in this lobby. Because most of the HP is pretty close, except for those 2 single-digit HP at the bottom. We'll see if one of those players can make a miracle run. But and we do have some upgrades. So next, it looks like the next in would be Dragon Lord. Why do I keep thinking Dragon Slayer? This is not the Dragon set.
Yeah. And we do itemize the Aurelia, as you mentioned. I believe 2 Dragon Lord gives a done at, or that might be a trip up. Rain and Lawrence are.
No, 2 Dragon Lord is just at some point during the fight, it'll like do a little bit of true damage to everyone, and then give everyone on your team some attack speed. I actually would just put it in here over the Wukong, because I don't think that Wukong is doing anything. It's not a duelist. It's giving too heavenly, but like who cares about that? And the Diana is an upgraded unit, but we'll see. Seems to be working out regardless.
Yeah. Now that brings into a question of duelist gives attack speed, I believe, right? So at what point is it too much attack speed and you're sort of looking for something else that maybe gives a little bit more damage?
Right. So this, I would say like 2 and 4 duelists is just more attack speed, and that usually isn't going to be worth playing like a terrible unit like Yasuo late game. But I believe if you go from 4 to 6 duelists, and especially from 6 to 8 duelists, it becomes insane, because not only do you get attack speed, you get damage reduction. And late game % damage reduction is like insane on like a carry that might get into a tricky situation like Tristana, that you can't always predict where she's going to go. So that's why people really like the vertical duelist in this comp.
That's right. The added damage reduction is very important and is definitely a new thing that didn't exist in past sets, and sort of probably adds some more incentive to play for those vertical traits as we come over here. Super Flames, 100 streaking, GQ trying their best. The Gnar seemingly doing some work for sure.
The Gnar Senna combo is very scary with the boulder plus the big beam of like scary sniper whatever she shoots. But I don't know. I feel like I personally don't love Senna as a carry because it's so inconsistent. Sometimes she'll just shoot at a target that's already dying, and then you're like, oh, she just wasted a huge spell.
Yeah, that seems to be a problem with some of these 2 cost. Whenever these 2 cost rerolls are popular, for example, Kaisa last set, while her spell would pack a punch, there have been many a times where that Kaisa has griefed me a fight when she just shoots her laser beam off into the unknown.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious as to what the damage distribution of this team is like, because GQ did have the tattoo of Toxin on Gnar, but I'm wondering if it's better on Senna because she just survives a lot longer.
Yeah, and because we do obviously want to have 3 items on the carry, I probably agree that Toxin may end up going on that Senna, because as we see here, we do get that 3rd item for Gnar, and now we're going to have that 3rd item on to the Senna. And one interesting thing as well is in the past, I believe, with some of these sniper comps, you'd often see one sniper on one corner of the board and then another sniper on the other corner of the board, sort of get that dual chance of hitting some of these far carries. But positioning seems to have evolved, so now that you want to more lean into some of that focus firing and targeting the same target.
Yeah, I've experimented a little with long distance PAL snipers. I just don't like dual carrying snipers in general, because you're kind of like a little bit. You're kind of spread very thin because snipers really want that upgraded, itemized, tanky frontline. Especially Ashe, because if you rage blade on her, you just want the fight to go as long as possible. So you're not often in a situation where you can fully itemize 2 dual carry snipers, because then you're sacrificing so much frontline and then they just get rolled over. But we'll see here. We got more items. Don't like those. Not a huge fan of those either. But he can reforge.
All right. I didn't realize that this encounter doesn't cost you gold to reroll.
There's another one I think you get 10 rerolls in, and then that one gives me anxiety because I just want to get back to the planning phase. If I'm just doing a big roll down, for example, I don't want to waste my time thinking about like 10 different armories.
Yeah, and of course there's the stress of if you pass up on one and then the next one is your last one and you say, oh boy, this one does not work at all. Hanako over here running the Ashe with the front line doing a decent amount of work over here for upset.
Right, yeah, this is what I was sort of talking about with like a sniper board, but although it just looks so weak with the 5 ink shadow, probably just again because of like the lack of front line. I think they ended up taking like some carry. They were forced to take some carry items from that armory, instead of like something that helps out that front line. I usually you want to go 6 warden, I think, with snipers. Otherwise, your Ashe is just not going to survive very long.
Yeah, and then of course, it's always a puzzle in terms of the itemization. We do sell the Ashe. We're trying to go for this Kaisa, the 7 ink shadow, which is interesting. A last-ditch effort.
I mean, I think it sucks, but like it also is probably better than the Ashe because you couldn't even fit porcelain in on this board. This way, we at least get like a carry that we can fit trick shot in and 7 ink shadow in. And plus, we got that Udyr. Who knows? Maybe Udyr pops off. I don't have a ton of experience running him, but we'll see. A very unupgraded board.
Yeah, it taking forever to try and even make a dent in that front line. The dual Nar Rek'Sai model both look very similar this set. Both dancing in similar
Got run over by the trees. Just needs an Orin, I think, to round it out. All right, we're back to upset Max. Getting a Reaper spat lets him fit in for Reaper, I think.
Right, and Reaper is, of course, I believe, just a four piece, so you don't actually end up playing more than 4 Reapers, so you can probably end up dropping some of those other Reapers that are not as good of units. But what would you drop here?
I would try to play for Reaper. He needs a Kindred or a Kha'Zix, because I wouldn't drop Yone and go down to 2 Reaper because he's also giving Umbral. Like he's giving 2 traits. As for what you would drop for the 4 Reaper, I'm not sure. Maybe a Sage, maybe the Aatrox. But it's if you remember Rogue from the one set that I don't remember what the name was.
A few sets ago, I think.
Without the jump, it gives crit chance. So it's like a hybrid between like Assassins, where the combat trait is you get ability crit, and Rogues, where if you have the 4 set, it's like a bleed over time.
Right.
But they don't actually jump in the backline ever, which makes me sad because I really love playing Assassins. But I understand why people don't like playing against them.
I know. I loved Assassins as well. That was my favorite to roll around. Bring back Olaf. Hey, maybe we'll get to see it if they bring back the next set revival. It could be set 7, whichever the set was that had our favorite guy, Olaf the Assassin. Anyway.
Olaf Assassin.
Oh yeah. Well, he wasn't actually an assassin. You just put an assassin spatula on him and he would jump. But this Kayn unit, now, Kayn seemingly is, maybe assassin-like, very melee heavy walking around, but seemingly has not been able to get
Ooh, okay, I got a laser
Anywhere.
there. Ability-wise, he's quite similar to Heartsteel King, but obviously he's a 4 cost instead of 5 cost, so a bit weaker. Okay, definitely does not win against a capped out board of legendaries like that. Wow.
Yeah, Azir coming in hot. Spicy Appies has, unfortunately, I feel like this is probably a board where you're lacking in frontline. In the past, anytime you've had Duelist, you really probably want to be rerolling some kind of tank Duelist to hold these units and really provide that sort of presence that would allow your other Duelists to ramp up.
Yeah, correct. That is the one weakness of the comp. The support item helps a little bit, but what's really interesting about support items is that they kind of grief you a little bit late game because there's so much AoE in the set, especially like Morgana, Hui, all that stuff. And so if you're forced to clump to make use of this Aegis, you kind of are very weak to other things.
Yeah, and then of course you have to make the decision: do I sack the Aegis value, or is it so powerful? And here's an interesting thing. So we just put Tristana here in the front 2 rows. She does have that jump ability, so something to perhaps cook. Was able to do quite a bit of damage to that front line, but the back line for Super Flames is still up and strong. Tristana doing a lot of work, but
It's close. It's
very
close.
close.
Wow, just barely staying alive there. There's 2 reasons why you want to put the Tristana in the front there. Number 1 is, as you mentioned, she does dump away, so it's kind of like you're ensuring that her first jump at least. Oh, wow, okay, earlier too. She jumps to a safe location rather than kind of gambling on it. Maybe she jumps closer. The second reason is because if you're playing Sage, it gives her Omnivamp instead of AP, which obviously she can't really use AP, so the Omnivamp is particularly useful. She's going to be getting into the fray there. But actually, I think that Irelia 2 might have saved this game for Appies.
Yeah, that is
looking
a
pretty
huge
close,
hit.
but...
And how about that jump damage? Usually you'd think about a Duelist carry as doing a lot of damage through auto attacks, but of course Tristana seems to do most of her damage here from these jumps.
Yeah, it's very explosive and very hard to predict fights that way. Like sometimes you're just like, oh, your carry's out DPSing her. Oh, never mind. Just like right there. And with that Jeweled Lotus, not meaning that she doesn't have to build an IE, but she still has like spell crit and can amplify that more with the Hodge. Yeah, that's pretty good. I will say I think that was a ghost fight though, and given that it was that close,
True.
That board is very capped. I don't think anyone's beating.
2-star Silas coming in, all the units, and it'll be interesting for the rematch. Yeah, as you mentioned, with the real board as opposed to the ghost board. Duelists are a comp anytime where it comes down to some of those last 2 units, those last 2 casts. It gets very nerve-wracking, but we do see here coming into this final fight with this big Invoker board, both Aegis of Legions, that laser coming through. Tristana doing work, is able to take care of a lot of this front line, but that Udyr is still alive in the front and looking like it will not be enough for Spicy Appies. Boy.
Jumps again.
Oh my word.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that is I thought that was over as soon as Tristana jumped into a rupture, but I guess not. Wow. Okay, so we have reached the promised land that I was talking about with that Irelia too. I missed the damage distribution. I do think Tristana ended up doing most of it though, because she dropped aggro so that they could focus the Irelia, and then he's like, oops, forgot about me.
Yeah, and you would think that it definitely comes down to, I think, chance, because if Tristana jumps on the wrong Azir turret that he summons there, then perhaps Azir gets the final cast off and is able to actually kill her. But it's, oh boy, now we have a 2-star Wukong as well. So this is definitely going to be, I think, 1 unit difference in these fights coming down to it. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, this board looks Very similar to the last one, actually. These late game mythic invoker boards look very similar to each other.
That seems to be the late game legendary board that has captured people's hearts and minds so far this set.
Yeah, AP into Hui and Lysandra and Azir seems very strong. I just don't think you can cap out very high as AD. Oh, okay, Tristan taking a laser to the face. Can she out heal this? Nope, she jumped straight into that one. Oof. I think the difference here was that they just got stuck on the double stone plate. Annie.
Yes, while getting lasered down by that Azir, as looking like it gets a second place because they did end up coming out of that. I believe that was JD coming in with the win. Another win for JD Zelensky.
JD killing it, like showing us exactly why we should have allowed him into this tournament.
Yeah, and definitely showing sort of how any given day you could be going first, eighth, very much one day is not a true example of some of these players' capped abilities and their ability to win these tournaments.
Well, if anybody was watching, I think we all know what late game board you should be going for if you want to play for that first or second.
Yeah.
So so we'll be going into a quick break, and hopefully we'll see some more of that, or maybe something completely new. I'm Molly Cookies at _Molly_Cookies on Twitch and Twitter.
And I'm Fiendfire. I'll be back, but Molly's got to go, so.
I think I'm doing one more game, I think.
Oh, one more game? All right.
Yeah. Or not. Wait.
Whichever one, we're going to look it out. We're going to have fun.
You may or may not see me at some point in the future.
All right.
Okay, taking a break. Bye.
Dark cloud, you're the storm in the rain. Intoxicated sun, if the sunshine let me know. All my thoughts move in the darkness of pouring down of a stone. My soul is. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? Now I'm done waiting, and every day until I realize you're the rain on my every days. Dark cloud, you're the storm in the rain. Stepping away, stepping away, stepping away from this fight. Hidden away with your light. Killing me, happy thought that was a sign. Killing any hope that I had in my life. I'm sick 'cause you're wasting my time inside my shoes.
All right, welcome back to Relentless Focus Gaming's Fortune Fun Cup. Fortune favors the brave. That is the name of the tournament. But we are here for game 4. This is where we come down to the wire. It is going to be a cut before the games. So these competitors have got to be ready to go because they want to win some prizes and money, as well as some gift cards from our sponsor, Gemlet. Gemlet is a jewelry store based out of Toronto, Canada. And Canada has such an amazing and diverse culture that has allowed Gemlet to grow into what it is today. Gemlet was founded in 2016 by Michelle Hung from her dorm rooms at the University of Waterloo. You can check out all they have to offer today at gemlet.com with worldwide shipping available. That's right. Doesn't matter where you are, you can order Gemlet and get it shipped to you. You can get 20% off today with the code Relentless Focus Gaming. So go ahead and get what these tourney winners are going to get, some nice jewelry from gemlet.com.
And we also want to highlight that Relentless Focus Gaming is raising money for the Asian Mental Health Collective today. They are matching up to $500 donations for the Asian Mental Health Collective, which is helping build access to therapy and resources, which is very core to their mission. Please type !charity in the chat to figure out how to donate, and we'd love for anything you can contribute. But where we also want to see where people have been contributing, let's take a look at the leaderboard. We are getting towards that cutoff, and we can see it's a real murderer's row in this top 8. And who's standing out to you as the names that are maybe a bit of a surprise to see here, and also who you'd expect to be in these top 8s?
We do see some of these players that are recognizable names. We have Appies, who has always been around in the tournament. We have Rainplosion, who has been on fire lately, winning both this tournament, won an Aegis tournament for set 10 just a few weeks ago. So perhaps Rain is really hitting their stride again and ready to take this world of TFT by storm. We got JD Zelensky up there at the top, I Copy Keen, Ripple Overdrive, who has got their Nipple Overdrive PBE name, but that is Ripple Overdrive, a familiar competitor. Philip, also familiar with some of those TFT Challenger, top of the ladder type of boards. But then we also have, I believe, Piss Off. I'm not too familiar with Piss Off Sonata. How about you?
I try not to be most times, but maybe I'll make an exception here. And we're going to jump into our lobby pretty shortly, I believe, because we've got the top 8, but also we need to think about the cutoff here as well. We've got some players on the cusp of being cut, including some surprising names. Connor is me looking in danger, Joe Bookmark, Lab Brosif, even Sub-Zero Arc. So like a few surprises there.
My boy Fearsma is not above the cutoff. Fierce, come on. What are you doing? Pick up the pace. You got to make it for us. Anyway, we jump into this tournament portal coming up. We do have a regular portal choosing between 3 different ones. No one wants to play support Anvil because, of course, we do get champion delivery here.
Interesting. So twice a stage, we're getting a high-cost champion, and that increases with game time. So again, this is a little bit like what we saw with gold subscription on Lobby 1. A little bit of an incentive to push the tempo, and we're starting here looking at Rain, currently 4th in the rankings overall. She won her first lobby. She'll certainly be looking to secure another win coming up here with an early Behemoth pair with the 2 on the bench right now.
Yeah, Behemoth pair. Interesting. Rain not choosing to pick up that second blue orb while considering what they're playing here. Coming over to Sub-Zero has 3 Caitlyn's potentially, as well as another one. So potentially 4 Caitlyn's, has to choose. They do end up buying the Caitlyn, but interestingly enough, chooses to wait until the round has started so as not to combine. I imagine that is so that they have a little bit more flexibility in case they want to buy something else. Does not to choose to pick up another Caitlyn, which is interesting because if they had, they would have had 5 Caitlyns right now. But I don't think Caitlyn reroll is on the menu today.
No, and these items don't really seem to lend themselves towards any particular powerful slams. We've seen a lot of favouring towards Ginsu's, a lot of favouring towards Shojin. This is a little bit of a mixed bag. Last Whisper, Protector's Vow, not the kind of things you want to be slamming early. So it's a Sub-Zero arc here. Maybe you want to play a little bit safe. One of those players who is on the bubble a little bit as we head into the augment choices. And some interesting ones here, Fiendfire.
Yeah, one is, of course, a very particular augment, the Haunting Guise, which leans into that ghostly haunted house, rather. Does reroll it. Don't want to get stuck. One thing, looking at the spot here right now, I do believe that if you're looking to play reroll, as many players have been today, that this could be a potential Gnar reroll spot. We do have some of those items that might favor a Gnar. If you do take You Have My Bow, that's a pretty flexible one. We do end up taking Learning to Spell. So that is very interesting because, of course, you want to be stacking your unit, whichever your carry is, as early as possible. So we are leaning into what looks to be perhaps a Janna reroll here as we slam that Rageblade there.
Yeah, so immediately pivot into the Story Weavers here. So a really interesting one. There was like a few options there, and this is going to be critical. The Cluttered Mind was there. We saw the potential for You Have My Bow. Not an easy choice. I think Learning to Spell, you are looking to pick up those stacks as early as possible. So a really interesting spot here as well. We've now got some more tempo as Nautilus swims off into the sky. Gold on enemy kill or ally death for 3 rounds. So this is an interesting choice for Sub-Zero to make, but we're going to jump over to Davidas 202.
Davidas, who's got themselves a Kha'Zix with a Hand of Justice slam, and I believe looks like they took Divine Rolls, a new augment, which means at the start of every stage, including this one, stage 2, you will gain 4 free rerolls and then +1 for each heavenly champion that you have, I believe, on your board, not on your bench, but I could be wrong about that. David Ace, as well as it gives you a Kha'Zix and a Malphite. So we do see that on the board there. We see some interesting.
David Ace not familiar with the set either.
Yeah.
Looking up some item combinations there from the stats. And now we're jumping over as well to Keynes. So we've got another player here on Story Weaver. And this is someone who has picked up You Have My Bow. One of 3 players currently on 100 HP. And you see that, very early loaded up on what I always like to call the red item build on the Sivir as it stands.
Yeah, and what an interesting early encounter, this option where you get gold based on your kills or on your deaths. Very much leaning into sort of that stage 2 do or die. Do you want to streak or do you want to open your board, basically. But then, of course, as well, because you get gold when your units die, it actually discourages that sort of typical open forwarding strategy, because if you don't have any units on your board, well, they're not going to give you any gold, are they?
Well, no. So you've got to try and find the fine balance between that kind of like not losing too much. Obviously, you can't open fort. Looks like this is actually going to go pretty well. A nice win there against Philip, taking down another 100 HP streaker. So making 20 econ, 3-win streak. This is a pretty nice start for Keens as we kind of head into the carousel. Again, probably looking to add to all this damage output on the Sivir that already exists.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for Keens will be, because they do have this AD sort of focused board, will be to see what they choose to play moving into stage 3, stage 4. We only have the 2 copies of the Sivir, which would usually probably spell not the best spot to go for some sort of like Sivir reroll comp. We do hit some Garants here, and we have to remember, of course, as well, we are playing Champion Delivery, which is going to start giving these higher cost units, 3 cost units, 4 cost units, as we move along in these stages, in these rounds. So you can't necessarily commit to some of these low cost reroll comps without being a little bit worried that someone is going to hit some sort of 4 cost, 5 cost that super spikes their board and puts them well on the way to a high cap.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that it is a continuing factor, with portals and, having counters in the mix here as well, is that need to be flexible. Like, you really just can't hard commit very easily. And, I think that's something that's kind of benefiting Keens here. Someone who typically likes to play a bit of tempo, play a little bit of strongest board. And very cleverly there, could have slammed a Sunfire, but realized they had enough strength to take that one down and save themselves that early slam.
Yeah, and for sure looks to be holding some of these Warden units. A lot of playing into more of these vertical defensive traits this set. I'd say a lot of for Wardens, for Behemoths, and higher verticals, less so in some of those backline traits. You're not going to see too much 6 sniper, 4 trick shot, 6 trick shot type of deal. A lot more of this front line, and perhaps that could be actually a option for Keens going forward. Something like an Ashe with a Warden front line is something we have seen a lot of.
Yeah, we've seen Ashe has kind of been the go-to AD choice here, as Keens is going to lose that win streak to Mine, despite the Sunfire Slam. And I think this is going to be an interesting pivot point, because we're seeing a lot of players lean towards Storyweaver as their kind of early game comp, as Sivir 2 is hit. But you do need to find a transition point, and Ashe seems as good a place as any. As we're going to jump over to Upset Max. A little low on HP. This isn't the strongest looking board, but we do have an Arcanist sort of build here. This one's a wild one. This is mind over matter. So you get the training dummy and you get an Ari, and your training dummies have bonus health equal to Arcanist's combined ability power. Sounds a bit weird, but we've seen this on PBE once or twice. You can get some pretty buff training dummies off this, so I'm really excited to see how Upset Max is going to leverage a pretty unique and wacky augment.
Yeah, and of course, we were just talking about how you don't often see some of those backline carry-focused vertical traits, but something like Mind Over Matter definitely encourages you to play more Arcanists so that you can get that stacking HP to buff up that dummy. We hit an Amumu too, so that is well on your way to being strong, not even having to roll for it at 6, just going to natural that Amumu. So this is looking like a very good spot for Upset Max.
Yeah, able to go 6. We've got the Zoe and Lux both picking up some items here. So 4 Arcanist already. And this is going to be, the augment almost gives you a pretty clear direction. You have to go into that heavy Arcanist build. So the things we want to be looking out for here, as I think Upset Max develops this, is Alawi is going to be a pretty key part of this. Providing the Warden and Arcanist piece. But I'm also looking, how early do we find something like a Syndra that could really help boost this board? And it's typically where we'd be looking for it to cap out.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, looking for some of those units does have to make a choice, perhaps between doing something like playing for Syndra or playing, perhaps, since we do have this Zoe already on the board, playing for something like a Zoe reroll, although I do believe there is someone else in the lobby who is also itemizing Zoe and perhaps maybe more ahead in terms of a Zoe reroll, which actually I don't think I've not seen too much Zoe reroll, so perhaps Zoe's unit just isn't the most reliable for rerolling, but we'll have to see moving forward.
Yeah, I think you need an interesting build, because you want to build up those kind of stacks on Zoe's ability, and I believe we'll check in on how the other player is doing on after this round. I think it is an interesting one there as well, the augment choices. I think these maybe not exactly what Upset Max was looking for, but lands in a place they seem to be fairly happy with, as a rolling down a little bit now, as low as 20.
Yeah, definitely looking to get some sort of better front line. We do have that 2-star Lux in the back line and a very strong front line, but in terms of damage, you really want something else so that you can actually guarantee that you're going to be able to win streak here. As we see Rainplosion in the back there with their own Zoe and a Kale doing a bunch of damage, and so we can see how close this fight ends up being. Looks like barely Upset is going to take it.
The closest of fights, and as you're right to point out, rolling down, investing in that front line gave that Zoe the time for the ability to ramp up, and that really closed out what was a very close fight. But someone else is thinking Zoe. We're going to jump to Mean here. Similar itemization. We've got the Shojin, we've got the JG. We also have a Mana Zane. So the other key difference here, we've talked about this unit a lot today. 2-star Alawi. You might not think it for a free cost, but this is a beefy unit for people to be getting through.
Yeah, and because it also gives that offensive component, she's going to be able to just naturally stack AP without having to necessarily build AP items. She can just go full tank and benefit from that Arcanist stacking ability. So very beefy, and probably if you're going into natural, a 3-cost unit on stage 3, that would probably be the one you pick for sure.
Yeah, and you see the difference here. Mean fighting Rainplosion. We just saw Upset Max also with that Zoe fighting it. A much quicker fight and a much more convincing victory for Mean. So I think the power of that Alawi 2 being shown here, as well as, that Mana Zane is going to put in some real work across the next few stages.
Yeah, I also had little buddies there as well. So we were wondering perhaps if someone would be thinking that they would go for a Zoe reroll, but I believe Main, for sure, because they do have that little buddies, is more likely to lean towards something like Syndra, most likely. But then as well, there's also perhaps Lilia. There is, for Main, the possibility, because they are so ahead and streaking and they are so strong, that they could potentially just pivot this entire board and carry it all the way to late game, potentially playing for that high cap Azir Invoker board that has been winning so many lobbies both today and yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that develops and where they're going to land on. And then we're just seeing here with Philip, this seems pretty more straightforward. This is looking pretty Teemo reroll so far. So, blue buff slammed. Chalice of Power up front at the moment. I wonder if that might move to the back by the end of this game.
Yeah, it's interesting choice. Usually you would see the dummies in the backline, sort of, especially in the early game, it's a choice to use it on the front line, but that's very good because we do see that we have invested all of our items into that Teemo. So without having any sort of frontline item available, but still knowing, okay, I have position to potentially win streak, kill some units, buffing up that front line with the chalice and providing that extra little bit of space as a frontline dummy is very good. And of course, as well, we already have an Ornn. How about that?
Oh, we do. And I was curious, the Cho'Gath shop is a really interesting one. So what Cho'Gath offered there, if you didn't catch it, Cho'Gath will take away a shop item permanently for a little bit of gold. But when you're re-rolling Teemo, certainly you want 5 options every time. And this is the roll down. And, you know, Philip came into this pretty healthy position. You know, already had 50 gold heading into it. And so I guess rolling down a little bit here. It's not the full roll down. Drops in Mythic as well. This looks like a pretty healthy position to be in heading into stage 4.
Yeah, and to my understanding, amongst these various 2-cost rerolls, it seems that the most infuriating for other competitors seems to be this Teemo reroll. This Teemo unit is not okay, apparently, and I am interested to see it in action full on.
Poor Teemo, no matter whether it's League or TFT, can't catch a break, just seems to be public enemy number 1. Here, though, being taken down by this is the Kha'Zix free. We haven't seen too much of Kha'Zix, but that Divine Rolls board doing enough to take the Teemo down. But yeah, it has been strong, and we have seen a lot today, and in some other PB tournaments, people picking up 2 healthy, and Teemo has been the popular choice for that as well. Just provides a lot of damage. You know, we saw it a couple stages ago, already like 1,000 damage per go, and that is very powerful in these early phases of the game.
Yeah, and you know, Sonata, one thing that we didn't notice and didn't talk about on that David Ace board, they have the 3-star Kha'Zix, but what else do they have? They have a 2-star Silas, and they just leveled to 7. They hit that 2-star Silas on level 6.
That is extraordinary. So you have to think champion delivery has factored in a little bit there. And what's interesting as well, that, you know, Silas is a little bit of an unusual one, a tank that can do some carrying. You see the Titans resolve. You also see we've got 3 Hodges on board. You know, David Ace very much leaning into idealism as we kind of pivot to this Umbral board. And you'd think, again, if you pick up like an Alloon or a Kane or something else that can leverage this, all these Hodges are really going to come in handy for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and there is a Kane in the shop there as well as another Silas. You have to imagine perhaps choosing to hold some of those units just because you did hit so early that it is potentially an option to go for something like a 3-star Silas or a 3-star 4-cost unit, but also, because we have used these heavenly rolls to roll down, you also have to be careful not to hold too many units before you are able to get your econ back up.
Yeah, and oh wow, a real squeaker there against what looks to be the fated Ari Yasuo reroll. And yeah, this is what can really set people apart in a tournament like this, is being able to adapt to these new, slightly unusual augments. And speaking of which, we're going prismatic to end this one. If this wasn't QC and us, baboom. I just want to take that for the name.
Disappointing.
So we've got some old favorites here. We've got the AP Unleashed Arcana, that's re-rolled. Radiant Relics, the defensive side. Reaper Crown.
Oh boy. Now this is an interesting one. We saw some Reaper Crown action in our last game because it makes an interesting choice. Reaper does not have a 6-piece, so the cap is at 4 here. Now this board, we do have this Kha'Zix here, so it's going to be interesting moving forward to see how David Ace chooses to use this board, because Reaper on its own, even though you don't necessarily have a 6-piece because of that spell ability, because it gives that crit, perhaps isn't the worst extraneous trait to have.
No, yeah, it's a very interesting choice as well because sometimes when you find these crowns and emblems, you've got an easy drop. It's not really the case for Reaper. You actually look and you don't want to drop your Kha'Zix. Kane's very useful. You need Yone to fit in there for the Umbral, so it's not easy to just drop one. So I think you might end up going a bit of an unusual route. And speaking of unusual routes, here comes. This is my favourite one. How much do you back yourself? You got to guess. Are you winning your next fight? You'll get a reward if you do. But how confident are you feeling? How confident is Sub-Zero Arc feeling? Hovering just under 50 HP, and they think they're going to lose.
I think that's probably not the worst decision in the book. If we're looking here, they have committed to this Janna reroll. They have not hit Janna as of yet, and looking from their scouting, looks like they are going to potentially play up against multiple of these reroll comps that have in fact hit their 3-cost unit. Which one will it be? We shall see.
Yeah, and you almost wonder, is Sub-Zero having to delay his reroll just to make sure the bet comes true? And this is going to be an interesting one because you've got a lot of the Jannas, and this is almost, you could call this comp stacks on stacks on stacks. You've got the Archangels, you've got the Rage Blade, and then you've got Kale with this Talisman of Speed, which is granting 15% attack speed. So, this Janna may start out slow, but if the fight goes long, it is going to be a machine gun just annihilating boards left and right.
Yeah, and this Heavenly board is sort of like a stat check, It's just walloping people with all of these units. And we see Sub-Zero Arc checking their learning to spell stacks over here. What shall we get off the carousel?
Yeah, so we're going to see, having first pick here is quite good. You have to imagine the reroll is going to come immediately after that. We're grabbing a tier. So this looks like it's going to be a Shojin, perhaps.
Yeah, I would agree.
And this is going to be the pivotal point. 4-5, you really don't want to be hitting any later than this. So this is going to be the big roll down. What Sub-Zero is going to want here is to hit, but also have room to level. There's a lot to still be dropped into this board. You can even see some of those units are on the bench as it stands. So it really is going to come all down to this.
Yeah,
and at least Sin isn't about to pick up off the portal either.
Yeah, not bad. It goes with that Diana, perhaps. Rolling down, skipping all of those ribbons makes sense. Finds one Janna, looking for more. Finds a Soraka, does hit the 3-star Janna, immediately levels, and there goes the Soraka, as we will see. 35 HP, not a lot of gold, so it's going to be very important that we win this next fight.
Yeah, and we're going up against one of the strongest boards. We've got Mean, who looks like, they did pivot away and didn't necessarily go the route we expected. And this is going to be the challenge is, does this front line provide enough time for that Janna to really ramp up the stacks? Looks like it. And the Riven's providing a lot of, the Diana providing a lot of time here to work with. Those stacks are built, and maybe this is the turning point for Sub-Zero Arc.
Well, they've definitely got a smile on their face because they were looking a little bit suspect, definitely feeling the pressure. But now we are comfortably able to just relax, hit some interest thresholds, and perhaps make our economy as we look to potentially round out the rest of the board. Definitely a lot of upgrades, as you mentioned. Potentially to add in, we could put in a Galio. We could find some invokers like Azir. So we're gonna have to clench.
Yeah, and you do wonder, and this is maybe the perfect one. So this is Grape, who is on this fated reroll, but also the lowest HP in the lobby. And, again, we're just seeing the front line absorb so much here. The Warmogs, the Steadfast, and also the Cyberbulk from the Prismatic is just allowing this Janna to build up a lot of head of steam. And, the units get through the front line. They haven't wrapped to the Janna. They've gone the different side. But Janna exploded there.
Yeah. That Yasuo, it was very hard. You would think the battle between that Diana and as well as the Yasuo, but it was not able to get through Yasuo there. And inevitably, that was the difference. That Yasuo was just very tanky. in that fatal reroll board.
So Sub-Zero looking in a bit of a perilous position, but someone who isn't. Rainplosion heading up the lobby as it stands. And something that's standing out here is that an early Lysandra I see, fully itemized and ready to start printing items left, right, and center.
Yes, indeed. And there are so many things on the bench, gold and items, that you have to be thinking, okay, what is the play? Considering, do I make a stone plate? But look at my front line. That doesn't seem like it would be the most efficient because, you know, we do make it, but it's going to be interesting late game how they choose to position here, because if you want max stone plate value, right, you're going to want to be having some solo frontline. But as we see with those multiple training dummies from Crash Test Dummies, it's going to be a little bit of a crowded frontline.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is that, you know, Rain really has a plethora of options here. We're level 8, 50 gold on 5-1. Really, you know, this is where she might be thinking, how do I build a capped 9, maybe even level 10 board where you can kind of get your pick of choices. Grape just hanging on here again with Sin. Grape almost died 2 rounds in a row and just surviving. But it does feel like Rain has a lot of potential to really build a very strong capped board here. You know, you'd think maybe some of this Story Weaver's going to go. The 4 ward and front line already provides you a lot of routes here. And here is the go to 9 and a bit more rolling to come. We'll see what stands out. Set picked up. Yes. Hovered over the board.
We get that Rakan in there, the altruist. We do find another Lysandra. We find another set. Thinking about, what do I want to sell to keep it, though? Maybe I want this Galio instead. Does get that Riven in there for the Story Weaver, potentially looking for 5 Story Weaver. Finds another Zyrakan. Finds another Riven. Perhaps pausing on this roll down, saying, darn, this is too much. We do get the items onto that Galio, though, both stone plates, and so we are looking to be weaker for just 1 round. Maybe we're seeing this Teemo that Philip has hit, doing a bunch of damage, definitely putting things into the planner, but boy, oh boy, this was a close fight.
Yeah, and that's not a bad loss at all. And, you know, Rain already had that massive gold amount, and when you're looking, this is now a 4 loss streak. You know, Rain's got HP to play with. You know, there's 2 or 3 losses in here, and, you know, this is the kind of, that roll down you saw there maybe would be a little bit different on live servers, a bit more experience, but, you know, it feels like she'll have the room to figure it out. And speaking of Lysandras, we've got Mean here with Lysandra 2, and I believe Mean also just took out Grape, who's out in 8th for this lobby.
Yeah, and Mean here has got themselves in a little bit of a pickle in terms of the fact that we do see that they've got themselves that strong 2-star Lysandra. They've got the 2-star Syndra, but we do have little buddies, and so we're trying to fit in all these 1 and 2 cost units, and maybe it didn't go quite as well as we expected it to.
No, and this is a critical one. This is 2 players enter. Only one's going to leave between Sub-Zero Arc and Mean. We'll wonder, will this Lysandra 2 make the difference? But will it come down to the front line? You know, we've got that Janna ramping up for Sub-Zero Arc, but the Lysandra hasn't taken much damage yet, and she just keeps putting things in the teapot. And, you know, if Mean survives, we're getting some items out of this fight. But it's looking a bit dicey. It's going to be close, and Mean does not make it. Lysandra 2 is just not enough without getting the maximization of that little buddy's value.
Yeah, and that power coming in from having that Kale from the Story Weaver, that little bit of extra Kale damage was seemingly enough to take out that Syndra so that she was not able to cast again.
Yeah, and very close fights. You know, this is where we're really coming down to brass tacks. You know, this is where the positioning comes into it. And this is an emblem-filled carousel. There's a Sniper, Fated, Warden, Porcelain. This is an interesting one because there's going to be a lot of power spikes for the players who can make use of the emblems. But if you can't, you might find yourself as Davidace or Keynes looking at a carousel of emblems that you never really wanted to begin with.
Yeah, and I think this was a smart move from Sub-Zero Arc. They're taking the Heavenly Emblem. We do see on their board, they don't really have many Heavenly units, right? Only 2, so they're not necessarily playing for the Heavenly. vertical. In fact, I believe Sub-Zero Arc took this emblem so as to deny that emblem onto the Heavenly Reroll board that is somewhere. There we go. Yes, David Ace. David Ace has the Heavenly Reroll board. So knowing that they potentially could play David Ace, indeed, here we go. One shot to win the fight. Will it work? Let's see.
We'll see. I know we've got that front line. When the HP bar begins to look that granular, you've got a tanky front line. Will this be enough, though? It looks like the numbers game pinning up. The rest of the board just melted away way too quickly. So Sub-Zero looks like going to be out in 6th here. Not what they needed. They're on the cusp of being cut off, so they might have to sweat the other results from this and the other lobbies as we move into an encounter. And Philip is going to look to leverage 2 support items for the next 3 rounds. A Cop and a Zeeks.
Random support items. Yes, you know what? Pretty solid, I'd say, for this Bard reroll. Maybe not the Zeeks because we already have the double Rage Blades, so maybe not looking for too much more attack speed, but that said, this isn't something like Duelist, so where you get that ramping attack speed in your units. So I think Bard is most likely nowhere near the max cap of attack speed. So in this case, you know what? That seems like it's great.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing more, if you want to go fast, go fast. And this is an interesting board. We've got the 4 trick shots. So these are 2 comps we've talked about over the day, but we've got the Bard 3-star, we've got the Teemo 3-star. And it's going to be interesting going up against Rain. And how well will that Tarm Kench hold up? Will it give the Bard enough time to work with? Or is it Rain's board just going to be too strong? And that's how it's looking. You mentioned it at the top of the lobby, Fiend. You're right. It's that Azir that Rain's gone for, proving to be the premier 5 cost of this tournament so far.
Yeah, and how about that Rakan that was doing so much work in terms of tanking damage? We saw for Philip, their backline was able to survive for quite a long time, but seemingly, despite being alive, they just were not able to kill any units on Rainplosion's board. That Rakan, who is ostensibly a carry unit and is itemized as such with a death cap, I believe, and something else, but as well as a stone plate. So the carry has seemingly become a tank. Why not be both?
Why not have the best of both worlds? With Rakan and Xayah, 2 units, 2 roles, why not? And I think that's a bit of a rough pairing there for Philip, because this is a strong board, but, Rain, we've seen, had that high econ, has been able to kind of really cap out with those legendaries. But, with Philip, going 8, you can't take the gold with you if you lose. You've got to find something here to give a bit of a boost, and it looks like it's going to be Mythic via Nautilus.
Yep, and looking here, David Ace, Keynes. David Ace has got that Kha'Zix board, but perhaps if we were to fight them, maybe we can get that position. The Teemo is going to get hit by that Zephyr. Very unfortunate there, but Bard is able to still ramp up. We see Kha'Zix in the backline, however, and Teemo is going to be eliminated. Bard still alive, very close, but just too much.
Too much, and the Reaper emblem came through there. It's on a Wukong, interestingly enough. So Philip is out, and it looks like Upset Max also out here. So we've got our final 3. We've got David Ace, we've got Keynes, we've got Rainplosion. Pretty strong final 3 to have. Rain's already at the top of the standings. Keynes is looking to really push, but I think for David Ace, they really needed a win to try and get through past this cut that we've got coming up. Yep. So at the moment, very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, very much. If they can get a first, that probably should be enough to get them into this next round beyond the cut. That said, it is always a close sort of scoring in these tournaments. So again, every single point counts. As Rain, again, massive board.
Massive board, also having the fortunate pairing here, getting the ghost board, making it a little bit weaker because, you do see this all red item backline doing quite a bit of damage. Not enough to cut through, but again, this is the ghost board. But again, you look at this, whenever you see a lot of those one traits, the artists, the great, the lovers, you're looking at a capped board, and Galio 2 is only going to make it stronger.
Yeah, and not to mention, we've got that 2-star Hui. So they will be printing not just items. Well, they don't have a Lysandra anymore, so no printing items. That's last set. But they do have the potential to print some more 5-cost units if they so choose. Will we have enough time? Probably not to get a 3-star 5-cost, but
it doesn't look like it. And this is a really nice Sway build. That AOE kind of ability is going to pair nicely with the Guard Breaker and the Morellos, and you see it go off there doing a lot of damage. A Hui Plosion, if you will, as we're going up here against Keens. And again, we fought the Ghost board. That went pretty well. It's looking quite strong so far here against the real board too.
yeah, just so many units on the board. That is here, of course, summoning up even more frontline soldiers. So it's very much in line with how Rain likes to play. Very comfortable getting down to these 1-2 round losses before death. Very comfortable. Just very calm, very cool, very collected to say, you know what, I'm not going to roll down. I am going to stick with my board, make these interest thresholds so that I can afford these higher cost units, these higher levels. Looking for a Sage, gets that 4 Sage in there. This is looking like a winning board.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got 3 2-star legendaries already, and 4 Sage. Now you've got a ridiculous amount of Omnivamp. This is going to be, you never say never. It's going to be hard to find a board that can beat this, and you almost wonder the pairing is going to be pretty critical because Rain did a lot of damage to Keen's life total in the last round. Will she do the same here to Davide and maybe send them to second rather than third rather than second?
Yeah, Kha'Zix does end up getting sort of onto their backline there, but you can just see that there was just too many units. Kha'Zix cannot do it on his own and was not able to get it done. That healing coming through from all of that backline and just in general, that it's too many units. You can't kill them all.
No, and not is there too many units. That Sage provides 30% Omnivamp, which, even if you get into the backline, like Kha'Zix got there, did a bunch of damage, and it was immediately wiped off the table. But we are going to jump now to Keens, because I believe Keens is going to be fighting Davidace, and this is really going to settle who gets second rather than first.
Davidace looking for every single point they can get.
Yeah, Set works out. He's been doing the pumping up. This is going to be key. Where does Kha'Zix go? Does he get onto the front line where we've got this Aphelios and Ashe combination? Because they need the time to ramp up those Rage Blades. And the Kha'Zix is down. The Silas is not pivoted away from the back line. And this looks like Keens is going to secure second place here. The double AD carries doing the work. Rain's Ghost board also making very comfortable work here. We'll see if Keens has a magic ace up the sleeve for this last fight.
Well, we've got 2 copies of Amumu here and 6 gold. That might be enough to not hit a 3-star Amumu. So we'll see what comes out of this crap. Scuttle, maybe Scuttle gives a nice juicy Thieves Gloves.
Yeah, and you'd love to stick
put that on that set.
Yeah, and we can't forget we've got champion delivery as well. It's possible something pops out of that allows, maybe you consider picking up something like a Wukong here to see if you can get a benefit of that. Who's coming out? It's another set.
It's another set.
Try for set 3. That might be your only way. Wukong 2 now for Rain.
Level 10. And we hit some stuff.
Yeah, 82 gold roll down there for a Wukong. As the kids used to say, still had all these. And now we're just dropping, looks like a redemption into the mix. Galio does need a third item.
Pretty good, yes. For sure. That Galio just up there in the front. And of course, also the crash test dummy CC, just so strong.
Yeah, and this is going to be, if Keynes pulls us off, it's going to be an uphill fight to say the least. So many 2-star 5 costs. This board must be worth its weight in gold. And it looks like, they're not even getting close to the back line here. Raimplosion is going to take another lobby and likely securing their kind of being at the top of the standings for the rest of the day to come.
Yeah, and every single first today, points are cumulative. So Rain had a bit of a blunder in that second game when going I believe it was 7th, but every other game since then has been, I believe, either a first or something like a second. It's been top 2 every other day that is it, indeed it. 1-7-1-1. So Rain is feeling it for sure.
Yeah, we can expect to be seeing her at the sharp end of this tournament. And I'm sure we'll have a leaderboard update at the end after the break to see what's going on. We know we are getting close to the end here.
Yes.
And it's been incredible games, a lot of comps. That's the first really massively capped comp we've seen today, I believe. But yeah, fascinating lobbies, and really excited to see what happens after the break. We'll have 2 new casters, Venvo. Safiend, where can people find you after this cast?
You can find me on Twitch. You can find me, I guess, on Twitter. Whether you want to, because I don't post anything there, is another question. But we'll be around. I'm on Discord. I'm on Ladder. Sonata, what about you? Where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitch and Twitter as well. I definitely didn't create the Twitter account 2 weeks ago, but it's Sonata Casts, SOHNATA. You can find me at Twitch under Sonata as well. But thank you very much for those viewing so far. Hang on, and we've got 2 very high quality lobbies coming at the end of this, and 2 high quality casters backing it up, and we will see you after the break.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's now Sir Black P here and Protroid. We are back with Fortune Favors the Brave and Protroid. We are on the final 3 games. It's the final stretch. Who will be the brave? Who will be favored?
I honestly think it is all of us watching because, well, all these folks are trying to figure out what these strong comps are, messing things through, going after that prize pool. I'm just sitting here taking notes. I'm trying to figure out what I can use to climb on ladder next week. So I gotta say, no matter who wins, I feel like we all do just a little bit.
Definitely. And before we dive deeper into talking about these brave soldiers competing for this tournament cup, I'll say we have always once more had to thank our sponsorship here. So Jamlet has helped us make this tournament possible. Jamlet is a jewelry store based out of Toronto, Canada. And the country has an amazing and diverse culture that it has allowed Jamlet to grow into what it is today. Jamlet was founded in 2016 by Michelle Hung from her dorm rooms at the University of Waterloo. Quite an amazing story. As you can see, you can check out all they have to offer at jamlet.com with worldwide shipping available. And if you want to get something for yourself there, you can get 20% off with the code Relentless Focus Gaming.
Or a gift for someone else, as I'm eyeing some of these things for Wife Troid as well. And who knows, Sir Black P, maybe if you're good to me this tournament, I'll give you something as well. But beyond any of that, though, we do also have to take a moment to thank the Asian Mental Health Collective, who are actually raising money for today through this tournament. Mental health is incredibly important, and building access to therapy and other resources is exactly what the Asian Mental Health Collective does. If you type !charity in chat, we'll give you details on how to donate, and Relentless Focus Gaming is pledging to match up to 500 USD in donations. So please, please, please donate. They're such an incredible group.
No doubt about it. It's always incredible to support causes that will help people out, and this is definitely one of them. But, Protroid, again, I will take the same hook as I always do, because, I mean, it's just too obvious. Mental health and the mental in the game. That is just so important. And especially on the final stretch, final 3 games, now the pressure is on more than ever.
I mean, I say it every time. This is a marathon, not a sprint. And now that we're here on the second day of the tournament, that we're getting into these final couple of groups as players are being whittled down left, right, and center, we're going to see cuts after every single one of these batches. We said goodbye to 8 players towards the end previously. Now we're going to say goodbye to 8 every single round till we have our final 8 in Game 7. So lots of things to worry about for these players. They just got a bit more strong TFT they need to play.
Oh, definitely strong TFT. Now we've seen so many different comps throughout these 2 days of the tournament, so many good things coming out. So as players are starting to experiment and just understand what's the best things in the meta, we ourselves have been learning a lot as well, learning about the new augments, the new units. And I'm going to ask you, how are you feeling about the meta currently? Because we are very close to what is going to end up being shipped to live.
Yeah, like the PvE is always this very volatile testing ground, right? Like it's not designed to be stable. It's not designed to have a long-running patch cycle. This is the place where everything gets messy. And because we have shifted more towards the live patch, because the developers don't want to really make anything go too crazy, things have slowed down. So this has been the time for folks to really be able to hone in on things. From what I've seen so far in this tournament and other PvE events that we've been seeing happening for the past couple of weeks, we've seen a lot of focus on a lot of these low-cost rerolls, Kog'Maw being a very important one that has come up. Or I know that Ash has seen quite a bit of promise on the sniper line later on. So we'll have to see exactly if players go for either or neither of those entries as we go deeper and deeper. For now, though, let's take a look at what Philip's up to now that everyone's been given 3 champions.
Now, everybody given 3 champions means a little bit extra economy in the early game, a little bit more agency on exactly what line you want to take. For example, this Dryad drop with a Rek'Sai could possibly find another Dryad and start stacking that. Also the possibility of the Yasuo here and the Fated, also very strong starts provided with those insane shields. But you pointed out the Kog'Maw, I like it. It's a unit that I still haven't learned quite how well to use it, but that ability to execute some adversary units, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, by the way, Juku even gave us a quick little flash of Exalted, something that I haven't had the pleasure of talking too much about yet, and maybe we'll have the chance to this game. It shifts every single game that you would play for everyone in the lobby, so can be a little bit dizzy of a trait web to track down.
So now the Jax 2 upgrade there in the front, Wardens, if he so desires to pair up with the Garen, very good as well. Makes the 10 gold, which probably many of these players will be able to because of that 3 champion start. So nothing too crazy about our portal. But now as we head in onto the 2-1 augment, let's see what kinds of crazy things that augment can provide to us.
I can say so far, Jukyu is in an incredibly strong position. The Warden pair is going to be really nice. Spirit Guardians offered immediately off the back here. I've talked about a little bit previously how this is something that is a little bit game dependent. It's going to do really well in metas where you have a lot of backline access. However, right now, the extra bonus resistance is going to be hard to overrule, but it is going to be rolled over in favor of the Invoker Crest.
Invoker Crest, pretty interesting that Livia can be really strong at the late game. Kog'Maw himself, of course, as we already spoke about, truly. We also saw today a extremely strong Janna 3, so with the rerolls, many options, including the most supportive units like Janna, can be extremely strong. Now we see Philip's board does manage to get the 3 fated in with that early trash finding. And those shields being so big and units on the opposite side usually not having that much damage means they become just so hard to kill.
I mean, I'm looking at this board and I'm just immediately terrified, right? The 3 champions means that you have a bit of an easier time 2-starring some of these early threats. We saw that happen early on with the Yasuo. Now we've seen that turn to 5 Yasuos here at stage 2-1. It is important to remember, though, Yasuo is a tank this set. He's not a primary damage dealer or anything too crazy like that. The thing, though, that is going to be pretty interesting for these early fights, though, is the fact that you have that Fresh that you were talking about here. Between the Fresh and the Yasuo, you're giving their fated pair additional resistances and that starting shield, which is going to pair so nicely with each other to get a tanky frontline going.
And it is a extremely good spot to be in, especially when you have that escort quest in the back, because your odds of getting wins are huge. Therefore, 3 extra gold every turn, and so you can massively boost your economy and do things like this. Just push the level, and if you win, which is extremely likely, you're already back to 10 anyways.
Poor Spicy Happies. They took Stars Are Born. They're trying to see what they could do, maybe make something work with that Kindred Gnar board that we've been talking about. But they just immediately rotate into someone who's level 5 at 2-2. That feels really bad. Well, meanwhile, Philip, because they have that escort quest, isn't even punished. They still get to maintain their 10 gold.
Yeah, Philip just flipping the tables on the opposition. Amazing decision with the level 5 there, just guaranteeing himself the win and therefore the extra gold from the escort question. Look at the power of this Yorick destroying everything in front of him. Jukyu taking the loss. So now we only have 2 rounds gone and already only 2 players sitting at full health.
Yeah, another Yasuo comes in. Let's take a look at what's happening over here on Spicy Appy's side of things. Again, they are going to be playing more towards that 2-cost reroll. I'm expecting it's going to be the Kindred because they already managed to find a pair before they even picked up Stars Are Born. And it's the same principle as when you were running the headliners, right? So long as you're able to get a couple before you pick up your Stars Are Born augment, you have a pretty easy time going for the 3-star later on. The thing that I'm more concerned about in the meantime, though, is that Dryad requires you to kill some units. And if that fight was anything to go off of, it seems like Appy's is in a bit of a struggle on that front. Definitely
a rough spot. And we have Dryads on both sides now, because we see that Dryad augment going there for David AS. Now, I agree, the Dryads do need to get some kills, but surely they are powerful enough here to get some, especially the Sunfire Cape added on the front line, very helpful. And I'll say I like this comp in general. I feel I'm quite a fan of it, especially because Kindred herself is one of my favorite units in TFT in general, League of Legends as well. But I feel like it's a comp that not only requires those Dryad stacks to go high for obvious reasons, but also the gap from the 2-star to the 3-star version of Kindred, I feel, is just very big.
Yeah, and we can see Appy's spending a lot of time looking at Davidius's board. I think they're doing the mental math to figure out if they truly are able to contest another player going for Dryad. And it's important to note, we talked about how Dryad is completely reliant on kills. Mulch as an augment basically flips that around a little bit. It means you have a consistent gain of stacks every single round, regardless of how you're going. So that does mean that you're able to go through this a little bit safer. I'm not quite sure, though. Appy's has a bit of a struggle ahead of them if they want to stay on this line.
Definitely a bit of a struggle. Has one tier that, of course, gonna probably want to find one more now, going away from the Dryad line, adding himself a Behemoth and making a stronger front line, a stronger odds at getting a win. By the way, before we get into our first encounter of the game, but for now, is going to face a very tough opposition in Kings. And by the way, as well, only one player now sitting at 100 HP, Philip, because Jukiyu took a loss as well.
Yeah, gonna have to keep an eye out for that, especially when we hit stage 2-6, just to see if they're able to actually maintain all of this. Meanwhile, I'm curious about if this is a proper pivot for Appy's, if they truly are giving up on the Kindred, or if they're just deciding that they don't quite want to commit to Dryad when they're not exactly winning anything. They'd rather go for something that can make them lose fights a little bit better at the end of the day.
Now on to our first encounter. Working out with Set makes you bigger. So one of those little... yeah, one of those little encounters where we just have some fun, but nothing is gonna actually happen into the game.
I mean, if you want to be incredibly technical about it, it is going to require a little bit more finagling surrounding the carousel. You might end up in a few scenarios where you have to figure stuff like that out, but I agree. This is one of these more quote-unquote for fun encounters, which also is a really nice badge of merit on the encounter system as well, too, right? Where not every encounter is going to be entirely game warping. Some of them are just going to be a little subtle. They're not going to try to do anything too crazy.
Yeah, I'll say I like it because... It has the ability that at the same time it does give you variance to the game. Before the encounter happens, obviously you don't know exactly what's going to come out of it, and then it's just something that doesn't really affect, but it's nice to see. It's funny. It can even bring out a laugh out of someone, so it's pretty cool, and definitely a merit in opposition to some extremely heavy game-modifying encounters that we have. And now we see Philip's boards making that push for the level 6, still maintaining himself at 10 plus gold, is able to get one more win, and it is smashing the competition. Philip, one player that I have seen throughout this tournament on the 2 days, always being very good at playing from ahead and always keeping themselves at the top of the leaderboards.
I mean, I feel like I was supposed to give some kind of analysis about the fight there, but I was just honestly watching the two ducks have a staring contest off to the side. Philip was going, pretty strong, but Jukiyu was able to get something going on the staring contest side. Couldn't quite get it, however, on the health. With that past fight, though, that means that Philip is the only player that was able to maintain that 100 streak. Jukiyu wasn't even able to cancel it out, so that's going to be rough for the rest of the lobby to deal with, especially when you're running something like the escort quests, where Philip's been able to level incredibly aggressively and still make the common gold thresholds that you would look for.
Now, a lot of pretty interesting items dropped. We have the ability to go for that red buff and add some anti-healing to our comp. The Shojin as well, if we do desire to stick around on the Fated line, will be amazing for that Syndra. Of course, the blue buff is preferred, but Shojin really decent of a job at anything as well. And now David EAS boards, taking a look at it, of course, playing completely focused on the Dryads, but for now only has the frontline ones, no carry.
Yeah, curious to see what else they're going to be thinking of doing as well. They currently have that Senna as just a backup option here, seeing what they're able to find through it, but again, I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the main play here. It's not something that can precisely carry effectively for the Kindred at the end of the day, because remember, we're talking about an AD versus an AP champion. But even then, every little bit helps here.
We see that KO with a supportive ability of shredding enemy units, making it easy for the story weavers to tell their story and destroy everything in their path. The AS takes the 6th loss in a row, looking to find a way to come back into the game. Meanwhile, Philip is non-stoppable at the top, but now the 3-2 augment once more a golden. Oh, we have the option for a Dryad crest.
Again, we have been so starved on +1 augments that seeing them back like this is just incredibly exciting, especially when we're looking at the play here right now for David Ace. They've already invested very heavily into Dryad. They now have the free ability to just give yourself Dryad 4 incredibly early, and they've opened themselves up to Dryad 6 with this as well. So all this is going to work out incredibly cleanly on their part. I think they're just going to have to see where, say, for example, a Fresh may fall. It's not Fresh, excuse me, an Ornn. I'm still learning the set just as much as everyone else.
Yeah, that Ornn is...
Oh, right there!
Oh, look at that. It comes online. Protroid with the right call just made it happen. And now we saw, I believe it was Spicy Apples, or maybe it was Super Flame, I don't know. But we saw a 3-star Malphite being hit, and I would say that is the first time I see something like this.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's pretty interesting to see here. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm still taking a look to see what the tattoo is. I'm still learning all of these ink shadow options. They're the part that I've been the slowest on at the very least, but I can't see that Philip is doing incredibly insane still maintaining that streak.
No doubt about it. Is level 7 already on 3-2, making the best out of this court quest. That dummy in the backline also helps the unified resistance, which was picked up as the second augment to provide those defenses to the backline without the necessity to backline way too many frontline units. So everything going so well in favor of Philip, and now we see our 3-star Malphite here with a heavenly upgrade as the second augment as well. So this behemoth is going to do one incredible job for Spicy.
Yeah, I gotta say, Heavenly has been something that I've been following very closely here because it scales in 2 different directions, right? You can either go deeper on the trait level as you would traditionally try to go from 2 to 7 to buff up all these abilities, or if you start up the units, you're able to get a bit more power in that as well. Divine Rolls, the augment that you mentioned, is part of that too. It is fully going all in on the reroll. It's giving you free rerolls +1 for every Heavenly champion you have on your board, including duplicates, mind you. So that will be pretty interesting for Appies here. For now, though, their entire team is going to make benefit out of that huge resistance bonus from the Malphite tree.
Those rerolls pretty interesting because you can be using them to find yourself some 3-star copies if they are near. For example, the Malphite that just happened, but also they will be very helpful at not burning through your economy in order to find just a few upgrades or even just a one copy of a specific 4-cost unit that you really need to just make yourself safer and be able to keep pushing the levels into the later parts of the game. Now, we saw that Philip ended up losing the win streak and going down to 90 HP, so now no more player with full health. Kings is now at the very top of the leaderboard on fire with 92 HP, and we are very close at our second encounter of the game.
Yeah, things are looking pretty solid here so far for Appies, and they have a few different paths before them at this stage. They don't necessarily have to go deep into Heavenly. They can just stay pretty satisfied here with trying to freestar a couple of things here and there and invest more on a carry outside of the Heavenly side of things, such as the Kindred, or maybe in the future we seek some kind of weird Heavenly Fated combination with the Syndra in the future. But again, at this stage, I think Appies has now gotten themselves into a position where they can feel fairly stable.
Definitely, this transition into an eventual Syndra can be amazing, but maybe the 3-star Kindred can end up popping up as well, because we already have plenty of copies of it. Now we see Philip's board once more, and we see now that even though he was able to build a amazing board that brought him very well into the game and brought him so much economy, it is not anymore up to par with the rest of the competition, with everyone getting themselves lots of power-ups, and takes the second loss now of the game. And now Protroid onto one encounter once again.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this goes. And I was about to make a point about how gold augments are multiplicative. It can be very tricky to end up in a situation where you're still an econ augment up. And oh my goodness, everyone's getting Trickster's glasses. That's going to be pretty insane to see, especially if you're like Mino Haxer, who's gone full into Umbral, already has the 6 active thanks to the emblem coming in for their second augment draw. And because of that, they're now going to look to see a pretty healthily shielded board.
Yeah, I'll say, you say that this is pretty interesting to see. I would say this is pretty tricky. These Trickster's glasses for everybody means a lot of extra copies to the boards. They also have to manage position around that. For example, in this situation, we have our full front line already filled up. So gotta worry exactly what to do about that. And we are looking at a Umbral line with the Midnight Siphon, which makes that Yorick extremely strong because it gains a ton of max HP and deals damage based off of that HP. So yeah, that Yorick has the power to do crazy things, even though it's only a 2-star, and of course, being a 1 cost, not likely to be 3-starred at this point in the game.
I mean, I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again now. I really have missed hero augments. It feels really weird to say because I know in the moment there was a couple of weird things happening with them over in Monsters Attack, but the absence has made the heart grow fonder. I have loved them all the same, especially when they've shown up as one-offs here and there. And Yorick is another pretty interesting example of them, where Yorick is going from a pretty respectable drain tank to something that has been fully specced out in that favor. So really curious to see how far Mino Haxer can take this composition.
I was mentioning that it doesn't look like too much possibility of a 3-star of it coming, but maybe we got 1 more copy, so we are at 6 now. And I'll agree. Hero augments, where maybe when it's just too much of it, we just don't like it. But then when it becomes a little bit more small of a thing, and also, as you said, absence makes their heart grow fonder. So now they feel pretty interesting. And of course, as time went by and the balanced team managed to get a better understanding of it, we have nothing too crazy about them. Some fun things, fun shenanigans. This Yorick becomes a very fun unit, but
We're rolling
still
through.
very fun, and rolling through. Maybe a chance of it coming.
Again, I'm really curious. It seems like we're going to see a deeper roll down. Yeah, they're just 1 away, so here comes the time. Seems like they're not going to be able to this fight, though. So it would have been a pretty huge power spike. Managed to find a couple of other strong upgrades, though, as well. Another important thing to mention here, because it's something I was watching for in the last fight, because I'm not quite familiar with all the interactions just yet this set. But if you are going to be throwing a Trickster's Glass on an Umbral unit that is inside of an Umbral Hex, it does get the executes as well as the shield. So do keep an eye out for that. That's going to make this an even stronger pickup for Mino Haxer specifically compared to everyone else.
Now that is a huge deal, because that is a very decent threshold execute there at 6 Umbral, and of course getting all of those extra units to have that ability makes it probably a bit easier to win some fights. And look at this insanely tanky front line on the opposite side, but wasn't enough. Still a win here. Now the 4-2 augment Protroid. We finish things off on the 3rd to last game with a prismatic.
Hey, I mean, I'm here for it. I want to see this prismatic augments. Now, if you're someone like Super Flames, I'd copy Keens. Maybe you're a little bit more nervous. These can be incredibly swingy. Sometimes you can get something that goes in your favor. Other times, egg. Let me see it. Juq, I love you. This is great.
Juq brings the egg, pushes the level to 8 as well, wants to make himself as strong as possible. Now, we all know 4-2, 4-3, some people might be leveling to 8, some others might be waiting on after the carousel to do it, and some even at stage 5. So you want to make yourself as powerful as you can right now, so maybe you can get those 2, 3, 4 sneaky wins with the egg, because eventually at stage 5 you're probably going to take in a bunch of losses. So as much health as you can save, it's obviously always going to be extremely important. Now on the other side, we see the Nico 3 upgrade for Spicy Eppies, focused on those heavenly units, and getting himself a bunch of 3 stars on the front line to make himself very hard to go through.
Yeah, this is exactly the fight that I wanted to see through here because the egg is stalling so much. We did see Jukyu decide to level up here, try to see if they're able to sort of stave things off, get a couple of wins, and make up for the fact that they have missed out on immediate augment power the same way that Spicy Appies has gained it with the Baboom. However, it looks like it was enough this time. They did win a fight, and that's going to cause that egg to tick down ever so faster.
Going down 2 rounds instead of 1 if you do get a win. And a pretty interesting board here at that, because a very horizontal board. We have been seeing throughout these 2 days so many people just going for the verticals, which tend to be a little bit easier here and there, but finds a good mix and match of units, still using a 1 cost, which is the Caitlyn, to be the carry and making do very well out of it. Now we see a bunch of upgrades coming in. David AS hits the Senna and the Na 3. Super Flames hit the Lux 3 as well, but at 3 HP, it might not be enough for them to keep surviving.
Yeah, David Ace is, again, running in a pretty interesting spot, but for now, sorry, I just was tracking a few of the things that were going off to the side as I was going through. The invokers that we see here for Jukyu, I feel like are giving you a little bit of power here, but again, it's really beginning to fall off, especially if you're still running that Caitlyn 1 as you were talking about.
That Amumu really trying to get a win, and look at those 2 tanks battling it out. This fight is gonna take forever, but that Galio seems just impossible to do anything about. The overtime, oh my god, even at overtime this is not going anywhere. I mean, it's gonna be a tie. Or is it?
I mean, I don't know. Again, there's a lot of damage ramp here.
Close.
Yeah, works out at the end of the day.
And now we move on to one more encounter and talk about a Galio. It's a Galio encounter. A extra defensive component is added to every champion on the carousel. So if you really need a defensive component for yourself, or maybe even 2 on the cases of the ones who already had one, this is the carousel for you.
Hey, I mean, it works out at the end of the day, and Galio did serve as an excellent herald for what's to come here. I think this has been a pretty nice pickup, all things considered, especially for someone like Jukyu who's just trying to find ways to stall right now, try to get the eggs counting and figure it all out. I did want to mention one more thing about that Galio that made it a little more interesting, was that it was one of these, it was holding one of those tattoos that we've been talking about, and that was the Tattoo of Force, giving you a little bit of extra utility and CC. Meanwhile, for Spicy Appies, you've managed to hit that Kindred free. That works out fantastically for them.
Amazing 3-star upgrades, of course, has the Fated bonus, giving the Kindred that 18% bonus attack speed, also the Reapers because of the Kazakhs, which means that the ability can crit, and with a prismatic augment it means every 2 casts it's a massive, it's a ton of damage coming in from the Kindred. Look at that, pretty much half HP of the enemy unit taken down with a single cast, plus this Rabadon and the amped up damage that it provides. Also the extra damage onto shields makes this Kindred also powerful.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned there towards the end, but Fresh is able to clean it up at the end of the day. I gotta say, Appies is playing the AP line the way that I expect a lot of players to in this coming set. You focus in trying to play the Kindred at the very start. If you're able to continue on and hit a lot of Kindreds, you stay in that reroll line. You look to play Dryad. You look to try to do some other pivot like Heavenly, as Appies has done here. Or if you don't hit, you just maintain them as an item carrier in favor of them being able to switch over to the Syndra like we were talking about before. So this all works really nicely for Appies. They've certainly stabilized here, but taking a look at the rest of the lobby, we are starting to see cracks begin to form. Super Flames did go down in that previous round, so they're now at 0. Meanwhile, we're seeing a lot of other low HP totals in the teens, so we're going to see exactly how Mino Haxer and iCopy Keen are going to be able to survive any longer. And David Ace, my goodness, has been maintaining these Dryad stacks ever so strongly.
And talk about these Dryads boards, it does come online too. To a pleasure to watch. Look at the strength on that. The 3-star now, it's insane. That Senna with an added Giant Slayer to herself will be able to do a lot of damage here to these high cost units, the 3-star versions. But now the Kindred does get access to the enemy carry, so maybe she can get the kill, and yes, she does. So now it's the 1v1 between the main units on both sides. The Kindred jumps away, does not dodge the rock, and so the rock smashes the enemy.
Yeah, I gotta say, Kindred can do a lot with those hops. Every now and then she's able to do something just flat out ridiculous with some of them. But here, though, Boulder is just a pretty strong tool that Gnar is always looking to use. We did see Appy speeding to throw a couple more of those heavenly units on for the free rerolls, but let's switch things back over to Mino Haxer, who's now currently sitting here only at 2 HP to their name. So they're going to need a bit more power at their disposal to keep on going. We've seen them play Umbral quite a bit this weekend so far. For now, though, I'm just a bit concerned about how much deeper they can go. They did find eventually that Yorick free, but they just need one final item off the Raptors for him.
Now, one more round and getting that egg to pop and getting some strong cash out of it. Dave the AS still really going really well on fire. Now we see Mino Haxer once again. The 6 Umbra line, very good. The Yorick 3 was able to be hit, but still rough situation. 2 HP. Doesn't look like this board is actually doing that much. Let's see how far this Yone can take, because we saw throughout these 2 days how a Yone can be so powerful. But of course, at early parts of the game, now with everyone so upgraded, things are becoming just a bit harder.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this fight here against Keynes is going to go. We did see a couple of nice upgrades here on the Kazakhs. Does even manage to find its way on the back line, but that still is only a 1 cost, but a strong 1 cost in the back line uncontested could still do some great work.
No doubt about it. And look at that. Talk about a great work. Look at the size of that Yorick just siphoning out the opposition, killing everything. Kings, of course, still needing to find a lot of upgrades to his board. Is at the very top. Was able to save a lot of HP. But for now, sitting at too many 1-star copies still on the board, trying to make extra copies of that Diana using the Hui. Dave the AS still on fire. And now we will see if Mino Haxer can keep this win streak going, because, well, it's the last life. Oh, by the way, Kings goes 9, so now maybe we see some upgrades coming in.
Yeah, curious to see that. Can you imagine really quickly if those 3 freshes were free Yones right there? That's exactly the kind of shop that Mino Haxer would have really wanted to see, but again, just can't quite get it going at this stage. I do like the pivot here, getting that Umbral emblem onto the strongest unit you can, recognizing the fact you need every bit of power left, and we're going to have to see if it's going to be enough against Spicy Appies. We've seen the Umbral Execute come in clutch for some of these fights as they're protracted, but now that you have the Kindred free, I'm not quite sure if the fights are going to go long enough to matter.
And this Kindred with the added bonus against shields, which of course the Umbra start with. Look at the Yone getting access to the Kindred. She jumps away. The Yone goes after, gets the kill. Now Yorick is the sole thing that can do something. Was able to get plenty of kills. Now is the big Malphite on the other side too hard to kill? Or is the Yorick going to be siphon out the enemy rock, if you will? This is a close one. We go to the overtime, and the Malphite destroys everything, set ending to the Yorick.
Yeah, that Malphite was rock solid here at the end of the day, but something that isn't is Jukyu's position. They're currently sitting here on 11 HP, haven't had the egg hatch just yet. This is always the risk of playing the egg at the end of the day. You're going to be down that prismatic until you're able to get to the very end, and with 11 HP, I don't know. Jukyu has to pull it a win here. It's time to put up or shut up.
I'm to put up or shut up or fill up. No, that's another play. No, never mind me. Now, see, Jukyu, can
It's the Ducks. It's fine.
It's the Ducks. Can he survive with this egg or not? 3 rounds still to go. If they get 2 wins, they do. If they take a loss, unfortunately, it's a downtime, because no more HPs left in order to absorb any losses. The front line is huge, but this Hui is really trying, although it's only a 1-star. Lots of AoE damage. Look at that. Maybe one more cast can come in. The AoE is coming in from the Livia. Can get the Q on the Hui. Down to a few HP. He is gone. And now only the front line survives. Can a tank destroy 5 units on the opposite side? That T-Burst is doing a heck of a job tanking the damage, and no, boy, it's not gonna be enough. Exactly, Lito. My God.
Oh my goodness. I didn't think it was going to be enough to win, of course, but I did think there was a chance where we could see the Alawi make the comeback. We did even see one final jump, one final kill at the very end there. Just wasn't enough at the end of the day. Spicy Appies actually is now able to find a Dryad emblem of their own, so that should be a pretty nice answer for themselves, including to just denying the opportunity to go to the Dryad 6 as much as possible. So that's all going to be interesting to see. Philip, meanwhile, took an Invoker emblem. I gotta say, that's been very high value, especially when we look towards the late game, where it really does seem like Azir has been the flavor of the month. Getting anything that can buff up those lasers and make them more frequent is just incredibly powerful.
That legendary unit seems to add a lot of favor to any board. A Teemo 3 hit by Spicy Appies, if I'm not mistaken. Now we see David the AS boards once again with this impenetrable bulwark, making that Dryad Atrox also tanky. But can they defeat the enemy Huey there by Kings applying that AoE Morello? And there is a legendary Wukong with 2 Triforces. Tons of damage coming in from that side. But that Gnaw is just huge, especially after stacking up. That Titan's Resolve is just too hard to kill. And this Senna so safe in the backline, sniping around everything in a line. Look at that. The Gnaw is just too much.
I was about to say, this is only a 1-star Wukong, so don't really bank on it too much. But honestly, giving Wukong enough time to scale is always a dangerous thing, and Dryads are capable of really stretching out these fights. So David Ace is going to lose the streak here, so that's going to be pretty rough for them. To give them more props, though, before we head on out, I do got to say, I love this adaptation that they made. They recognize the fact that Kindred is going to be the main focus for Spicy Appies. It's going to be hard to contest off the back of the Stars Are Born. They just decided to immediately pivot over to the Senna, and that just worked out pretty nicely for them here at the end of the day. So we'll have to see how they're able to carry that on forward. Appies, meanwhile, sitting down at 15 HP, currently in the middle of Philip and Keen, all in the teens. We're going to have to see how they're able to end up when it's all set in stone.
Only 2 Dryads onto the field, but they are 3 stars with a Nico with the Dryad emblem, and they both so stacked up in terms of HP and AP. This Kindred every other cast doing tons of damage and destroying front lines, but it is not enough because the front line on his side is just disappearing. Philip's board is deleting things in the AoE. The Lilia brings in those hopping light balls of herself, which I don't know how to call, and doesn't matter. She destroys everything. Philip takes the loss. King goes down, so now only 4 remain into the game. It's David AS, Kings, Philip, and Spicy Appies at 1 HP and the Dream.
Yeah, Appies is able to sneak into the top 4. I gotta say, that fight was just rough for Kindred. This is really when you start seeing them begin to fall off, just because there's too many targets on the board for them to really get great use out of their ability, even with the Baboom. And furthermore, if you are going to be going in favor of the Azir, you're spawning even more units, making it so it's even harder to get additional kills out. So that is going to be pretty rough to see for Appies. If they're able to hold on tight, if they're able to outpace Philip, it might just come down to one fight, and it looks like we're going to have to see how they can do against Keens.
Gonna be Spicy versus Kings with the upgraded Soraka now. So that is bananas. And now David AS versus Philip on the other side as well. So we gotta see if we have even a possibility of a double elimination here, because Philip could end up taking 19 HP if enough units are killed at once. And after that, we will also have one more encounter heading into the final stretch of this game.
And Appies, really quickly, didn't even decide to roll beyond just being able to hit that Soraka 3. Really wants to see what the final power level of this board is. Even has the Syndra off to the side just to give yourself a little bit of extra scaling damage for these longer fights. I've been really nervous, though, watching the Hui. It seems like the AoE is just too much, and Appies is going to go down.
Yeah, just too much. And to make a use of his augment's name, his comp just went baboom. Now, on to the 6-2 augment. And, not augment, of course, the encounter. Tristana grants a gift of gold to the 3 remaining players.
Now, what do you know? Honestly, I love things like this that are just It gives you a lot of player agency. Just have a bunch of gold, figure out what your comps are going to be from there. All works out as far as I'm concerned.
Now, Dave Diaz was able to maintain quite a long win streak. Started losing, went down to 15 HP, so losing about 30 HP. Now he's able to make the push to 9 and see whether he can make a comeback. For now, King seems unstoppable. Hits the Wukong 2 with the 2 Triforces. That is going to be big.
Yeah, I was going to say, being able to run the 6 Invoker is going to be incredibly strong here. You're going to have repeated casts from both the Morgana as well as the Lilia, but honestly, hitting that Wukong 2, especially off the back of the Freaky Friday, that seems like it's going to be incredibly powerful. You even have the Hui 2 for a little bit of extra support coming in from the backline, so anything this monkey can't deal with, Hui is certainly going to be able to deal with in kind.
Now we see the fight against the enemy Ghost. Even the Ghost seems just too strong here, but the leader throwing the orbs. Look at that Wukong just smashing everything with his weapon. And now David A.S. is fighting the actual one. Is he gonna survive? The Na 3 was not. Ooh. Oh my! And he is deleted. Unfortunately, that Dryad's Na with the big rocks wasn't able to do much. So apparently the opposition could smell what the rock was cooking.
I gotta say, I really do. Well, I'm not gonna let you get away with that really quickly. We're gonna have a serious talk about that pun later. But at the very least, though, I think the Wukong works out phenomenally through those fights. The fact that you mean you're 2-star, the staff can grow exponentially, just I suppose as the mythos, if you so want to read them in your own time after this tournament or during. I won't judge you at the very least. For now, though, we'll have to see if Philip has done their mythological homework and if they can stand up to the Monkey King.
And the Monkey King be dethroned, or can he not? It seems just too strong with 2 Triforces, too much force being applied on the enemy boards. Look at the AoEs helping out the Wukong finish up the job, and it was just too much. Big win by Kings, giving himself a great legendary sage there in the front and taking the win.
Yeah, I gotta say, the Great Heavenly Sage works out phenomenally for the Wukong, and everything, honestly, was pretty fun to see towards the end of there, and it's kind of in line what we've been expecting watching through a lot of these games so far. Lots of reroll comps are coming in, Invokers are proving themselves to be an incredibly strong late-game entity, and meanwhile, Wukong does #just monkey things, and is able to go absolutely insane on the rest of the board.
So Kings takes the win with Monkey Business, and now we go on to a very short break, and then we come off to the final 16.
You
All right, we are back, Protroid, with the magic hands, bringing us in.
Wave hello to everyone, you know?
So, hello, everyone, once again, Sir Black P and Protroid, and now we are back on to the final 16. So, after this, one more cut, the final 8, things are getting to the end.
It's important to remember, too, there are no points resets. Everything that you've been seeing previously is building upon what has come next. So if you're a player like Rainplosion, who, as we heard talking about in games 3 and 4, yes, you've had some phenomenal wins. Those are buoying you against some losses where I know in the last round they hit a 7th place, so they still managed to stay in the top 4 off the back of that. Meanwhile, take a look at some of the other folks that have made it in there.
Yeah, we see our top 8 currently sitting here. We see already 8 points difference between top 1 and 8, so a very good lead for some of our players here, especially our top 1 and 2. So that means that, as you said, with no points resets, they have a very good standing going on to the finals. Of course, still want to have a strong performance now, so they are able to keep that lead going on to the very final game.
Yeah, and if you look at the top of the leaderboard, as we were talking about, very different from what's been going on. Because once you hit 4th place and you're looking at Rainplosion's score, you're looking at like a 1 to 3 point gap between 4th place and 8th place. And that's really where you can start seeing things go absolutely wild. So if you're on the cusp, if you're on the outside looking in very slightly or on the inside looking out very slightly, now is going to be a time to put up or shut up. I'm going to say it a few more times. I'm so sorry about that. In order to ensure the fact that you can cement yourself into the top 8.
Yeah, definitely going to look to cement themselves at that top 8, being able to make it into the finals. So some players just trying to stay ahead, and others with that very close gap fight, as you mentioned. Now, talking about the game itself and the things that players are bringing out, we saw a few risks being taken, like the egg. So some players maybe just, risking it all, and maybe I can gather up some points because, as you pointed, no points reset. So maybe I want to try to push harder for the top 1 and make it to the finals with some advantage. Not all the time that worked out, but still we are seeing a high variance of comps, which is pretty fun to see.
Yeah, and I mean, it's part of PB. Like I said, everyone's still crafting theories, trying to figure out how it's going to go. It really does work nicely in their favor. Furthermore, on the point of the egg, I have to point this out. Yes, it is an incredibly risky play. However, you're not going to be able to make those big swings. You're not going to be able to make those big advancements without taking some risks. So that is exactly what I think we're going to see some players do in this next lobby here. We have to find out what the portal is, and the Radiant Blessing will be a pretty huge swing.
Radiant Blessing, definitely. So when players get down to 40 HP, they will receive a blessing of powerful loot. We don't know what that's going to be just yet, but we'll surely be able to swing some things around. Sometimes the blessing can make it so that the players who are able to get there first get such a big advantage that they turn things around and make it to the top 1.
Yeah, this is something that really is going to incentivize a bit of loss streaking for a lot of these players too, where they're going to be able to econ up a little bit more consistently and know they can go for that pretty big power spike once they go below 40 HP. Granted, that doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room to work with in the late game, but you can still get some pretty dangerous things going here. And really quickly, T-Lights showing us the Exalted units this game. Whenever you see a huge clump of them around the 1 and 2 cost level, that really does open things up for the lobby. They can try to see if they can get some pretty early levels in.
Yeah, the pretty early levels can make a huge difference. No doubt we see the 3 cost drops as well for T-Lights, as even the possibility of a Dragon Lord starts already, but not anymore. So that Ilaoi being frontlined, pretty interesting, because we saw I didn't see too many Ilaois being played throughout the PvE cycle, but now on this tournament we saw some very powerful ones, and that's unit with the right optimization. If you can start it up as well, it is very hard to kill, and those tentacles also do a lot.
Well, it's one of those units, right, where just everything seems to work in concert with itself, where Warden... Oh, I'm going to table for a second. We got to talk about Prismatics opening up early, Radiant Blessings coming on through. Wandering Trainers if T-Lides wants to go for a big swing like that, but they could also go for the Mythic Crown, something that is a little bit more concrete and also will plant the flag and say, I am playing Mythic, contest me at your own peril.
Oh, the Wandering Trainer would be so fun, but we are not going for it. That is sad, because getting those extra 3 traits and then getting the ability to make something around it, it's pretty cool. We saw much of progress being taken by the opposition as well. Mythic can be really good, but it's too much of a commitment, they feel, and now the Pandora's it is. So a radiant item that we'll see whether we're going to use it or want to be rolling it. For now, it's going to be rolling.
Yeah, gotta say, works out pretty nicely here. Also means that T-Lides can go for a lost streak if they hold this Radiant item on their bench a bit longer. Remember, Radiant items are usually worth roughly around 30 to 40 gold, so one of them can really swing some of these early game fights in your favor, especially if it fits a unit and makes them ever so stronger. For now, though, it looks like they actually have enough to win over PO, who's taken the March of Progress.
PO's taking the March of Progress, so let's see what kind of board comes out of it. Of course, with March of Progress, you're usually going to be stuck at 7 for most of your game. Level 8 takes a bit of a while to take there, so very likely reroll kind of scenario. And look at this board by Upset. Upgrades the Dryads, so has a powerful Rek'Sai there with lots of stunts. And, of course, that big Gnar who's going to be throwing boulders all around.
Yeah, and I gotta say, perfect itemization comes on too. Also, decide to go for the Radiant item off of the Pandora's bench, and from there has managed to basically hit the jackpot, get the perfect Gnar option so early on, and this is just going to work really nicely in their favor. Curious to see exactly how they decide to end up, if they want to try to stay in the Dryad line, or if they're going to try to pivot out of it in the future. To me, the team builder is hinting that we might see a Kayn appear as we get deeper and deeper into this game. But for now, though, 2-star Gnar this early, that's going to be incredibly impactful.
Yeah, no doubt. When Upset looks at his boards right now, he's got to be thinking, when looking at that Gnar, man, this rocks. This Gnar is going to do so much against the enemies with that Radiant... I forget the name of it, but that big shield provided for it, and the extra AD as well. The Gnar is going to be deleting things with ease.
Yeah, I gotta say, Radiant Sterix is going to do a lot of incredible work there. Curious to actually get to see a little bit of extra scouting around, trying to figure out how things are going to be going here. Wigwug was able to actually get a very early Kaisa here, so that's going to be off the starter kit they picked up as their augment. And I got to say, I've been loving quite a bit of Kaisa. She's been doing phenomenally with some of these early game boards with some of these late game boards that we see with all of the twin shots. And furthermore, they can go pretty deep themselves with the Ink Shadow.
That Kaisa, I liked it. Pretty interesting unit, showing a lot of missiles, and of course with starter kit we know we're gonna end up having a guaranteed 2-star Kaisa eventually. Now on to a encounter. Alun adding a completed item to every unit, and Protroid, we have some spatulas floating around.
I was going to say, free spatulas and a completed item, that feels pretty good if you're one of these players lower on in the leaderboards right now. Riveting, Wigwug, and Flock had first access, but it seems like they all passed it up in favor of some stronger options here, leaving it open for players like iCopyKeen to swoop on in and take some for themselves. Curious to see exactly how that's going to be going. Like I've said, I have felt so starved for any kind of +1 in the future, but now with this, I think we have properly pivoted in favor of going for that Kayn in the future, now that we're also holding on to the edge of Night on the bench as well.
Yeah, very cool. Doesn't even think too much about it, just goes for the ghostly emblem. Has a Edge of Night on the bench. Could be an interesting game item, but now we are just going to roll it into something better, so maybe we can keep the win streak going. The only player at 100 HP facing off against T-Lights who is yet to decide on which Radiant item they are going to want. Oh, we actually like the Edge of Night, so we're going to keep it around later.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is the kind of aggression that I want to see from Upset Max right now. They're doing everything they can to maintain this power, maintain the early game tempo, and to be strong win streak into the ground.
that win streak is going to be massive. Got to decide on whether making this 10 yes is selling. So that's of course, going to do a heck of a job at keeping themselves at this point. So Ghostly, pretty interesting synergy. Adding those ghosts, well, on the opposite side, the specters. I mean, actually, and making every opposite unit taking a ton of more damage.
And I gotta say, this is actually a very healthy mix between taking a big swing, taking a big risk, but also trying to find some consistency here, right? Upset Max certainly playing off a bit of a high roll here, being able to find this early in R2, as well as getting the early Radiant Sterix to properly buff it up. But from there, they're keeping their eyes on the prize. They're trying to see if they can play the Kayn, which, with the ghostly buffs that we've been seeing to make it a bit more consistent, should be able to perform pretty effectively in what could potentially be their final game if they are not able to find some strong hits here. Just double checked it over to the right side of my screen over here. They're currently at 14th place overall at 25 points. They're going to need a really strong finish here if they want to make sure they can pave their way into the top 8.
Now we see Riveting's boards playing around the Porcelain as the Shojin the Rabadon fully focused on that AP line. Porcelain emblem as well. For now, playing around the faded units, and this Ari focusing hard on the economy line. So now we got to see whether we're going to make a push for some reroll comp on 6, on 7, or can we turn all this extra economy into a very early 8 push?
Yeah, interesting to see how this is going to work out for Riveting here. And to be fair, it seems like they find some pretty nice 2-stars pretty early on, and now even have the fresh to go for that defensive core that we've been talking about here. You know, for someone who's picked up a bit of a deeper economic option so far, I gotta say, this has worked out pretty nicely in their favor right now.
Oh, pretty nicely, no doubt. A very strong board. This Lux has the ability to kill plenty of things, even if a win is not achieved. So keeping themselves at high HP, or at least not losing too much HP, is going to make a big difference, because being able to take advantage of the extra economy being provided now. You will see King with the Fated Emblem, but already with a full cost Kayn to his name with an Edge of Night as well. So that Kayn is going to be able to reap around lots of things. For now, we see that Riveting's board actually turns into something that can even achieve a win. And so that is a very good result. Upset and Kings both win streaking, only upset at 100 HP. And now a silver augment to slow things down just a tad bit.
I gotta say, Recombobulator is always exciting, but we don't have any high cost units here to get some early 5 costs, early 2-star 4s, so that does hurt things a tiny little bit. I think so far what Ruby needs is a little bit of extra, let's say a bit of an extra push here. I like the idea of Harm Assist. Pandora's items is also always a pretty strong option. I think it's going to end up being the Harm Assist. Wait, did I see 2 Recombobulators off to the side?
Oh yeah, it looked like it. Well, still got to see what ended up happening. Yeah,
okay, I see a Wukong.
Oh my, upset with a 3-2 Wukong with the chance of well, not a chance, with the Edge of Night already and the chance of a Radiant item on top of it. I don't know. That Sterix could be really good for the Wukong. Let's see. Yeah, and the Hajj as well. That Wukong is gonna do a lot at this stage in the game.
And when there is one Wukong, surely there shall be another. Our other Recombobulator on the Kayn, Keys, has also managed to pick one up, but isn't quite itemized nearly as well as what we've seen Upset Max do. I talked about the need to take risks. I think this was a strong one, just unfortunately that you immediately went up against the other person who was able to high roll into Recombobulator.
Yeah, not even that massive Radiant Sterix buffed up bonk was enough by the Wukong. There's only really on the backline as well. So that Irelia Wukong combo is really good, because remember, Irelia has the innate ability to Thunder on her kit.
Yeah, really curious to see how that's going to be playing through as it goes on. Again, this is going to be a pretty big risk. They really did give up a lot of their long-term plans here to go for something a bit crazier. Meanwhile, though, if you look on Wigwug, earlier on or later on the other side of your screen, they've actually decided to pick up the Tiny Titans, which makes a lot of sense. If you remember back to our top 8, Wigbug is currently in 6th place. They just want to make sure they can get a pretty good top 4 to cement their position, and Tiny Titans is probably the best way to do that.
No doubt, Tiny Titans, always a very interesting pickup when we are talking about saving up HP in a tournament setting. The 112, that extra 12 HP now makes a big difference into keeping themselves healthy in order to push for a bit more on the rerolls, or maybe just be able to survive a bit better on a big loss streak, making the push onto high levels. Now onto a carousel with the 4 costs. We got to see what people think. But for now, Kings is sitting at 94 HP, still on fire, and that is the POV that we are going with. That's Zoe with the Radiant Blue buff, being able to snipe a lot of enemies.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really do love Zoe. I haven't had as much time as I would have liked to properly experiment with her before this is gonna be hitting the live servers, but she is definitely a pretty strong Arcanist in her own right, especially if you're not quite able to hit the Syndra. So it has been pretty exciting to watch a lot of that structure. You can even play her and sort of more of the Storyweaver support line, as well as we're starting to see Canes begin to mess with. From here, though, we are just going to see what the fate of this win streak is going to hold here. Players are beginning to sort of meet the power level.
Now the fate is on the opposite side. Look at the amounts of shields provided to King's Comp. They become just so strong, but yet the Zoe is just being able to drone her ability and do so much. This attack speed buffed up Kale is also helping out the Storyweaver, so Kings is unstoppable, totally on fire. Now Wigwug still taking losses, but of course still above 100 HP with those Titans. As you said, I wasn't able to experiment too much with Zoe either, but a pretty fun unit that just keeps stacking. Oh.
Okay, let's see. It looks like it's going to be a spatula and a support item. That's going to be pretty insane, especially if you're someone who's been going for something like Umbral that can get pretty transformative as it gets deeper and deeper. For now, though, we are going to have to see exactly which direction this is going to be. Didn't even see the greater dupe actually on the bench as well, so PO must be feeling pretty good about their future. They're just going to need to survive a bit longer for it.
And this is the third Wukong that we see on stage 3. Wukong just flying all around. That is insane. Came on to the level 7 shop for PO. Now the Umbral emblem. So keeping around the Umbral line, focusing on that Yone, the Ripper as his carry, and gonna be able to take a win over the Fated here, maybe because those shields just were a little bit too much. Look at that, the dash around, the kills on everything. Now the Aluna is gonna have to finish off the job, but by the looks of it, is gonna be able to.
Yep, I do have to make a quick correction. I didn't realize Fine Vintage was actually the augment, so not everyone is getting a support item. That's just something that PO gets for themselves. But regardless of any of that, though, things are looking pretty good for them. They've been playing this pretty effectively here on the part of March of Progress. They also, as you kind of saw from a quick little cell there, was able to go Exalted plus March of Progress, which is always exciting to see because you're able to cheat the leveling curve that tiny little bit for that extra experience you get. Hasn't running it anymore right now. They managed to find a pretty healthy place to stabilize with Umbral, but I gotta say, that really does help them out in the long term.
No doubt. That bunch of level 7 Silas as well. That's pretty. My God! There's even a set. We are high rolling out of our minds. Now we even sell the Wukong. We don't care about it. Seth is just a lot stronger. Gonna start making those presses. And now we are only one away.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. This needs 2 more Yones just in order to get this. Is also able to get a pretty nice activation of Umbral 6 off the back of Kane, showing again a few more contested options here, there, and everywhere. I feel like I need to talk a bit more about the set though, just because remember, set scales with time. He needs to get as many reps in as he possibly can, and being able to find them at stage 4-1 of all places, that's going to be absolutely insane.
Also very good to be able to slot in the Umbral 6, because then positioning around that Ages of the Legion becomes just a bit better. You don't really have to worry about that board being sticking up your position a little bit. Now we go into a gold augment for 4-2, and no, not even think too much about it. It's heavy hitters because we know we're gonna have a 3-star Yone with tons of HP, also a big beefed up set. So those units alone making use of the augment is already gonna be really huge. But we are looking out on Yones.
Yeah, it just hasn't been working out for them too much. The Cane is certainly going to be a pretty nice option here, should they so desire to take it. Oh no, it's actually going to be a sell instead. I'm pretty surprised to see that, actually. Reaper has been incredibly strong through a lot of the different areas that I've been looking at so far, so I was almost expecting to see some kind of 4 Reaper option coming to fruition, but no, we're going to stay here, sell that off.
Yeah, only 2 Reapers throwing in the wall there now, so that Nautilus provides a lot of CC, and of course both him and the set become a very tanky, taking that extra DR to themselves. So maybe just wanting the front line to survive a bit more so the Yone can do the job. See whether he can. And look at that, the pair of the legendary plus the 3 cost are doing great things for the Umbros, and the executes are amazing. But that Teemo is just shrubbing everything in front of him. Look at that.
I mean, that's a lot of AP on an Archangels. I don't know what you're going to really do about that if you're not able to get back onto the Teemo sooner rather than later. It was great positioning that we got to see that fight coming in off the back of the Galio. Really did force the Yone into some pretty awkward positions, just couldn't quite dash into the backline to really get onto the Teemo, so that worked out pretty nicely in T-Lide's favor. Now we even see the Galio rewarded for those efforts, becoming a 2-star unit.
Look at the size on that Galio. Such a strong frontliner. We still have a spatula to use on the backline now. We also see the porcelain boards on the opposite side by riveting. Still looking to find a Lysandra by the looks of it, but has already the upgraded Syndra doing a lot of her abilities, able to do quick work of that. Well, not too quick, but still going to be able to take the win over that Galio. But the glowing orbs, the seeds thrown by Lydia, were able to destroy the backline along, of course, with the Teemo. That trick shot doing work with the bounces.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really am a huge fan of Syndra. You have a lot of capability to scale pretty effectively into the late game. It's just gonna be a matter of how effectively can you stall for her at the end of the day. If you aren't able to protect her, she's not gonna be able to really get that much done, as you've been able to see in that past fight.
I will point out now about Wigwug, a player who took Tiny Titans and apparently was able to start winning some rounds after taking a few losses. So still sitting above 100 HP on 4-5. That is a lot of HP saved, and a big chance that a top 4 is already secured just out of the amount of HP saved.
Yeah, I don't know, the 16 versus 105, the blinds that we're seeing between Wigwug and iCopyKeen are going to be pretty difficult to overcome here at the end of the day. T-Lides is actually going to be using their Radiant Blessing in order to throw in a Storyweaver emblem, which means that you could try to keep in this scale a bit longer, regardless if you're going to be able to run, for example, the Sivir for Trick Shot, or if you can find the Azir and pivot over to a bit more of some Invoker's action.
Now facing off against Wigwug. That is a big board. The starter kit, of course, helping out so much, not needing to roll too much, getting access to the guaranteed 2-star Kai'Sa. And look at that, a close fight. But the missiles and the very tanky Illaoi did the job. Win streak now, 105 HP, on fire. That is an amazing result, at least for now. Now, one more encounter to all the players. For the next 4-player combats, Yasuo is going to grant 200 temporary health to the units on the back 3 rows.
I gotta say, this is so exciting for me because it really is just highlighting the sheer number of encounters that exist right now coming into Inkborn Fables. I am not familiar with this one whatsoever. We're going to have to see if T-Lides is going to be willing to move their units into the the second row as opposed to the front row in order to fully properly maximize it. And it looks like everyone else decide to move on back, they're still standing strong in the front one. So really interested to see how that's going to work out for them. Meanwhile, I do have to call this out. iCopy Keen was eliminated in that previous round. So we're going to see if T-Lights is going to join them in the afterlife or manage to stand strong into the Raptors.
Is he going to be able to? Odd choice not moving back the units, because there isn't really much of a difference in terms of what they are going to do. They're not going to lag too much. Both you and the opponents are pretty likely to be doing the same thing. Look at this close fight and takes the last. But yeah, both you and the opponent are going to be doing the same thing. So it's maybe 1 second more for the frontline units to start hitting things, but they will still do their job frontlining. So yeah. Anyways, going on to the porcelain boards there really quickly, saw that Alessandra was hit. So big upgrade for Riveting.
I do got to call out one more thing for iCopy Keen that our producer actually did mention as we're here on the Raptor round. Remember, iCopy Keen was very high up on our leaderboards. Take a look off to the side. They were second place overall. That means they're going to be coming out of this penultimate round with 36 points, which, don't get me wrong, does mean they're basically... I don't want to say guarantee because, oh my goodness, that's going to be terrifying. They still have a decent shot to stay here within the top 8. However, that's going to be a lot of ground they're going to have to make up if they want to win the thing at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, at least the silver lining is we already had a lot of points, so maybe we can make a comeback out of it. But of course, we gotta hope that our top 1 player also don't sprint ahead too much and get themselves being themselves the only player with a big advantage. We see that PO was able to hit that set 2 of the champion duplicator, I'm assuming. So big hit there with the big legendary added to it. And Riveting's board, which I mentioned with the porcelain, was able to hit Alessandra 2 porcelain emblems. So we have access to that 6 porcelain, which is a tons of attack speed and damage reduction to the units as well, which apparently don't really matter too much because Yone and that set are destroying everything in their path, but that Amumu, look at that, extremely tanky, the DF on the porcelain, and the steadfast heart as well, sitting safely at the top, and then Lux at the corner, so safe. The dash by the Yone is able to kill the enemy backliner. The overtime, is it going to be enough? Look at that Amumu is amazing, and the porcelain is unbreakable.
Yeah, it's just going to be incredibly effective here at the end of the day. And I got to say, I think Porcelain is one of the strongest emblems. I will talk about that in more detail, though, as we're looking at this Cho'Gath encounter. And this is something I am always interesting to watch. And whenever it's offered this late into the game, it becomes a little bit less of a risk. A lot of players have managed to find most of their compositions here. And if you look at Nakrak right now, they have decided to go here, pick up these components, lose one of these shop slots. They know they're just looking for something like Galio that they'll probably hit anyway at the end of the day, so works out pretty nicely for them here.
Now this Umbra line is so hard to kill, but at the same time, of course, low HP now is able to build a even shroud. Of course, as we see, we ended up even being able to, it took a while, but we were able to find the 3-star Yone, so of course that helping very much. Now we see the Lydia boards once more with the Story Weavers. Finally a 2-star Lydia upgrade. But is that enough to take down this Umbros? It doesn't look like it. So look at this Silas Nautilus Galio combo on this side. So hard to kill. And then even if you do, there's still a legendary set as well. So it's too beefy of a comp by Pio.
Yeah, and T-Lides really quickly does go down there. Pretty rough to see. T-Lides was, again, one of those players on the outside looking at 11th place overall. I don't think that's going to be enough for them to be able to make it into the top 8. Really unfortunate to see, but that's been an incredible run so far. Switching back over to our Porcelain champion here from Riveting, they've already managed to hit the 6 off of those 2 emblems, and I gotta say, I am a huge fan of this emblem at the end of the day. It gives you so many great stats. You can either run it as a bit more of a resistance-heavy option on your frontliner, as you see it on the Alawi, or send it on to your backline. Let them get use out of that attack speed bonus. So all does work out pretty cleanly there, and oh my goodness, this has also been a pretty strong option because they've been able to hit 6 Arcanists out of the world here as well. So honestly, I expect to see this Lissandra print so many blue orbs.
No doubt, and also great use of the porcelain emblem on the Ilaoi, because as you mentioned, great use of a frontline item, making your frontliner extremely resistant. But on the Ilaoi specifically, she's not only that big, beefy frontliner, she's also an anachronist doing tons of damage with her tentacles. So also benefiting hard from that extra attack speed and the mana generation that it provides. So this board has an insane potential. And talking about potential, we have 2 extra Syndras on the bench, a champion duplicator, and tons of gold still to roll if we want to. So there is a chance that we are going to end up finally seeing a full cost 3-star upgrade.
I wouldn't be surprised either at the end of the day here. I think the Syndra is probably your best option here. The question is going to be when you're going to roll for it, scouting through at some of these options. The second that some of these players die, those 4 costs are going to come and back into the pool. It's going to be hard for you to hit the Syndra, and you might have to end up settling for a Lissandra too. I'm really curious to see how Riveting is going to be playing around this as the only win-streaking player remaining. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to take out Upset.
Love to see Upset Sports here because we see an upgraded Irelia and Wukong as well. So 2 big legendaries on the opposite side, 2 porcelain emblems as well. But it's only 4 porcelain, it's 6 on this side. It's too much DR, too much attack speed. And the Sandra is safe in the corner. Nothing is achieving her. Of course, the Irelia blades do come in and do something, but the Sandra saving up a lot of HP. That Amumu is just completely unstoppable. And Upset is going to be taking a loss. Maybe if Irelia can cast one more time. She was not able to, so Riveting takes the win, and the porcelains destroy the legendaries on the opposite side.
I gotta say, Edge of Night almost came in clutch there, the same way you would see it as a Jhin on Remix Rumble, trying to see if you could stall any amount remaining for the amazing display of blades we saw, but unfortunately just wasn't going to be quite enough here. Meanwhile, switching back over here to Nakrak, they already hit the set 2. He has been bench pressing time and time again. This is getting pretty terrifying as far as I'm concerned.
That set is pumped and ready to go. It is wrecking things in front of him. And oh boy, Riveting goes away from us, but he comes back to us now. The porcelains versus the Umbros. Look at that Yone. He is on the right side, so he might be able to make a dash into the Syndra and get that kill, which would be oh so important. And yes, finally does get into the backline, so the enemy carry is gone. Now only the Amumu is going to survive. The last time he was able to win, but now it looks like that is just too much for that Amumu to go against. The Lux providing that Morello helps a lot in taking down that set. Man, I think this Amumu is going to win again.
I gotta say, if you keep dissing Amumu, shoving him into lockers, he's just gonna keep fighting back here. Honestly, maybe I should have shut up there, as that was honestly that was an overtime Yone free with a lot of help. I'm not quite sure what was going to happen there. But at the end of the day, though, Amumu has been consistently incredibly powerful here, and I think the itemization decisions are also driving that as well. Remember, Amumu is getting a bit of health back off of his ability, which means he can pretty easily stay above the threshold for the heart. So that works out pretty nicely to grant even more damage resistance on top of everything you're getting for 6 porcelain. So works out pretty nicely here. It means that Nakrak is able to stay in while Flock is eliminated. So that's going to be your top 4.
Yeah, it seems that Flock was right. Board game just took a left turn, so takes the 5th place. Now 4 remain. Riveting, accompanied by PO, Wigwoog, and Kings. Kings, once again, strong performance. Made an amazing game, got to the top 1 in the last game, and now has a chance to do so once more. Twice in a row. Riveting with Alessandra 2 upgrade. 1 more Syndra, so close to getting that 3-star, but only 1 life left, so there is a chance of elimination before he can get there.
Yeah, curious to see some of these final options. It looks like the set is being pivoted into full damage, while Galio's going to have to pick up a little bit of the slack. Watch how this first dive is going to go. If it can end up on the Azir, it will be huge, but Mana Reaves are going to get in the way.
And the Reeves are rough. That Azir trying to push some extra sand soldiers into the front line so we can survive. The Raving comes in, the bonk from the Wukong with a radiant blue buff to his name. Of course, low mana pool casts so much transitions and rolls between the three abilities, and even the Umbros can't do too much about it. Kings destroying the opposition, and Kings showing off an amazing ability to flex around in every game and showing great knowledge of the current set.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is already incredibly impressive to see. Really curious to see how this is going to translate further for Keens once we have hit the live servers on them. I'll be sure to watch how their climb is going to be going fairly closely. For now, though, we're just going to see how strong this Azir is able to stand up to the rest of the lobby. Again, we've seen this do some pretty impressive work. A Kaisa free, though, is a hell of a thing to pivot into. Let's take a look, see about how this is going to be going here. It looks like we have a bunch of twin shots in tow as well. Look at how quickly everything's melting.
Everything's being melted by those very quick missiles. Wig Woog at the very last life, at the very last second, was able to hit the 3-star upgrade. That means probably doom for Kings. And now, can Riveting survive the ghost of Kings? No, it cannot. So the third place is determined, and now only 2 remain. But it doesn't look like too much can be done against a 3-star Kaiser.
Yeah, again, big moves are coming in here for Wigwug. They were in 6th place overall. They are now basically going to guarantee that top 8 position off of this, regardless of if it's a 1st or a 2nd. Meanwhile, Keens in a similar boat here. 3rd place overall coming in, had a bit more wiggle room. So if they take the 2nd off the back of this, they should be in a pretty strong position overall. We're just going to be waiting to see what's going to be happening in Lobby A off to the side, but that will be something we concern ourselves with later.
Look at the power on the opposite side. Wigwood turning those Kaiser missiles into Rio nukes. Everything is deleted with ease. There's not even too much to talk about it. Only if the Wukong does make it into the backline in order to kill that 3-star. The Azir Sand soldiers help to buy time, but they are not enough. Kings takes 1 more loss. We are going on to one last carousel here. Then the last fight, one of the players will be full show eliminated. But yeah, don't see too much that can be done anymore.
I mean, if we want to be incredibly technical, there might be a world where you're able to try to get a good pivot here, try to see if you can get the bow staff lined up just right for the Wukong to hit on there. And honestly, a few Wukongs are coming in the shop. It would be risky. It seems like it's too big of a risk, especially when you're down a shop slot. But I think we've rolled past a Wukong 3 at this point.
Yeah, there were plenty of Wukongs being rolled there. I think we saw at least 4 of them.
Oh, it's okay. Same Wukong, right?
Exactly. You can always assume that.
Yeah, just a lonely monkey trying to join its friends on the board here. We're going to have to see if this is enough, though, for Keens, who it seems like they might be able to get a pretty good angle here. We'll have to see how it lends up at the end of the day, though.
And the Wukong bonked down the opposition. The Kaiser missiles already on him. Didn't even get to stock the... was able to stock the Tides Resolve, but not nearly enough. Already deleted with ease. Kaiser just snipes away everything. And that trick-shot champion just won over the game. The starter kit transitioned into a eventual 3-star at the very last second, at the very last life. Amazing result there. And now... the last, the second to last game was finished. Protroid, only 1 more tonight.
I mean, that's also about saying, sorry, something weird happened to my hair. I'm not quite sure what happened when I got so invested into it, but I completely agree. You also need to remember the Tiny Titans came in clutch there. Getting all that bonus HP was able to ensure that you're able to find that 3-star forecast, something that we don't get to cast nearly enough. It would have been great to see Wukong 3, but hey, we got 1 more game of TFT and anything can happen.
I mean, hey, at least we got the Kaiser 3, so that is a 3-star. Beautiful to see. It was a amazing game. But yeah, let's go on to a very short break and don't go anywhere because the finals are coming around.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing under deep down waves.
Welcome back, Protroid. It is time. The final 8. One more game, and then our champion.
Yes, and I think it's time to reveal those top 8 players now as well. So the second we have that come on through, take a look at these final standings. JD Zielinski walking in with a 2-point lead over the competition, but it still can go any which way.
Yeah, 41 points, then 39, 38 to 2 players. So a lot of chances for any one of these players to win this out. I mean, even PO at the bottom has a very tiny chance. I mean, who knows? So this last game is bound to bring us a lot of interesting action and be a nail biter, bringing us to the edge of the seats until the very end.
And remember, this is not checkmate. This is not anything crazy. We're not resetting points. You're walking in with these advantages as you are on here, and that brings you ever so closer to that $1,500 prize pot.
Yeah, and now talk about the 500 prize pot. We gotta always, of course, talk about the Gemlet, our sponsor, helping out, bring us this tournament live yesterday and today. Gemlet is a Jewish store based out of Toronto, Canada, which has an amazing and diverse culture that has allowed Gemlet to grow into what it is today. It was founded in 2016 by Michelle Hung from her dorms at the University of Waterloo, and you can check out all they have to offer at gemlet.com with worldwide shipping available. And if you want to get something for yourself, maybe a loved one, who knows, you can get 20% off with the code Relentless Focus Gaming.
And honestly, you were one that I was thinking of trying to get you something off of there, Sir Blackpea, but there's one too many puns in those last couple of fights, so I think all bets are off at this point here. But regardless of any of that, I do also want to shout out our friends, the Asian Mental Health Collective. Again, I cannot stress this enough. Mental health is incredibly important. Taking any steps you can in order to find therapists, find support groups is imperative, and that's what the Asian Mental Health Collective concerns itself with. They try to pair folks with therapists in need to try to help out those communities, and they are incredible to see. If you would like to donate, be involved with that mission, !charity in the chat. We're still looking to match 500 USD in donations, and honestly, what a cause to do it for.
No doubt about it. And now we are heading into our very last game. 8 players remain. The meta is pretty diverse. Players have seen to find a lot of flexibility going into those 4 costs and the legendaries, because yesterday we saw that rerolls were the name of the game, but now players are managing to know a little bit better how to manage the econ and the HPs to be able to go on those higher cost units. So a lot is on the table, and we do not have favorites with all these very close points between all of them. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to happen. I'm also curious to see what the final encounters are going to be before we are closing out this tournament, because I don't think we've seen anything that's been too game warping. We haven't seen Kane ending things at stage 5-4. We haven't seen Lilia changing around the points where players are getting their augments. Things have been, granted, still pretty crazy as things have gone through with Cho'Gath eating slots. However, we are going to have to see what's going to happen as we get into this final lobby. So I want to swing for the fences. I want to see something crazy. Bard is actually going to be the choice here, and everyone is now level 3.
Oh, amazing. Everyone is starting off at level 3, so already access to is going to have easier access, earlier access to more units. Well, I agree with you. We don't know which all the next encounters are going to be, but I do know what the last encounter is going to be. 1 player and the crown.
Hey, that works out pretty fine for me here at the end of the day, and I didn't even realize Bard also was able to give you a couple of extra units as well, just to ensure that you're able to get a little bit more effectiveness out and get running with those free units as quickly as possible. JD Zielinski is able to start with a pretty clean Dryad start as well, and meanwhile over here, seems like Rainplosion is trying to make Lightning Strike twice, as I believe we saw her run Heavenly a few times today. Already has a Malphite too, should she so desire it.
Definitely pretty interesting synergy akin to the old guild that we used to have. Does choose to upgrade the behemoth that in the front. So very strong players here. We see Kendrew, for example, a big name that has been doing well in so many huge tournaments. Kings, of course, a player who has been highlighted on the last 2 games, pulling off an amazing performance on the last stretch of games. And Rainplosion, of course, suffered a bit of a loss there on one of the games, but then made a comeback and is still contending hard for the top 1.
I mean, again, you could see pretty much everything up in the top left of your screen from Rainplosion's perspectives. I see a lot of 1s, I see a lot of 7s. The only score that isn't there is the second they had in the previous lobby, and to be fair, that was off the back of some pretty crazy finishes in that game as well. So I would say you have to feel pretty good if you're Rainplosion to at least end out the day strong. It's just going to be a matter of if they're able to find another first place to tighten it all up.
Silver augment 2-1. Pick up the litter. I like it, but it's not going to be the choice. We're getting a Thief's Gloves, so we're getting a little bit of strength and trying to make our early game a little bit stronger than everybody else's. Yeah, as you pointed out, a lot of ones there, so maybe this is the player who is going to be able to take the top one on the last game and the win of the whole tournament off of it.
Yeah, is going to slam that TG just at the last second to get that little bit of power in. I got to say, Rain has already built a pretty strong board here off the back of just finding these 2-star tanks so early on. I think that should be enough to really brute force her way through a lot of these fights.
No doubt. So look at that tattoo already on the backline. They're doing a lot for the Sen and didn't have too much of a look at it, unfortunately. Rain, Plosion, doing a lot with this TG, the Yasuo, doing a great job at keeping them at the winning side.
Yeah, curious to see exactly how this is going to go for Rain. It seems like no more pairs are coming on through, and again, the fact that you're already here at level 4, it means that finding any of these 1-cost 2-stars is going to be a bit more of a challenge, so I don't even mind seeing the deeper hold of these units on the bench. It just needs to come at a cost of not hitting Econ. It seems like that's one that she's not willing to bear. Excuse me, actually going to level up here to 5 to try to catch folks off guard.
Buffing up the Kindred to do tons of AP damage now with the extra attack speed, and of course, the Yasuo becoming even better over tank with a Gargoyle's Roll. Impossible to lose this one. I copy King, takes Young, Wild, and Free, but for now, not going to be able to take a huge advantage of it since it is on the losing side of things.
They do already have Fortune active, though, and that has been a trait that's been a bit elusive because in order to activate it without any kind of headliner, you now need to make sure you can hit one of these 3 costs. So that is going to be a bit on the trickier side, something they're still able to do. Remember, it's a little bit trickier to cash out with Fortune than it was previously because you have to watch out for how your levels are going to go, but it still can be quite a powerful resource, especially in a game like this.
Taking any wins will wreck a lot of your plans, so gotta guarantee the losses. But then, yes, of course, can bring a lot. And oh boy, Wigwug, Zoe 3 hits, so a 3-cost upgrade on 2-3.
That is really insane. And also, Wigwug is another player that's been able to already activate Fortune. Now, the fact that you find that Zoe 2, I think is going to be pretty impactful. I don't think you're going to be able to run a lot of loss streaks here, but honestly, this fight is looking closer than expected.
Maybe still we're going to be able to take the losses because then again, Fortune gives you only that econ and the possibility of a loot. It does not give you any power to the board. So maybe the Zoe will be enough to get some kills. Hopefully, still going to be able to take the losses and try to go for a bigger cash out eventually.
It is also important to remember, too, we've seen Fortune iterate through a lot on the PBE. We've seen it go from losing 30% of luck stacks to, I think it's now settled at around 10% or so. So winning isn't nearly as punishing as it used to be earlier on in the cycle. But I agree, you're still giving up a lot of power early on. You need to make sure that you're able to preserve as much health as possible. And I think that Zoe Free is going to be a pretty good recipe to do so. Meanwhile, taking a look over here on Nakrak's perspective, I see a lot more Fortune units in the form of the Teemo, so I think we should see a pretty interesting trick shot board come to fruition.
Yeah, we're seeing the trick shots work so well. Bard is a very flexible unit, even though it hasn't been too much used lately. Teemo, so good. Some rerolls of the Teemo have worked out so well. Those shrooms can do tons of damage. And of course, saw Kai'Sa 3, another trick shots, do amazing on the last game.
Yeah, all seems to work pretty fine in my book. Meanwhile, take a look at this. Rain has actually now found a 2-star Lux, so that's going to be even more power after that as well.
Lux 2, insane upgrade. Remember, Lux throws her orbs at the farthest unit, so just like Caitlyn that we saw there, is able to kill cornered units with ease. Wigwug here, level to 5. So is confident that even with the leveling and the Zoe upgrade, he's going to be able to keep the losing of the Fortune stacks. And just before we turn things around, we saw on the Lux board a Ash already hit, so maybe a Porcelain game is coming hot in there.
I mean, the camera isn't on my face right now, but I certainly made a pretty exciting face when I saw that come on through. That is pretty insane to see here. Meanwhile, if you're Keens, you're trying to see if you're able to maintain a 5-game loss streak, a tall task to fill when you have to dodge and weave around so many Fortune players. It seems like with JD Zielinski showing up, they've just managed to do so, though.
Look at the size of this opposite board, a 2-star Na and a 2-star Rek'Sai, both the Dryads with tons of HP stacked, just not able to be killed. A easy win by Zielinski, our top 1 player currently. Just one. He's the one who just has to do his own job. Just get a top 4 plus, and you're already pretty much set with a crown on your hands.
I mean, why stop at those 2 stars, though? Because you also have the Kabuko and the Sibber in the backline as well. They've just managed to build themselves a really strong board. But while you're talking about strength overall in the overall standings here, I'm looking at this game as Ripple Overdrive right now is the only player that's been able to maintain a win streak going into the Krug round. Ripple is currently 6th place overall. A 1st place would knock them out of the range of JD Zielinski, provided JD makes it into the bottom of the top 4 other than the top. So still plenty of options coming forward in this lobby as we're getting closer and closer to crowning our champion.
Closer and closer indeed. We still have no augments for Kings, so big reason on the loss that we are taking. I mean, of course, by no augments, I mean the augment, what the augment's going to provide us there with the end is going to come on later. So for now, playing down, that's power. But a strong board nonetheless here, able to kill some things. So hopefully after the augment comes online and the 3-2 augment too, we can start making a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, curious to see how this is all going to work out. I believe that's the tattoo of bombardment that was just slotted in onto that Gnar, which, don't get me wrong, can do a pretty nice bit of damage here at the end of the day. Furthermore, it's one of the things I like about Inkshao's the most. It just frees you up a little bit of additional item power because you can itemize more carries off the back of these items. So works pretty cleanly for me.
Yeah, that too means that every 3rd attack you get pretty much a Runance, beefed up Runance with bolts thrown at the 2 lowest health enemies. So that is pretty good at adding tons of damage to your boards. The Latent Forge very close to being procced. Now, gold augment to the entirety of our game. Silver, gold, maybe we can get a prismatic to finish things up later.
Yeah, and Keens was able to take the win off of iCopy Keens, so that works out pretty nicely in their favor. But take a look at where they're sandwiched in the standings right now. Between iCopy Keen and Wigwug, 2 players that have been loss streaking very effectively with Fortune, perhaps a little too effectively for iCopy Keen. But all in all together, we're ending up with a position where these players can really begin warping the lobby once they start cashing out.
Zielinski pushes to 6. Nipple Overdrive still at the very top. Now this Warden buff up means that we're gonna see a lot of DR on the front line, a lot of tankiness. We still gotta see how many carries we can provide in order to have the damage to kill the opposition. PO with the extra stats to his boards now. The Sunfire Cape, of course, is gonna help a ton in the front line. Still, that Story Weaver comp is not going to do too much against the Wardens and all those DR. I love to see a frontline-centric comp taking a frontline-centric augment.
Yeah, it is certainly going to be interesting to see. And the fact that we also have the Latent Forge beginning to proc, as you pointed out, sooner rather than later, it really does mean that Keens is properly stabilized and can now sort of make a name for themselves surrounding all of these Fortune players that we've been taking a look at. Meanwhile, though, let's take a look at JD Zielinski, who's taken a pretty deep econ augment off the back of their win streak here, which has all of a sudden turned into a loss.
Yeah, with raining goats, lots of econs are going to come in. Level 7 push already. And this Morgana is an amazing hit at this stage into the game. Not only she's going to be very much helped by that Ionic Spark in the front, but it's a lot of AoE with anti-healing applied to the entirety of the enemy board. So great hit here. We also saw that Wigwog also made the level to 7, so a lot of aggressive leveling by the players.
Yeah, meanwhile, let's take a look over there at Ripple Overdrive's side of the board. They've been playing fairly aggressively themselves, also hitting 7 in an effort to try and protect this streak as much as they can. And take a look at this. They're not even going to lose a single unit here against JD Zelensky. This is a display of dominance.
Display of dominance indeed. We went with the level 7 here, thinking, yeah, we're gonna win something, or at least we're gonna keep ourselves healthy, but then we take a full-on loss by versus Nipple Overdrive. That's certainly hard. But Nipple showing why they are able to sit at the top of the 100 HP, making a perfect game, finding the perfect second augment in order to keep their board at full strength, and deleting everything else and keeping themselves healthy.
And if there was ever a time to watch Ripple Overdrive closely, it's right now. These are the moments that are going to be incredibly impactful for the rest of the lobby, because the longer that they're able to run away with this kind of win streak, the more of a game warping effect they're going to have, the more say they're going to be able to throw in terms of what the tempo of this lobby looks like. Because if they're able to push a level like 7 and not feel any kind of burn, everyone else has to do the same exact thing, lest they want to take tons of damage.
And also talking about tons of damage, every time you have someone sitting at 100 HP so safely, that HP who is not coming out of there is coming out of the other players. So you see players sitting at extremely low HP bars already, like I copy Keen at 36, for example. That is a very rough spot to be, especially when we're talking about being in the finals. We see Rain Explosions both here focused on the Arcanist. Take an Arcanist emblem for now, playing around that Lux, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. This Morgana, as I pointed out before, quite a hit. This AoE's hurt a lot.
She does have plenty of time, though. Arcanist Emblem will work in a bunch of different cases here, particularly on some of the Invokers that would probably like a bit of AP anyway, thinking of the Lilia specifically there. So it could be some pretty nice crossover effects that we've seen them able to play as we get deeper and deeper into the games. JD Zelensky hitting the Zion Rakan at 3-6. My goodness.
Hitting a legendary very early. Gotta think whether it's going to be able to slot it in or not. Don't want to grief yourself in terms of the synergies and how much they are providing to your board, but of course keeping that on your bench because it can very well be used later. No items for either of the units though, but still it is well, maybe Shojin Gunblade could be on the account. But anyways, we saw Kings now with the Wardens with a very powerful Gnaw, with that Hole Crusher, and only 2 after 3-star.
Yeah, I gotta say, this has been pretty insane to see so far. And Gnar, I will say, is also still putting a lot of work in here. Was able to get pretty good benefits off of the Latent Forge. They also were able to move that Tattoo of Bombardment off in favor of just throwing it onto the Senna to get a few more proper itemization options down here. So that all works pretty nicely. I think that means that Keynes is going to be in a pretty safe spot. I want to check out a player who's taking a bit more risks, though, as we're going to move over to Wigwug, I believe, here on this PvE round, and they have been going pretty great so far.
Really neat. Rolled over. Alessandra did not even think too much about it. Doesn't want that legendary. The focus is completely on the mythics. This Lydia can do a lot. Hey, by the way, Kent's 3-star now already hit, so probably going to be able to keep win streaking just a bit more. The mythic augments there that I just mentioned, it means it's going to be epic. Every time a unique mythic champion becomes epic, you gain 2 player health and 3 gold. So healing yourself a little bit, getting a bit of extra econ, and now a Lilia too.
Yeah, hey, I gotta say, that's gonna be pretty nice, especially as Wigwug was going pretty low in the leaderboards after going through that fortune roll that we were talking about early on, and being able to get a bit of HP back, a little bit of gold back. That should give them a bit of a cushion that I'm sure this Lilia will be right to exploit.
This Lilia is so powerful with the Shojin and the Nashos. So many casts come out of it. And then, of course, the Morello giving a nice bit of attack speed and the anti-healing, the burn damage, which are always extremely good. Look at this. On the opposite side, the Copy King trying to make it back and has already a Ode to his name. Heals back up, but is made quick work off by the Epics. So all the entirety of the backline survived. So good win by a Copy King. And now, Protroid, we are finally approaching our last augment of the last game.
I'll have to see. Is it going to be the prismatic? Are we going to see some form of crescendo here? Or will things crash back to silver? We will find out sooner rather than later. I think Copy King is feeling pretty good about their position because they were able to stabilize off of that previous fight. Gold means that things are going to be a bit calm, though. So I'll see where that's going to end up.
Long distance balls, interesting, can get both the Lilia and whatever front line of choice, be it the Tankench or the Any, to a hugely powered up state. Oh, showing 3 Umbral onto the game now.
I'm interested in this, I would say. I feel like that works pretty nicely with the long distance pals. Meanwhile, for Rain, look at this. They made a huge roll down here, trying to see if they make an effort to get any of these late game Arcanists, but I don't see a single Syndra. I don't see a single Lissandra. This seems like the roll did have the best of intentions, but wasn't quite able to hit in the way they were looking for.
Yeah, at least one single Syndra is on the game, but no Lissandra. So no legendary, 2 TGs. Maybe they can help.
Oh no, that is a Syndra at the very back. I'm so sorry about that.
And we see a Set on the front line who is quickly made work of by Wigwag Sports. That tank and chip grade really helping out. And of course, the Lilia beefed up by the long distance pals now is wrecking everything. That Invoker is just hard to deal with. Kings still on fire. Let's see whether that keeps going on to the next round.
And I will say, the silver lining for Rain, oh, that's rough. The silver lining for Rain, though, is the fact that they were able to find the Hui. That means that they're going to be able to get some pretty big AoE damage off the back of the Arcanist emblem on him as well. So that works out pretty nicely here at the end of the day for them, especially because they can even start printing units here at stage 4-3.
Yeah, but still a lot of bears to hit. This is a rough situation, especially when you decide to go for such a huge row down. Let's see if Rain can recover from it. This Syndra is going to be printing a lot of attacks. The AoE from the Hui is really good, but everybody else is getting stronger by the minute.
Yeah, and I don't know how many minutes Rainplosion has left. Again, she's been incredibly dominant in this tournament, a little bit hit or miss. 1st or 7th, I suppose, might be the best way to kind of put it. And it seems like for now, she's been having a bit of trouble stabilizing. That last roll down was a last-ditch effort. I think she has enough gas in the tank to at least survive a bit longer. Hold on, trying to see if they can find some of these last units. But if these fights are anything to go by, they need to do that sooner rather than later, lest they get overtaken.
When we do get wins, they are extremely close, but sometimes they are losses. So a rough spot needs to find these upgrades. Now, Nepo Overdrive a while ago ended up taking a loss and losing the 100 HP. Only that one loss still, so safely at 89 HP. And then a huge gap, 33 HP down is the 2nd place Kendra. So Nepo Overdrive making a nice run in this finals. Remember, it is they are sitting at 34 points, so they still need a lot. Even if they do go top 1, they still need a lot of other results to help out, but there is a chance.
That does work out pretty nicely. There's going to be a little Sandra for Rainplosion. We'll have to see how they want to try to throw that in here. The Amumu is a decent choice for that, but again, you still need the front line active off the back of the set, so it does still hurt a tiny little bit, I would say.
Now, finally, some upgrades come in. This Lali and this Nico are going to be able to help a little bit more. The Lissandra, the Legendary, of course, 8 Arcanists with a Arcanist set. Tons of AP, but there is a 2-star Syndra on the opposite side. Zielinski with the upgrade there.
I mean, I gotta say, this is pretty terrifying to see. This means that we have 8 Arcanists online. That's gonna be a lot of AP, but right now the star levels just aren't in Rainplosion's favor, even after finding that nice shop with the Alawi free partnered up with the, the additional power that comes in from the Nico.
No doubt, this 8 Arcanists provides tons of AP. Now, on to one more encounter on offering artifacts to everyone. This is pretty interesting because this is going to be permanent. So your choice gotta be really, really smart. And this diamond hands seem to be a really go-to choice here, both on the Ilaoi or the set. Could make a huge difference.
Yeah, it's just reliable here at the end of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up on the set, but no, it's actually going to be here on Lysandra, just to make sure that she's guaranteed to get off at least one cast. Meanwhile, though, take a look at some of the other boards that folks have been constructing. We're seeing 2-star 4 costs left, right, and center across the board right now.
Janna 3 upgrade to PO as well. This Lysandra has a lot of potential if she can start printing out a bit of gold in order for us to be rolling, or maybe find some extra components to beef up your front line. Both of those could be extremely good. But that Athena Winter is doing a heck of a job at slowing down everything on Implosion's side of things. Meanwhile, the Who Crusher Na just rocks everything in front of him and throwing those boulders. But the Lysandra was able to be cornered safely and stacking up all her orbs, so she's going to be able to kill. No, she doesn't even get the kill on the Na.
Would have been nice, but again, just doesn't have the star levels here, and they've now dipped down into 7th place with iCopy Keen maintaining the win streak that they built after their fortune cash out. So things have been working out pretty nicely for them at the very least, even though for Brainplosion that spells a very scary story.
Very scary indeed. A bit of unsuccessful reroll now. PO with a 3-story Weaver, the Kale, a lot of frontline tankiness, and the Janna being his main carry. Double Gintos means tons of attack speed and tons of shielding coming in, which are going to be heavily amped up by the Archangels. And of course, every time the shields expire, they do just a bit of AoE damage, which can be the difference makers into getting those wins.
I'll also say really quickly too, this is again another thing to point out how PvE sort of gives you a lot of room to experiment, grow, try to figure out what works, what doesn't. This is the first time I've ever seen a carry Janna. Just plain and simple. I've seen a lot of pretty crazy stuff. I think so far the thing that's been the neatest to see for me has been Soraka, but being able to throw in this Janna, being able to get that consistent damage and shielding up as well, that should be pretty helpful, and I want to see how it goes in this fight.
Morelos Soraka really good here. She's going to be applying the Morelos heavily with the AoE. Also, mana reaving opponents, which is really good. Now the Syndra upgrade comes in on the opposite side, so is going to be able to win over this shielding Janna. The front line is disappearing with ease. I would say first time I see this carry Janna as well. But nonetheless, a really powerful unit, which we've seen a lot, shielding so many units. And of course, that Dragon Lord's buff giving attack speeds to everybody. Close fight. But the Janna does get the win. And Protroid, this thing is looking lit.
I mean, I gotta say, remember, she could still shield herself, and that's exactly what happened there. Came in clutch as the butterflies are flying towards her from the Syndra. That worked out great in their favor. Meanwhile, though, Rain takes another loss, so they don't have enough gold to pick up that last Syndra in the shop. They cancel the Nico, sacrifice a 2-star in favor of the 1, so they get to keep 8 Arcanist. But again, we're gonna have to see how long the Syndra can survive for. The 2-star power-up might mean that she can do a little bit of offensive defense, keeping her front line alive, but we'll have to see how symbiotic this relationship is.
The thing is, we have to face off against Kendrew, who just hits that backline Reaper Alune 3. So that is rough. The AoEs come in, do tons of damage. The front line on the enemy side disappeared already. Ilaoi is still being able to tank it. Hey, Sandra does the job, finds the Alune in the corner. And so at least for now, we are going to be surviving. Smart decision, trading out the Nico for the Syndra. Unfortunately, let's see if that lasts long enough.
And Kendrew actually took a loss there, so Reimplosion isn't in the danger zone alone anymore. So that is going to be a little bit heartwarming, I suppose, to a certain perspective. Perhaps, maybe not for Kendrew here at the end of the day. Beyond any of that, though, lobby is beginning to tighten up a little bit here. Take a look over here again. JD Zielinski, who again is at the top of our leaderboard right now, has now managed to find their way into the bot 4 of only 18 HP remaining. 1 HP ahead of iCopy Keen, who's been win streaking ever since I think they got out of Fortune here. So this is going to be interesting. It's going to open things up for a player like Keen's currently in 2nd place to try to run away with it.
Kings who are also just level to 9. Now we see Nipple Overdrive Sport playing around that Lydia carry the Galio as the amazing frontliner. Can the Syndra get through this Galio quickly enough in order to transition into the Lydia? Was able to delete him, but there's still too much frontline. The Tibers does such a huge work at tanking. Syndra needs to turn around and hit that Lydia for one more cast. She finally does, but there's still 4 support units to go through. They are not going to be able to do too much. It was a close fight, but the Syndra does get the kills. Rain keeps going. Zielinski, our current top 1 overall on the leaderboard, goes down to 1 HP. Rough situation on the last game.
That is going to be incredible to see. If JD Zielinski goes in 8th place here, that means their point total is going to be stuck at 42 points. For perspective, PO, who we've been talking about a little bit at the bottom of this lobby, came through a tiebreaker, entered in with 33. This means if PO is able to get a 1st place, they would be 1 point below JD Zielinski, tied with them if we didn't even factor into this game right now. So that's going to be a pretty rough thing, and it really does spell tournament doom for JD Zielinski, but perhaps new life into players in 2nd through 4th. Keynes, Wigwag, Rain, looking to see everything they can do.
Andrew sitting at the 7th place and 9 HP, just able to hit that upgrade to the set 2. So big legendary upgrade. Let's see whether that's going to be what he needs in order to start coming back into the game, or it's going to die anyways. We got to see where Rain goes, because any fight can be the last, and it is a face-off against PO and the big Janna.
Again, this has been incredible to see. We've already seen how this Janna is able to shrug off a couple of these blasts coming in from the Syndra. It's just going to be a question of if the Syndra's going to be able to stack and get there sooner rather than later. The front line, though, is gone for Rainplosion. Syndra is trying to play cleanup wherever she can. She does stall a bit on the D-Claw, but it seems like Janna will not go down. Rainplosion is going to be ending out in 8th place. No, 7th. We can't have them go to 8th. It's only 1st or 7th for Rainplosion this entire tournament. Kane Drew is able to jump on that grenade while I Copy Keen goes down and 6th place. JD Zielinski holding on for dear life at 5th place as Ripple Overdrive, again dominant earlier on, has now found themselves in 5th.
With 3 players eliminated, the final 5 get themselves a choice between 2 different armories from Jax. Zielinski, for example, taking the support choice and getting this extra tons of AP to the backline. Huge result by Zielinski as well, because they went from getting possibly only 1 point to already at least 4 guaranteed. So a huge chance at getting still the crown on their hands. Now, the chance of eliminating Nipple Overdrive. But man, that was a Zephyr directly onto the Syndra.
That is incredibly rough. Syndra requires so much on getting those casts off, and since she has a Shojin and not a blue buff, that means it's going to be ever so harder. You also have to worry about the Lilia, who's in a prime position to get those casts off. Perfectly done for Ripple Overdrive, really taking advantage of the fact that, again, people don't always scout or remember to scout when things like a support armory comes through, and that's how you can catch people off guard with the Zephyr. So that's going to spell JD Zielinski's doom.
Zielinski is doomed, gets the 1st place, is eliminated. Now 4 remain, but still 4 points means we go to 45. So mathematically, good chance for Zielinski to still be the champ. Let's see what happens out of it, because still 4 of us production is going to be keeping us tuned about that information. Now 1 HP onto our 4th place player, 8 HP on a 3rd place player, so 2 more eliminations might come in very soon.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how this goes. Again, Ripple Overdrive was towards the bottom of the leaderboard coming in here. If they can manage to find themselves a 1st, sneak their way on in, they could surpass JD Zielinski. We'll have to see exactly which direction that's going to come on through, though.
BO and Nipple have no chance. The both players who are close to elimination.
Excuse me. No, you're right. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, PO and Ripple and Nipple, no chance, because the 45 already by Zielinski. So now the other 2 players, Wig Woog and Kings, are the ones actually battling it out for a chance. Wigwag with the top one would pass Zielinski by 1 point, so that would be an amazing win. But let's see what happens, because we have a fight on our hands here. PO with the carry Jana. On the other side, there is a massive mythic Lilia doing so much. Look at that Who Crush Tibas is unkillable, and the Invokers with so much mana generation with the Azir added in with the Sand Soldiers as well. So an elimination here. We have one player down. Let's see what the Nepo is going down to. Kings board is just too strong. Yes, Nepo eliminated as well. So Kings versus Wigwag is the final battle, and both of them with a chance of being the champion.
Yeah, it's going to be whoever takes first here at this point between Kings and Wigbug. Both of them have made it incredibly far. Wigbug, as you said, will be able to win by 1 point. Kings is in a very similar position themselves. This is going to be ever so close here. Kings, though, has the slight advantage off the back of HP.
So Zielinski already cemented at the 3rd place. And now who's going to be the top one? Who's going to be the top two? It's between these two guys here, but there is still a lot of fight to go between them, Protroid, because 46 HP, 25, at least two healths for Wigwag, 3 or maybe 4 for Kins. But now let's see who has the edge, at least on this first fight. That those mythic units are doing tons of damage, but there's too much HP to push through on this side. The Hook Crusher now throwing the boulders, the Eternal Winter helping out a lot on the left side. This Ash, though, is left alone here in the corner doing so much, and the arrows fly and kill everything their path. King's already on a win streak now, 5 wins in a row, 67 HP. Is able to make the push to 9 if he wants to. So maybe we are going to have our champion on the next fight.
We'll see where it goes. Wigwag is managing to find Hui, so this board hasn't quite reached its final form either. The Azir even comes in for a little bit of extra moral support at the end as well. I don't know, though. That last fight was incredibly convincing. It's going to take a lot for Wigwag to be able to stand in against this.
One last fight, and we determine our champion, maybe, if Kings can get this elimination over Wigwag. So again, the positioning has been changed around for both sides. The leader is now on the left side, the Ash here on the right side, now closer to the Gnar. So both of these AD units helping each other out. The last whisper from the Ash helping out the Gnar do so much more bolder damage, and is able to push through the first front liners. There's still a big Welcome back one last time, Protroid. We have our winner, Kins. Amazing performances, smashed through everything. Started off with a rough situation there with a 7th place, but then only top 3 and above. Top 2s and 1s, mainly insane results, showing off an expertise on our PBE.
Yeah, and again, like I was talking about before, there's just so much time that goes into understanding a PvE cycle. Things change on a whim day by day, but now, as we found our focus, as we go deeper and deeper into the launch day next week of Inkborn Fables, Keynes, I think, has a bit more wind in their sails as they begin their own rank climb, but I think that's enough from us. Keynes, come on in here, come on down. Tell us a little bit about what you're thinking right now.
Oh man, my hands are shaking. I've never won like a big tournament like this, so feels really nice.
Awesome. And also with commanding presence as well, like we were talking about, had that rough start of the day, but you were able to bring it back consistently on through. I guess first and foremost, what does it feel like to sort of be able to play and stand alongside some of these other folks like Rainplosion, who I know you played with? I met you in Vegas, I believe, as well. You had to play along so many of these high-level folks. What does it feel like to stand at the top of those folks?
Standing at the top, I wouldn't say at the top. I'd say like maybe feels good to stand on their level. I mean, when I see the names, it's like I don't really get intimidated or whatever, right? I remember like this famous quote by like Double Up. He used to say like whenever he would scrim, he would like hide the name tags. That's kind of what I do. Like I don't really pay attention to their big names or whatever, but I try to pay attention to like their tendencies. That's mostly it.
Oh, that makes sense. Just keeping your head down and focusing on your own game. But talking about one of the things that I always love to talk about, which is mental. How did you feel? How you were feeling in order to recover from that rough start with the 7th place?
Honestly, okay, that first game was actually really tilting because what happened was I was playing build diff and then we got dropped Prismatic Orb and I got dropped the Tome, which was useless. So then everyone was up a Prismatic Orb. So I was like giga tilted, but then I knew like I can easily just like bounce back, I got some water, like took a walk, came back, it was all good. Easy reset.
Hey, that's the thing that you really got to hear. And no, I agree. That's one of those tilters where I think if that happened to me in a ranked game, I would walk away. I would be done with ranked for a little while and just sort of calm down. But you came back. You played so many games at TFT to now stand here in first place overall. To talk a little bit more about the preparation for this tournament, though, you played, I assume, a decent amount of PB. What does that climb look like, and how does it feel knowing that some of those strategies are at least validated in part by your performance today?
Yeah, I played a lot of in-houses with like the lab members and such, so I kind of got a good read on what the meta would be like and like how strong Fast 9 would be. Yeah, like I gotta give a shout out to like all the study groups that I'm in as well. They always like helping me out. Like I'm asking them like what are the boards and stuff. They give it to me, this items, all that stuff. Like it's not just the work of me, it's like the work of everyone,
No, definitely.
Yes. Study groups definitely very helpful so much of the time. Now I'll ask you a question that everyone is always eager to know about before starting out a set. How do you feel about set balance currently? Because we are very close to shipping it to live. So are we feeling like the next set starts out already very well balanced, or are there some things that are just too broken?
Okay, my take on like balance is like I actually don't care about balance. Like I just adapt to what's broken and I'll just play what's broken. Like I'm not gonna say like, oh, like they need to fix this or whatever. Like I'll just abuse it, So I don't really have a take on balance, I guess.
I mean,
Perfect.
Take it from me, a player that spams so much Kaisa back in the day when in set 7, I think, in Monster Attack. Like, I got to masters off of that. I'm perfectly happy abusing what's strong, and it seems like you're ready to do so when the set hits live servers next week. But overall, Keynes, this is fantastic to hear. Congratulations to you again. I know you already shouted out some of your study partners. Do you have anything else you want to shout out before we send you off on your way?
Like for my study partners, they're called the Cranberries. I'll shout them out, especially the Kid and Dot. And thanks to all the support from all my fans, I guess.
I'll give Dot a shout out too, because I like working with him quite a bit whenever I get the excuse to. So, hey, I get to hyphenate anything here. Works good for me.
All right,
thank you.
Kings, once more, thank you so much. And once more, congratulations on being the champion.
Oh, wait, can I add another shout out?
Oh, yeah, please.
A shout out to the charity that you guys are fundraising. That's a great cause.
Hey, and that's actually a pretty good pivot point for us as well, because I was going to remind folks about the charity as we're going to be closing things on through. So remember, everyone, there is plenty of great causes out here, but today we have been raising money for the Asian Mental Health Collective. You've heard me say it time and time again, yesterday, today, so on, so forth. Mental health is so incredibly important. Having access to therapists, therapy, or just any kind of resource is incredible. That is what the Mental Health Collectives does. If you still want to donate, type !charity in the chat. Relentless Focus still wants to match up to 500 USD in donations. So again, an incredible cause. Thank you for shouting them out as well. Fantastic group. Fantastic group.
Thank you, Kings.
Thank you.
Well, that was it for a big tournament, but Protroid, we have one more guest to talk to.
Yes, we do. We've been talking a lot here in Relentless Focus about all the crazy things that are happening, looking forward in Inkborn Fables, and I couldn't think of anyone better to talk about that mission, talk about some of the things that are going to be happening in the future here than Jaylin themselves. So as soon as Jaylin is ready, getting things situated, come on, let's hear about the future now, I think.
Hi everyone, Sir Black P, Protroid. Thanks for that introduction. First off, I'd like to say you guys did a phenomenal job today. So kudos to you guys. We couldn't have done this without you and the rest of the amazing casting team on day one, as well as earlier on in day two today. So yeah, I'd just like to start off by saying congrats to Keens. What a beast. What an amazing performance. I was very impressed with your play, and I can't wait to see what you do in set 11 for sure. And then secondly, I would like to thank everyone who donated to the charity, Asian Mental Health Collective, as well as raised any sort of awareness or just was around to support the cause. Everyone, we raised $170, I believe, USD, but surprise announcement, Relentless Focus Gaming will still provide $500 in donations to the charity.
That is
and then
to hear.
Yeah, amazing, yes, for sure. And then thirdly, just want to thank Riot for creating this TFT game. We all get to share. We are all so lucky and fortunate enough to share a passion for TFT and competitive gaming. So kudos to Riot. And then I'd also like to thank the behind-the-scenes team running this event. Without them, this event wouldn't be able to function. So shout out to the production head, Tristan, the tournament organizers, Boysis, as well as Lawrence, our social media manager, M, and as well as our graphic designer, CLE.
Yeah.
And then... Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, honestly, a veritable group of people. I have worked with so many of those names in TFT for a long time now. And again, anytime that they can collaborate, anytime that I am invited in to help with that collaboration, it feels like an honor to play in, to cast, to do all that kind of stuff. And it's very nice to start working with you as well, Jaylin, as this has been a fantastic show that you put on for us.
Of course, of course. And then also I'd like to finish off, I'd like to finish off, by saying thank you to our sponsor as well for this event, Gemlit. Please check them out as well. And then, so set 11 drops on Wednesday. I am super excited for it. I assume everyone else in the chat and the casting team and the team here is super excited for that. For Relentless Focus Gaming, we are going to be having our second tournament sometime in June. That is the plan, but depending on when Riot hosts the tournament and other events as well, we are going to just have to adjust based off of that. But yes, so the prize pool for that tournament is going to be $5,000 USD. So a little bit of a step up from this tournament, since this tournament was on PBE. But that is the plan. We are trying to get up to 128, maybe 256 players, but it depends. But yeah, just wanted to give you guys a sneak peek. And of course, the final tournament in set 12 will be, the winner of that tournament will get sponsored to the next TFT LAN, wherever that is. And you also have to get a ticket as well. But we are working on that behind the scenes. So yes, stay tuned for more info. And yeah, that's it from me.
Hey, I mean, you called out also the holy grail of the set LAN at the very end of this tour, set 12. I still want to find out more information about this. None of us know anything about it, to be clear, but my goodness, I had such a fun time at Vegas. I know Keen's also had a fun time in Vegas, as that profile picture we saw earlier reflected as well. Honestly, it's a great place to be. I'm so happy that we can also try to get more folks out there to experience that level of TFT. For now, though, I think that's basically the end of our broadcast today. Thank you again to our audience. Thank you again to our commentators, producers. Jalen, you're here as well. Sir Black P, before we play off, anything else that you want to plug?
Just gotta mention once again, as you pointed out, it's amazing to have that LAN event every time now at the end of the set. So a thank you and a congratulations to Relentless Gaming for the initiative, Jalen. That is amazing to sponsor anyone to make it there, because that is probably gonna be a dream come true.
Completely agree.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to shout out to Keens because they won this tournament. I want to see them go to another LAN event as well, get some redemption off the back of Vegas. And if honestly this performance is anything to show, they could be on the path to a great Inkborn Fables run. But with that, though, I think that's the end of our show for now. Thank you so much for tuning in, and get ready for Inkborn Fables.
Thank you, everyone.